In a dim alley, a man was seen running to escape. When the surroundings went silent, he believed he had gotten away. Unexpectedly, a knife was pressed against his neck. Behind him stood a mysterious figure. The man attempted to bargain for his life by offering money, but the stranger coldly told him to die, and blood splattered quickly. The next morning, a high school student named Kai felt incredibly sleepy. As a night-working assassin, morning class felt like a total drag for him. Later at school, the students were chatting casually inside the room. Suddenly, Kai entered. His arrival caught the attention of everyone. The class president Shuji then greeted him politely, but Kai only gave a casual response. After that, he headed straight to his seat and fell asleep. Nearby, a Gairu named Rina called Kai rude as always. She then said greeting him was pointless, but Shuji insisted Kai was still their classmate. And he also thought Kai was just tired, but she thinks it's still disrespectful. Just then, another student arrived, so Rina's expression soured since she disliked him more. It was Shin, the leader of a delinquent gang. Meanwhile, the other students greeted him immediately. After that, Shin noticed Kai sleeping nearby. Seeing this, he began calling out to him. When there was no response, he mocked Kai for sleeping so soundly and told him to listen. Still getting no reaction, he attempted to grab Kai, but Kai quickly caught his wrist, so Shin was surprised by the sudden movement. After Kai yawned, he asked what Shin wanted since he's sleepy. Shin then demanded that he let go of his hand, but to his frustration, he could not move at all. Noticing this, Kai eventually released him, but Shin was irritated and called him a big weirdo. At that moment, the most admired girl in the school named Rin asked Shin to quiet down. Annoyed, Shin cursed and accused her of trying to pick a fight. Before things escalated, another girl stepped in. It was Murray from the discipline committee, who reminded him his behavior wasn't acceptable. The playful student named Yoshi then told her to let it go, but she told him to be quiet too. Meanwhile, Kai had already gone back to sleep. Seeing this, Shin returned to his seat. With that, the classroom gradually became quiet. Rin was satisfied with the restored peace, but Yoshi and Murray continued to bicker. Meanwhile, Shuji chatted casually with Rina, and it's normal in class too. It was just another regular day in their classroom full of problems. But while Kai slept, he suddenly sensed a peculiar sensation. Moreover, he noticed it coming from Shuji's feet. Soon, a magic circle appeared on the floor without warning. Panic quickly spread among the students as the circle expanded, and it covered the entire classroom. Shuji looked confused by it, but he immediately tried to get everyone to evacuate. However, Kai already realized they would not make it in time. Suddenly, the magic circle collapsed in an instant. Moments later, the students found themselves inside a building. Upon arriving, Kai wondered where he was. He looked around and saw the stone structure, large pillars, and a single visible exit. Hence, he realized the magic circle had transported the entire class to an unknown place. Meanwhile, the other students woke up confused by the unfamiliar surroundings. As they tried to understand, Rina wondered about the white light, but Shuji urged everyone to calm down and check if all were safe. Hearing this, Kai noted Shuji's ability to keep the class calm. However, Shin declared that they could not afford to waste time, so he decided to investigate and signal for his lackeys to follow. Kai found it reasonable, but he quickly told Shin to wait. Noticing Shin's confusion, Kai explained he heard footsteps beyond the door. Shin glanced toward the entrance and was uncertain, but Kai already sensed a man and woman approaching and wondered if they could communicate. The door soon creaked open, revealing a man and a woman. The woman then praised how quickly the hero candidates calmed down, but the students were struck by her beauty, and some even thought they were cosplayers. However, Kai saw that the man is a seasoned swordsman, so this is not a cosplay. As for the woman, she had a toned build but seemed calm and ordinary. Suddenly, the woman introduced herself as Luna, the Archbishop of Digurist, and the man as her knight Gaius. But Shin had never heard of the place, so he assumed she was lying. But Luna said she wasn't joking, though she understood it seemed strange. Shuji then stepped up and explained that everyone was still on edge, so he asked if Luna knew what had happened to them. Luna confirmed that she did, which was why she had come to explain everything. But before explaining, she wanted them to grasp their situation. She said they were summoned to a doomed world as hero candidates to stop the Demon King. But Shuji found it hard to believe, while Shin dismissed the story entirely. Gaius then demanded Shin respect Luna as their saint, but Shin told Gaius to shut up or he would kill him. Hearing this, Gaius decided it was time to teach Shin a lesson. Luna tried to stop him, but he insisted their arrogance needed breaking. Shin didn't hesitate and charged at him. Seeing this, Kai silently noted Shin's bravery for charging at a sword-wielding man. Confident from past fights, Shin believed he could dodge and get in close. But before he could even react, Gaius swung his blade. Shin's forehead bled as Gaius said he only cut a hair and wouldn't hold back. Witnessing this, the class stood frozen in shock. After that, Luna told Gaius to put away his sword and he obeyed. She then apologized to the students and assured them they meant no harm. With that, she said it was time to explain about this world, the reason they were summoned, and what was expected of them. But first, she asked for silence. Luna revealed humanity was nearing extinction from the Demon King's invasion. Although their country continued to resist, they lacked the power to stop it. Upon hearing this, Kai found the mention of a demon king somewhat common. Still, Luna continued stressing that the students were humanity's final hope. Hence, Shuji realized that they were expected to defeat the demon king, but Yoshi called it impossible, and Murray said she'd never fought before. She also added that some were terrified and just wanted to go home, but Gaius urged them to try, saying they couldn't return home unless the demon king was defeated. Hearing this, the students were shocked. Observing this, Kai suspected that Gaius said it deliberately to motivate them. However, he knew peaceful students couldn't fight without both training and talent. Meanwhile, Shin was furious they were summoned without consent. Now, they were being told to obey without question. So he shouted that those people were exactly who he despised. Hearing this, Gaius thought Shin's spirit could help in battle, but also be dangerous. Deciding to act, Gaius reached for his sword to end him. However, Luna began chanting on Shin. To Shin's surprise, his wound began to heal. After that, Luna offered a sincere apology for their earlier behavior, but Rina was confused by the light coming from her hands. Luna explained it's called System, a power from their god Diggerist that caused new abilities, but it was essentially what they call magic. Hearing this, Kai thinks she knew their culture and others might have been summoned before. Suddenly, Luna approached Shuji. Raising her hand, she told the group that this was the reason they had all been summoned. Shuji then suddenly felt a surge of energy. Immediately, Rina pointed out that his hand had begun to glow. Moments later, the light formed into the shape of a sword. Luna explained Shuji had awakened his divine protection through the system. Still, Luna reminded them there was no way back once summoned. With that, she humbly asked for their help. However, Shuji said they couldn't fight immediately even with power. In response, Luna agreed to support their training. Shuji then gathered everyone and stressed that survival required information and protection. Hence, divine protection could help in danger and urged them to hear Luna out. Encouraged by his reasoning, Rin and the others voiced their agreement. Grateful for their cooperation, Luna began granting them their divine protection. Murray was the first to receive hers, and it was telekinesis. After her, Shin was granted the power of explosion. Soon, the other students each received unique abilities. Once she was done, Luna asked if that was everyone. Kai then raised his hand and mentioned that he was the last one left. Immediately, Luna apologized and began to grant his divine protection. The moment she did, Kai noticed a strange shift in his vision. Suddenly, a prompt appeared showing Luna's status. Luna then noted his eye color changed and said he received a rare ability called Judgment. Noticing his confusion, she explained it let him see detailed target info. Kai then immediately tested it on himself. A glowing interface appeared and displayed his full status. He thought it looked like a game status screen but was easy to read. Suddenly, movement from the side caught his attention. Upon seeing it was Shin, he instinctively dodged. After blasting a hole in the floor, Shin asked Kai's opinion and demanded to know his power. Seeing only Kai's glowing red eyes, he burst out laughing, joined by others. Rina then mocked Kai by saying that's what he got for acting important. Hearing this, Kai questioned their arrogance while still unsure which powers were useful. Moreover, these powers could vanish anytime, but Kai already had many ways to kill. Soon, Luna said their powers would fight the Demon King, though hard to control at first. After making this clear, she encouraged everyone to get some rest. Later that evening, the students were sent to their personal rooms. However, Kai decided to gather information before going to sleep. Immediately, he overheard guards complaining about patrolling due to the new summoned hero candidate. One guard said they should protect themselves, but the other replied they were just kids. Still, he doubted they could beat the demon, but the other believed the saint's decision. Unbeknownst to them, Kai had been listening. From their conversation, he understood that the kingdom was reinforcing its defenses. Curious, he decided to test his ability. Using judgment, he checked a guard named Din and saw his only skill was swordsmanship. After knowing that no one can sense his ability, he slipped away. As he ran, he recalled the city's defensive layout surrounding the castle. Eventually, he reached a guarded gate. After seeing the inner castle more guarded, he became curious. But with no rush, he left the exploration for another day. As he continued, he spotted Rina and two girls looking for an open area. The girl named Mina doubted the plan, but the blonde named Yumi said it was just ability practice. Rina also added she couldn't sleep and said training would help long-term. The three girls then began to use their powers, but Kai stayed silently watching. Curious about their divine protection, he kept observing. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. As he turned, he questioned this weird sensation. Meanwhile, and also heard strange nearby noises. Hence, the girls look around in confusion. Without warning, a large creature emerged. Seeing it, they were all shocked. Like them, Kai was surprised to see a lizard-like creature. After activating his judgment ability, he saw that the lizard's stats far exceeded Rina's and the others. As it inhaled, it roared loudly at the girls, so without hesitation, the girls hurriedly ran away. But the lizard chased after them. Kai then noted its aggressive nature. Also, it moves quickly at a straight line speed and lacks intelligence. However, its skin looks tough, so he's unsure if his blade would work. Still, he threw his knife. When the knife hit its skin, the lizard was confused and it confirmed that throwing knives still worked. Meanwhile, the girls kept running until Rina tripped. Mina tried to help, but Yumi stopped her. So Rina got up on her own while feeling hurt. But when she turned around, she found the lizard already in front of her. As she panicked, the lizard began to attack her, but when she braced for impact, nothing came. Looking up, she saw the lizard dead with a knife in its head. Immediately, the girls helped her up, but this made Rina ask who saved her. However, Yumi just simply told her to leave before more monsters appeared. Kai then felt relieved and admitted he had no reason to save them but couldn't ignore it. As he retrieved his knife, he knew life here wouldn't be easy with monsters around. Suddenly sensing something, he quickly hid behind the lizard. After that, he watched a nearby stone. While looking at it, he wondered if someone was there and decided to leave. After he did, a mysterious figure stepped out. Following that, he crushed the lizard underfoot. The person then muttered how useless the hero candidates were. However, he noted that Kai smelled just like him. The next day, the lizard's corpse was shown and visibly disgusted many students. Gaius then said the monster was found near the royal capital the night before. Hearing this, Shuji and Shin both fell into deep thought, but several of their classmates began to show signs of fear. Suddenly, Gaius said the Demon King made monsters crave human flesh and asked Ted for updates. Ted reported traces of sorcery from a demon above mid-grade. As he warned demons might be scouting the hero candidates, Kai listened silently. Hence, the mention of sorcery made him question if it was different from magic. Suddenly, Shuji asked if the monster had been under the control of the demon. Ted then confirmed powerful demons could control weaker monsters with servitude spells. As he began explaining the monster's origins, Gaius abruptly told him to stop. As Ted was taken out, Kai guessed he was a researcher that he could ask for information. But for now, his attention returned to the monster that had indeed been controlled. Moreover, he had already seen it in the creature's status window the night before. Thus, he confirmed the presence he sensed earlier was a demon. More importantly, the demon hid so well after Kai barely sensed it, and it might still be near. Suddenly, Kai felt another gaze from afar. A voice then warned that fear leads to death. But Kai was startled instead when someone shouted they weren't afraid. Shin declared they had to kill the Demon King to return and had no plans to stay. Hearing this, Rin agreed with Shin for the first time ever. Shuji also agreed by saying fighting was their only way home. Still, many students trembled at the thought of facing such monsters. Seeing this, Kai saw they now understood that fighting meant real danger and death. Suddenly, Luna arrived and told them not to fear. She explained they struggled because they lacked training in using their powers. As summoned hero candidates, she assured them they would surpass the natives in growth. And so, a week passed since they started training. During this time, Kai learned the local language but found it weird that they communicate easily. Setting that aside, a noise drew his attention to the window. Outside, the other students were actively training on the field. Watching them, Kai remembered he was sent to the library instead of combat training due to his ability. This decision was directed by Luna and made others laugh at him. Regardless, he read everything but found no information on demons. Later, while watching the students, he saw Luna was right that their growth was astonishing. Among them, the 5 who stood out most were Yoshi, Shin, Rin, Murray, and Rina. Even so, one person surpassed all the others. At that moment, a sword suddenly flew and struck the ground. Seeing this, a soldier admitted defeat to Shuji and commented that he's already stronger than him, but Shuji said it was thanks to their guidance. Hearing this, Kai then used his ability on Shuji. Just a week ago, they were D and F rank, but most had improved fast. This showed divine protection boosted more than power. As he thought of this, Shin's group suddenly arrived. Upon seeing Kai, they asked why he was at the training grounds instead of reading. Upon hearing this, Kai thought that these people hadn't changed. Some still looked down on him and they grew more arrogant after gaining power. The guy named Muta then moved toward him after not responding. However, Kai effortlessly swept him off balance. After knocking him down, Kai asked why he fell for no reason. Seeing this, they were also taken aback. Before it escalated, Shin told them to stop since someone was coming. Soon, Luna arrived with Gaius at her side. As she passed, the students stopped and looked at her. In response, Luna thanked them. She then noted their growth and wanted to move to the next stage. Upon hearing this, Yoshi assumed they would face the Demon King immediately, but she clarified it was not. Instead, she simply wanted them to practice fighting monsters. Hearing this, the girls and boys were clearly surprised, especially Kai, who also looked nervous. Before the combat drill, Gaius explained they were in a forest. Hence, obstacles will keep them from moving freely as one group. As a result, the students were instructed to form smaller teams of 2 to 3 members. Rina then quickly formed a team with Shuji and Yumi. At the same time, Shin ended up with his usual group. Meanwhile, Murray wondered why she was paired with Yoshi, who said they'd be fine. As Gaius checked the teams, he noticed Kai and Rin standing alone. In response, Rin said no one wanted to team up with her, knowing it was out of fear. So she asked Kai if he was fine teaming up with her, and he agreed. Watching her, Kai recalled her confident and detached nature, but Rin suddenly glanced at him. and asked why he was staring, so he said it was nothing. After hearing this, she turned her attention elsewhere. Afterwards, Luna announced a reward for the team with the most kills and started the drill. Later, while walking, Rin told Kai her ability was superior and she didn't need his help. In response, Kai agreed to let her handle everything, but this made her remark that he had no pride. However, Kai had already decided to observe her combat abilities first. Furthermore, he had already sensed 4 presences nearby. Soon, a goblin appeared. Upon seeing it, Rin immediately identified it as a monster. So as it charged, she used her ability to force it to bow. Hence, the goblin instantly obeyed. Watching this, Kai realized her power was domination that forced others to obey. With that, he pointed out that more monsters were nearby. So Rin ordered the goblin to discard its weapon and place its hands behind its back. But Kai noticed she looked tired, and she admitted using her ability too long drains her. Realizing it used much mana, he told her to eliminate the goblin as another approached, but she hesitated because the monster looked somewhat human. Kai then reminded her it had attacked them and there was no reason to spare an enemy. Hearing this, she acknowledged his point. But as Kai picked up a rock, he thought Rin was strong but still too naive. Regardless of that, what mattered was whether Rin could decide correctly in danger. Soon, the remaining 3 goblins appeared and began approaching. Kai then quickly alerted Rin, who responded that she was already aware. Without hesitation, she ordered the goblins to bow down. Suddenly, Kai asked her next move and she told him to help despite her earlier claim. Realizing this, she decided to eliminate the goblins on her own. With that, she commanded them to twist their own necks. The goblins then began to carry out the order, which shocked Rin. Observing this, Kai asked if she could give extreme commands, and Rin said yes, but with lower success. Despite this, she finally realized real combat was far from what she imagined. But Kai reminded her the enemies attacked them, and killing was necessary to survive. Hearing this, Rin wondered how Kai stayed calm despite having no powers. While looting the goblin, he said staying calm under pressure was his strength. Setting that aside, he then asked if they should move on or return if she was scared. After glancing at the corpse, Rin declared that they should keep going. Though Kai saw she was just pretending, she seems to be worth fighting with. Meanwhile, Yoshi and Murray were running while figuring out what to do as they realized the monsters weren't weak. Regardless, they refused to back down. So Yoshi unleashed a wind blast, while Murray followed up with a rock bullet. Using their combined attack, it landed directly into the monster. However, the monster remained unscathed. Seeing this, Yoshi grew anxious and questioned what kind of creature they were dealing with. Meanwhile, Rin thought about going home immediately to repay her grandfather. Besides, she figured he must be feeling very sad now. Suddenly, Kai warned they might get lost, but she said walking straight would prevent it. But this made him think she underestimated the forest. As she told him to be quiet, she found him cocky and couldn't understand what was with him. But Kai noticed her stare and questioned it, so she simply brushed it off. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the forest. Rin immediately recognized Murray's voice, while Kai guessed she was in danger and asked Rin's plan. Without hesitation, she decided to help. Hearing this, Kai noted how kind she was, but Rin asked what he meant and urged him to hurry. At that moment, Murray was badly injured. Seeing this, Yoshi quickly asked if she was alright. Murray replied that she was fine and told him to run, but he refused to leave her behind. So when he turned around, he saw the monster about to strike. Just then, Rin's voice rang out, commanding the creature to stop. Seeing it was Rin, Yoshi thanked her, but she warned she couldn't hold it long. Meanwhile, Kai observed the situation. He confirmed Rin's power varied by target, then asked if Murray was still alive. Yoshi explained that she was in pain but still breathing. Hence, Kai instructed him to carry her and leave, but Yoshi hesitated and wanted to help. However, Kai asked him if he intended to let Murray continue suffering. Realizing the urgency, he agreed and was told to call for help if he saw Shuji or Luna. After that, Kai turned to face the monster. Without delay, he activated his judgment ability. There, he saw the armored bear's status and noted its high defense. Moreover, its fur appeared incredibly tough, so he doubted that his attacks could cause damage. Furthermore, the mutant species labeled intrigued him. Suddenly, Rin shouted that she could no longer hold it off. As a result, the bear was released. Despite that, Kai said she bought Yoshi time and suggested they retreat too. Though surprised, Rin agreed. However, she suddenly collapses and is unable to move her legs. As the bear approached, Kai realized the situation was about to turn worse, so he quickly pulled out smoke grenades. Using the smoke, it separated Rin from the bear. When Rin opened her eyes, she saw Kai's face. Moreover, he was carrying her, so she was confused. However, Kai told her to stay quiet or the bear might hear them. As he continued to monitor the bear's movements, Rin asked about the smoke earlier. He claimed it was just a smoke bomb from training, though it wasn't true. In reality, he actually had basic assassin gear before being summoned, but used it only when needed. Suddenly, Rin apologized, which left him puzzled. She said she wanted to help others but needed it herself, but Kai said he'd still listen to her. Touched by his words, Rin shyly thanked him. In response, Kai said people must like her for being gentle, but she quickly denied it. With that, he instructed her to stay quiet once more. Setting that aside, Rin asked his next move and suggested running, but Kai said it wasn't needed. Meanwhile, the bear continued searching for them until its attention was caught by a new presence. It turned out to be Shuji's group, who had come to confront the beast for attacking their ally. Without hesitation, Shuji activated his evil crushing sword. With this, he faced the monster head-on. Shuji immediately charged toward the bear. When the bear also attacked, he dodged swiftly and tightened his grip on his sword. He then swung it and struck the bear's arm, but he quickly realized how tough its body was. Seeing this, Rina shouted for him to move to not get burned. After that, she unleashed a wave of fire at the bear. As the flames engulfed it, Rina mockingly asked if the beast could endure the heat. Watching this, Shuji praised her, but the bear suddenly began to rise again and was visibly enraged. Rina was shocked by this, but Shuji urged her to stay calm. He noted that her attack worked as the bear moved slower. Knowing this, he called on the girls to finish it off together, and they quickly agreed. As the battle continued, an assassin demon named Delphis watched from a distance. He thought it was only a matter of time now. Seeing their growth and calm, he felt the bear had no chance. Moreover, he thinks Shuji's the best among them. Abandoning the scouting mission, Delphis decided to eliminate them all. Meanwhile, Shuji landed another powerful blow. With this, he dealt significant damage to the bear. He then moved to finish it, but Delphis aimed to teach him a fatal lesson. Watching Shuji fight, he recalled the greatest mistake one could make in this world. While they celebrated, he recalled the mistake of assuming an enemy was dead. Unexpectedly, Delphis was stopped. He froze upon feeling a blade at his neck. Startled, he asked Kai when he had gotten behind him. Kai replied his parents taught him the biggest mistake is thinking you've won too soon. At that, Delphis dropped his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. As he said he'd remember Kai's words, he wondered how Kai got behind him. Still, what mattered now was escaping. But before he could act, Kai struck his legs, causing him to collapse immediately. Kai then told him to stay quiet so the others wouldn't notice. He also demanded answers, but Delphis refused and asked who he was. So Kai replied he was someone from the shadows from another world, which left Delphis stunned. Gritting his teeth, Delphis suspected Kai was behind the strange presence he sensed earlier. Kai then said he knew they were being watched and used Shuji to lure Delphis out. Realizing this, Delphis knew Kai had seen through it all from the start. Ignoring him, Kai demanded information about the demons. When Delphis refused, Kai struck him without warning. Kai then warned him to speak the truth or face something far worse. Still, Delphis refused to be looked down on. In desperation, he bit down on something hidden. Kai tried to stop him, but it was too late. Blood poured from Delphis' mouth, and his eyes turned white. Seeing this, Kai did not expect Delphis to have poison with him. Nevertheless, he realized the Demon King's army was stronger and prepared. Suddenly, a status window appeared beside him. Out of nowhere, someone called his name. It was Rin, and she quickly asked if the man was dead. Hence, Kai looked at her with a serious expression. Noticing her staring at the corpse, he asked how long she had been watching. Rin admitted she'd been there since the man collapsed. Hearing this, Kai said the man was a Demon King's assassin. He added that the bear they fought was controlled by the demon. Additionally, the lizard that attacked Rinat and the others was also his doing. Upon hearing this, Rin asked if the demons were trying to kill them. Kai confirmed the demons were after them, making Rin realize her naivety. However, she wondered how he noticed the assassin when no one else did. Seeing no reason to hide it, Kai revealed his family were assassins and he recognized the demon by scent. Learning this, Rin was visibly surprised, so Kai said she could believe him or not, but the corpse before them was real, which left her even more alarmed. Regardless, he warned her not to tell anyone what she had seen, as the class was already shaken because of Murray's condition. Rin quickly agreed, but she found him surprisingly kind to care about their classmates. In response, Kai said they weren't like him, who was used to fighting. After that, he looked at Rin and thought her domination ability could be useful later. Soon, the class gathered around Murray. A student named Hano used her healing ability on her. As she cast the spell, Murray's wounds began to fade. Witnessing this, the others were astonished. Meanwhile, Yoshi asked if Murray would be fine, and she said she'd recover in an hour. Hearing this, Yoshi felt relieved and praised Shuji for defeating the powerful bear. Shuji acknowledged the praise but stressed that it had been a team effort. While the others were talking, Kai sensed someone staring. So he asked Rin why she was staring, but she refused to explain. Shortly after, Luna arrived and commended them for making it back, but Shuji turned to face her with some hesitation. So Yoshi asked Luna and Gaius where they had been the whole time. Gaius said he stayed to observe, prompting Yoshi to ask why he hadn't helped. Gaius replied that it wouldn't be good practice if he rescued them every time, but Shuji protested, pointing out that Murray had nearly died. However, Gaius insisted that risking their lives was a natural part of military drills. He also said this was the battle ahead and told them to stop complaining, leaving them stunned. Still, Shuji argued that Gaius claimed only weak monsters were nearby. In response, Luna said the demon assassin must have caused the attack. This left the others confused, so she explained armored bears weren't native here, and suggested the demon was scouting their combat skills. Understanding this, Gaius said the demon assassin might still be nearby, and Luna urged stronger defenses. She also said training would intensify since they wouldn't survive at their current level, but the students could hardly believe what they were hearing. Some thought their training was already too harsh, and began to wonder if they were going to be killed. Shuji then stepped up and argued it was unfair to push them harder after their first real battle. Luna then replied it may seem unfair, but their lives depended on improving. And this response took Shuji by surprise. Meanwhile, Shin asked why they obeyed orders after being summoned unwillingly. As he moved toward Luna, Gaius stepped in to block him. Gaius then declared they were pawns under Luna and must never disobey. Obviously, the statement shocked everyone. Furious, Shin ready to fight, but Shuji stepped in and told him to calm down. However, this made Shin question Shuji's composed attitude. Shuji said disobeying them meant making the country their enemy, and they couldn't win that way. Glad by his understanding, Gaius assured them no harm would come to such important pawns. Still, this idea sounded absurd to Shin, so he continued to attack. Before Gaius could respond, Shin unleashed his destructive blast. As a result, a massive explosion occurred. As the smoke began to clear, Shin called Gaius pathetic. But to his surprise, Gaius emerged from the smoke unscathed. Before Shin could react, Gaius struck him in the face. As a result, he was sent flying into the ground, and leaving him barely conscious. Hence, the others were stunned by what they had witnessed. Despite their shock, Gaius reminded them of the power gap. As they left, he warned them to prepare, since things would get harder the next day. Immediately, the other students rushed to help Shin, but Shin was only determined to kill Gaius next time. The day after the military drills, the monster researcher Ted was assigned to oversee training. Before starting, he asked if those injured the day before had recovered. Mary quickly responded that she was fine after being healed by Hano. She also pointed out that Shin had been healed as well. Hearing this, Ted was glad someone had a healing ability. He then explained the training and brought them to his facility to fight monsters. Hearing this, Shuji asked if that meant there were monsters inside the building. Ted didn't confirm directly, but instead chose to show them. Inside the facility, goblins, a lizardville, and an ogre were kept in captivity. The girls were clearly frightened at the sight. Ted explained that these monsters were being raised specifically for his experiments. Luna also added that Ted's laboratory was the ideal location to train their soldiers, so Ted was pleased as the training would give him useful combat data. Meanwhile, Shuji and the others felt nervous. Still, the drills began with Rina going first. From a distance, Kai was surprised by their composure and assumed yesterday's battle was effective. Still, he guessed they were still a little afraid. Meanwhile, Rina was knocked to the ground. Though injured, she immediately stood back up. As the ogre prepared to attack again, Shuji informed Ted it was too strong for her. However, Ted disagreed and reminded them that Luna had instructed him to be strict. Besides, he thinks Shuji is a little mistaken, so he said as hero candidates, their divine protections should easily handle monsters like that. Annoyed, Rina began to unleash her full power. As flames engulfed the ogre, Ted said willpower was the most important thing in battle. Moreover, the task wasn't hard, but their fear and hesitation made it seem so. Hearing this, Shuji wondered if willpower alone truly made that much difference. Ted then confirmed that it could also help unlock new divine abilities. Suddenly, Kai approached Shuji, prompting him to ask what it was. Kai then informed him that based on his judgment ability, Shuji had awakened a new skill. As Kai said, Shuji had indeed gained a new ability called Monster Kamikaze. Knowing this, Shuji asked Ted if he could test it out, and Ted agreed. With that, Shuji stepped forward to face the ogre next. Immediately, he activated both Evil Crushing Sword and Monster Kamikaze. With confidence, he asked the ogre if it was scared. However, he refused to show mercy and charged straight at it. Seeing Shuji's sword, the ogre tried to block it with its arm. However, Shuji's blade swiftly severed its hand. As the monster screamed in pain, Shuji followed up with another strike. As a result, the ogre was beheaded. Witnessing this, the students erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Kai thought Shuji could now handle armored bears and wondered if his own ability had evolved too. Curious, he checked the other's status and saw Shin had gained a new ability, which is called Landmine. Despite this, he chose not to tell Shin, but after realizing abilities could grow, Kai knew he had to improve too. Later that night, Shin gathered with the other students. Yoshi immediately asked if he was serious. Shin confirmed his plan to kill Gaius, then capture Luna to learn how to return home. The others were then excited to go home and avoid being summoned again if Luna was gone. Encouraged, Shin invited Yoshi to join by saying he must be tired of their treatment. But Yoshi asked if they could win, and he said their chances were better with him. Still, Yoshi thinks that killing someone was wrong, even if it meant returning home. However, he remembered what had happened to Murray during the battle. In the end, he agreed to join them. The next day, the class continued their training. Among them, Shuji stood out. Watching him, Kai couldn't help but comment on how hard he was working. But Shuji said he still felt weak and had to grow stronger. Still, Kai thought Shuji was strong enough to beat most knights, but Shuji disagreed, saying he needed more strength to beat Gaius and protect everyone. After hearing this, Kai asked what he thought about Luna and Gaius. Shuji replied that he believed they were just pawns but would be safe if they obeyed. Hearing this, Kai asked if he was ready to fight and risk his life until the Demon King fell. With determination, Shuji confirmed that he had made up his mind, but he felt it was his duty to defeat the Demon King and become this country's hero. With this in mind, he planned to fight for the others' safety, but Kai doubted Luna would agree. In response, Shuji said if she refused, he'd convince her with his sword. Suddenly, a voice praised them for their dedication. When they turned around, they saw Luna and Gaius approaching. Ted immediately greeted Luna with enthusiasm. In response, Luna tasked him to lead the others while she and Gaius were away, and Ted agreed. Hearing this, Rina asked if they were going somewhere. Luna confirmed they'd be gone for days, so she asked Ted to watch over them. After saying this, she quickly excused herself. As they walked away, a slight smile appeared on Ted's face. Later on their way, Gaius asked Luna if her plan was truly the right one. Luna responded by asking what made him question it. Gaius told her to stop pretending, saying she knew Shin was plotting. Luna admitted that it was probably a rebellion against them. Knowing that, he asked what she intended to do about it. Luna said she'd leave them for now since she's curious how far they'd go. Still, Gaius reminded her the hero candidates had enough power to challenge them. However, she believed that would never happen, as they would never be able to defeat her. Gaius reluctantly agreed, and she emphasized it was the perfect chance to establish a hierarchy. With that, they would crush the rebellion and shatter their fangs for good. Besides, she noticed other suspicious acts but chose to ignore them for now. Later that night, Kai was being chased by a monster. Without hesitation, he pulled out a knife and hurled it into the monster's head. After killing it, he used his ability to confirm it took 13 seconds to beat a monster of that level. As he checked his status, he figured he leveled up after killing the demon but wasn't sure how to use his new power. Suddenly, he sensed something behind him. An ogre appeared and was about to strike, but the ogre's punch hit the debris nearby instead. Still surprised by its sudden appearance, Kai quickly reacted as the ogre launched another attack. He drew multiple knives and threw them at it, but to his shock, none of them pierced the ogre's skin. Realizing this, he decided to test his new skill. After activating weak point detection, a glowing circle appeared on the ogre's back shoulder. Taking advantage of this, he maneuvered behind the ogre and threw a knife directly into the marked spot. After the ogre let out a guttural scream, it fell silent. Looking at the corpse, Kai realized the skill revealed the creature's weak spot. Though useful, Kai knew the ability wasn't enough since he needed more to survive. Clenching his fist, he vowed to become even stronger. Soon after, 3 goblins suddenly appeared. In response, Kai activated his weak point detection. The skill marked each goblin's head and heart as weak points. Knowing this, he threw his knives and accurately struck their heads and hearts. With that, he killed them instantly. While retrieving his weapons, he doubted the skill since goblin weak points were obvious. Knowing this, he decided to find a stronger creature to test his skill. Unexpectedly, he heard footsteps nearby. Turning around, he spotted a figure, and it was Rin. Immediately, he asked what she was doing out so late. Rin said she didn't find him in the dorms and guessed he was in the forest. Kai then told her to return since the forest was dangerous at night. However, Rin shot back that it should be her line. With that, he said he was used to the night and fighting monsters in the dark was risky for her. Still, she told him to shut up and demanded to know what he was doing. Kai replied that he was testing out his new divine protection. Seeing her confused, he reminded her Ted said their abilities could evolve with divine protection level ups. Curious, she asked what new ability he had gained, but he countered by asking why he should tell her. Frustrated, she exclaimed that she came after being worried about him. However, he questioned if she truly was. Embarrassed, Rin denied it and said it was just a figure of speech. Moving on, he asked her to return to the dorms as he wanted to keep testing his ability. Rin then tried to go with him, but she noticed something in the distance. She pointed toward a plume of smoke, which puzzled Kai. Looking up, they saw the smoke rising from a burning building. Near the blaze, goblins, a lizardville, and an ogre were emerging. Meanwhile, Hano and the others were trying to escape the fire, but Hano found herself face to face with the ogre. Just in time, Shuji arrived and struck down the ogre. After saving her, he asked if she was alright, and she quickly confirmed that she was. Unexpectedly, a group of goblins appeared before them, so Shuji muttered a curse as more enemies appeared. Suddenly, flames engulfed the goblins. Nearby, Rina grumbled about monsters ruining her sleep, but Shin asked her to stop complaining and handle the monsters quickly. As the building continued burning, Kai and Rin rushed toward it. Upon arriving, they realized it was their dorm and saw the others already fighting. Suddenly, Yoshi noticed them and felt relieved to see they were safe. Kai then asked what happened, but Yoshi said he just woke up to this. Hearing this, Kai guessed a human caused the attack and they needed to find the ringleader. Just then, Ted appeared and praised Kai for his sharp deduction, but the group was stunned to see that it was him. Kai then realized how the monsters got in and asked if they came from Ted's lab. Ted confirmed it and said he also gave the monsters medicine to make them stronger. Hearing this, Kai asked his goal and how killing hero candidates helped him. Ted said he was ordered to eliminate the candidates, even at the cost of his position. Knowing this, Rin asked if Luna had given the order, but Ted clarified he meant the Demon King, not her. Immediately, Yoshi asked if Ted was a spy for the Demon King. As others fought, Ted confirmed it and added he'd gain a top research post in the Demon King's army. Seeing Ted had sunk into darkness, Kai asked if he only cared about monster experiments. In response, Ted claimed humanity could never understand the true nature of monsters. As the chaos continued, Ted stood tall on the walls. He then signaled the monsters, prompting them to attack the students. In response, Kai gave a signal to Rin. Immediately, she used her ability to order the monsters to halt. Obeying her, the monsters stopped. She then pointed at Ted and declared that he was the real enemy. However, Ted replied that it was pointless and commanded the monsters to awaken. Witnessing this, Rin was obviously shocked. Ted then reminded them that he was a scientist and knew how to handle them. With that, he gave a command for the monsters to attack her. Seeing this, Kai told Rin to step back. He then charged forward and began attacking the monsters one after another. Still, Ted laughed and warned that there were more on the way. Soon, multiple monsters appeared. Acting quickly, Kai rushed towards and struck down the goblin first. He then stabbed the lizardable in the head. When the ogre came forward, he kicked it with tremendous force. As a result, the ogre was knocked out. Witnessing Kai's strength, the remaining monsters hesitated. Noticing this, Ted shouted at them that Kai did not even have a powerful divine protection. Meanwhile, Kai activated his ability and scanned Ted's status. There, he found the domination sorcery ability, revealing the monsters were under a stronger command than Rin's. Knowing this, he recalled Ted saying strong demons use domination sorcery to control monsters. Meanwhile, Ted grew uneasy and decided to use his trump card. With this in mind, he whistled loudly. Hearing this, Kai asked what he had done, but Ted only replied that they would find out soon enough. Ignoring this, Kai prepared to finish the fight quickly. However, he saw something coming. He narrowly dodged an incoming fireball. After reaching safety, he looked up and questioned the massive creature emerging. In response, the monster growled furiously. Ted then proudly revealed it was a red dragon and his trump card. Following that, the dragon noticed a nearby house and kicked the chimney. As a result, the flying debris came hurling toward Kai and the others. Seeing this, Rin doubted they could dodge in time, but Kai quickly shielded her. After that, Kai asked if she was alright, but she was still in shock. So Kai then turned to Yoshi to instruct him to take Rin away because the next attack was coming. After the dragon flapped its wings, Kai signaled Yoshi to get away. Observing the dragon, he spotted a weak point on its neck. Knowing this, he aimed for it and struck, but his knife shattered on impact, and the dragon remained unharmed. Realizing its scales were too tough, Kai knew his power wasn't enough. Suddenly, Shin appeared and declared that the dragon would be the perfect prey. With that, he activated his destructive blast and launched an attack. After the blow landed, he asked the dragon if he liked his move, but before he could react, the dragon breathed fire on him. Shin was then engulfed in flames and rolled to put them out. Seeing this, Kai reminded Shin he let his guard down, but admitted he was strong. On the other hand, Shin commented that the dragon's attack was painful. Suddenly, Kai told him to listen, and this made him confused. Regardless, Kai emphasized that they needed to take the dragon down together. However, Shin questioned why he would need Kai's help. Kai said he could spot the dragon's weak points but lacked the power to exploit them. Hearing this, Shin realized that Kai was the one who needed his help. Still, he refused to team up with someone he called a noob. With that, Kai reminded him that the dragon was coming. At that moment, the dragon swung its tail toward them, and Shin barely managed to dodge the attack. Following that, the dragon began to build up fire in its mouth. While Shin was still processing the situation, it unleashed a blast of flames toward him. He narrowly dodged it, though he stood up with visible pain. Seeing this, Kai said he could continue if he still believed he could beat it alone. Reluctantly, Shin asked where the dragon's weak point was. Kai responded that there was a scale on its neck that was upside down. Upon looking, Shin immediately spotted it. Kai then said he would distract the dragon while Shin charged his destructive blast. Hearing this, Shin confidently replied that he could handle that with ease. Suddenly, Ted began shouting at the dragon for hesitating and ordered it to kill everyone. The dragon then roared and flapped its wings fiercely in their direction. Despite the strong wind, Shin and Kai managed to stay on their feet. As the dragon became more aggressive, Kai sprang into action. After the dragon noticed him, he had it follow him. As he was chased, it tried to bite him, but he evaded the attack. After gaining enough distance, he gave a signal to Shin. Shin acknowledged it and aimed his destructive blast at the dragon's neck. As a result, the dragon groaned in pain, and soon after, its body collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Ted was stunned. Meanwhile, Shin casually claimed that it had been easy, but Kai disagreed since Shin was too beaten up. which made him furious. Moving on, Kai asked Ted what he'd do next after losing his trump card. In a panic, Ted claimed he still had plenty of monsters left, but when he glanced around, he realized most of them had already been defeated. Shuji then stepped forward and confirmed that they had taken care of the rest. Realizing this, Ted tried to escape, but Yoshi blocked his path. As a result, he slipped against the wall and fell. However, he was caught by a block of water. When he rose from the water, he found a knife pointed at him. Kai then said they'd wasted enough time, but he still had questions. Terrified, Ted begged to talk as long as they spared his life. However, his eyes suddenly turned purple, and this shocked everyone. Moments later, Ted was declared dead. Shuji then asked what happened, and Kai guessed it was a curse like those in the books at the library. After hearing this, Shinji realized Ted was cursed to die if he spoke. Knowing this, Kai warned that the Demon King's army was still a threat to them. The next day at the castle, Luna expressed her surprise at the incident. However, Yoshi pointed out that she should at least apologize for having left Ted in charge. In response, Luna apologized for the misunderstanding, but she clarified she never thought a weak demon tamer could cause such destruction. Upon hearing this, the students were stunned. Rina immediately asked if she knew Ted was a demon and still let him lead. Luna responded that the incident was part of the tougher training she had warned about. Still, the students insisted they almost died when Ted set the fire, but Gaius scolded them instead for acting childish and failing to stay alert. However, his remark only infuriated them further. However, Kai agreed that they missed the monsters, but expecting so much from students felt unfair. Moving on, Luna told them their next stop was the royal capital. Shuji immediately asked what they would be doing there. She explained that a public parade would be held in their honor. Thus, they would be going on stage as the main participants. Later that night, Gaius dismissed the guards so they could rest. Meanwhile, the students gathered around their tents. While eating, Shin informed the others that about 30 soldiers were stationed nearby. The others were confused, so he clarified that he had counted the number of soldiers accompanying them. He also noted that none seemed particularly impressive. Knowing this, one lackey noted Shin could knock them out with one punch, but questioned him. Noticing their confusion, Shin said it was the perfect time to start their plan. The second lackey agreed, pointing out that unlike before, they now outnumbered the soldiers surrounding them. Shin added that their situation showed they were being underestimated, so he suspected the authorities hadn't even considered a rebellion. With that, he decided they would act tonight and ordered them to call Yoshi's group. Unbeknownst to them, Kai had been eavesdropping. He silently agreed with Shin that the few soldiers present were poorly trained, but that was only because Luna and Gaius were confident in them and he wondered why. With that in mind, he called Shuji over and asked if they could talk. Not far from the campsite, Shin and his group stood together. Shin asked if they thought the others not on watch duty were already asleep. Yoshi confirmed that they were, so Shin decided it was time to begin. However, Shuji's group appeared to stop them. Seeing them, Shin's group was caught off guard. Shuji stepped up and said he'd heard they planned to kill Luna and Gaius. In response, Shin asked who told him that, but Shuji only replied that he had overheard it while passing by. Rina then asked if they were really going through with something this insane, but Shin calls them insane instead for letting Luna treat them like lapdogs. Shuji admitted he understood but said this was too much, and they needed another way. But Shin accused him of empty talk, so he revealed his plan to follow Luna, defeat the Demon King to ensure their safety. Still, Shin claimed that Luna would never listen. However, Shuji believed that gaining strength would give him the power to change things. Regardless, Shin declared he didn't need protection and told Shuji to step aside. But Shuji stood firm and declared that they would stop them no matter what. In response, Shin's group moved in to confront them. Without hesitation, Shin delivered a powerful kick to Shuji, sending him flying. With that, Shuji was shocked by the strength and speed behind it. At the same time, Shin couldn't believe that Shuji had actually withstood his strike. Unexpectedly, 2 guards arrived and asked what they were doing. Shin grew tense, but Shuji quickly responded that they were just discussing something. Hearing this, the guards told them to rest since they'd be up early the next morning. Once the guards left, Shuji turned his gaze back to Shin. Shin muttered that everything was becoming tiresome. Shuji stayed silent, so Shin said he'd had enough and ended their confrontation. At the royal capital of Digoris, the surroundings were filled with the festive atmosphere. Seeing this, Yoshi couldn't help but be in awe. However, Murray thought the crowd was a bit too much. In response, Rina pointed out that it still wasn't as crowded as Tokyo, and Yumi agreed. Soon after, the parade began. The people around quickly turned their attention toward the arriving group. Gaius then ordered them to clear the road and make way for Luna and the hero candidates. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to wonder if these were truly the ones chosen by the gods. When they saw them, cheers erupted from the spectators, so Shuji raised his hand to greet the crowd in response. Meanwhile, Shin and the others appeared visibly irritated. At the same time, Kai saw the people's faith in them as their savior, but Rin found it unsettling. With that thought, Kai turned his gaze toward the royal castle. After the parade, they were welcomed by the holy Knight Rains, who instructed them to rest. Immediately, the students quickly sank into bed and were grateful after nights on the ground. On the other hand, the girls were delighted to relax in the warm bath. Just like them, Shin's group was overjoyed to finally eat with generous portions. Elsewhere, Shuji chose to dedicate himself to training. Meanwhile, Kai continued to observe the castle closely and decided to gather some information. However, he noticed guards stationed by the door and patrolling the hallways. Realizing the risk of being caught, he decided not to move around for now. Suddenly, his attention was caught by the presence of Rains, who had been their guide earlier. With that, he decided to eavesdrop. A guard asked Rains where the hero candidates were, and he said they were likely resting. The guard then asked if the kids were chosen by the gods, and Rains said they were clearly special. Still, the guard feared bringing the heroes might provoke the Demon King's followers. Another guard agreed, noting recent unusual activity, and urged more caution. Hearing this, Kai wonders who the Demon King's followers are. Meanwhile, Rains assured them the hero candidates would protect the capital. With that, he reminded them that it was time for training and left. However, Kai's questions continued to build, so he decided to head into town. Later that night, inside a tavern, the patrons were busy with their own affairs. Suddenly, someone ordered a jug of ale and the tavern's best snack. In response, the bartender quickly complied with Kai's request. Not long after, some men said the hero candidates looked like kids, but one warned them not to let the church hear them. Hearing this, Kai guessed the church held more power than kings or nobles by how carefully people spoke about it. Soon, his drink arrived. Taking the opportunity, he asked the bartender some questions and he agreed. So Kai asked about the Demon King's followers. Hearing this, the bartender assumed Kai didn't know the country was at war with the demon army. So he said the Demon King is a terrifying monster whose power can even seduce humans. Additionally, the Demon King's followers cause chaos, like the noble's estate bombing recently. Kai then called it troubling and saw the Demon King's followers as a terrorist group. As he walked back through the city streets, he realized the hero's presence could provoke attacks, which explained the unease. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name, and it was Rin. After finally spotting him, she asked where he had been. He told her he had gone out to gather information. Concerned, she reminded him that it was dangerous to go alone and offered to help him. However, he refused and told her to be quiet, which irritated her and called out his attitude. With that, he finally agreed to let her help. After being assigned to gather info, Rin gladly accepted it. Soon, she walked away happily. Unbeknownst to her, a man in a robe had been watching her. With that, the man couldn't help but grin. After returning to his room, Kai found no useful info but confirmed a new enemy's presence. Just as he settled in, a loud noise outside caught his attention, which is unusual. After he stepped out, he saw several students gathering. When he asked what happened, they explained that Rin was missing. It was first discovered by her roommate Hano, so everyone started the search. Though unnoticed due to having no roommate, Kai knew the situation was serious. When Shuji asked if he knew anything, he denied it and claimed he had been asleep the entire time. Hearing this, Shuji began thinking. After that, he told the group Rin wasn't in the castle and urged them to search outside. Hearing this, Rina wanted to leave Rin be, but she still followed Shuji. Meanwhile, Kai knew that most people in town should be sleeping now. Regardless, he decided to check the town, and he believed Rin could still be nearby. While walking, something on the ground caught his attention. Upon inspection, he discovered it was Rin's ID. Unexpectedly, someone appeared behind him. Soon, several figures launched a surprise attack. Kai reacted immediately by countering one attacker with his knife. He then caught another's wrist and forced his blade against his comrade's neck. When one of them rushed forward again, Kai delivered a powerful kick to his head. The attacker reached for a fallen knife, but Kai stomped on his skull, which surprised the other attacker. Seeing him, Kai noted their poor coordination and lack of proper training. Moreover, they looked like clumsy civilians, and this made him question their goal. As one of the men trembled in fear, Kai demanded answers. Elsewhere, Rin was being held captive in a dungeon. Seeing her angry look, her captors mocked her attempts to fight back. Still, she remained defiant and refused to reveal anything. The captors then claimed to only want information about the hero candidates, but she refused to do so, so they tore her blouse. Seeing her embarrassed, her captors asked her if she could still continue to resist. Unbeknown to them, Kai was already nearby. After checking their status, he was surprised Rin was taken by such weak people. Regardless, he threw his knives, and it directly hit the captors' heads. Seeing her captors suddenly fall down, Rin was momentarily confused. Suddenly, he heard someone call her name, and was surprised to see it was Kai. As he freed her, she tried to apologize, but he signaled her to stay quiet first. Once released, Rin thanked him, but he suddenly felt something felt off, so he became alert and looked toward the entrance. A moment later, a figure emerged and attacked with a sword. Luckily, Kai dodged the strike with Rin in his arms. Seeing Kai dodge, Rains coldly said he'd have to kill them for real. As Kai got a better look at him, he recognized Rains as the man from the Knight's Order. Rains confirmed his identity and revealed his true title as General of the Demon King's army. With that, Kai realized the capital was full of enemies, and that the country was nearing collapse. But Rains replied that the end would come even faster once the hero candidates were dead. As Kai faced Rains, he activated his ability. After checking his status, he saw Rains had B-rank stats across the board and couldn't be underestimated. Meanwhile, Rains did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack, but Kai managed to dodge his sword. Seeing this, Rains followed up by casting fire magic. A fireball raced toward Kai, and he narrowly avoided it. Witnessing this, Kai realized that Rains has fire attribute magic, but to his surprise, Rains closed in midair where Kai could no longer dodge. In response, Kai threw a knife at him, but Rains dodged it and called it useless. Following that, he engulfed his sword in flames. With this, he declared that it was the end for Kai. Unexpectedly, Kai drew his gun. As a result, the bullet struck Rains in the forehead. After bringing Rains down, Kai looked at the gun that he hadn't planned to use for something like this, considering he had limited ammunition. Still, he admitted jumping was a fatal mistake and reminded himself to learn close combat. Just then, Rin asked if he was holding a gun. He replied it was standard assassin gear, but she found it scary that a classmate had a gun. Regardless, she still thanked him for coming to save her, but he brushed it off as coincidence and changed the topic to her domination ability. Rin then explained she couldn't use magic while chained, but now she was fine. Hearing this, he realized that the chains must have been enchanted. Moving on, he handed her coat back and reminded her that they needed to leave. Before they did, Rin told him her captors planned to attack their classmates. In response, he confirmed he heard the same from an attacker he caught. Earlier, the man had begged for his life, but Kai told him it would depend on whether he confessed. Under pressure, the man revealed they were ordered to kill the hero candidates. After hearing this, Kai asked if he had killed Rin, but the man denied it, saying she was alive and meant to be used as a hostage. Later, as they headed back, Kai was surprised Rain survived, unlike Ted, leading him to suspect it wasn't demons doing. Rin confirmed they were human zealots and couldn't believe they're not their allies. Hence, Kai warned her not to be fooled, like how she was chained after she let her guard down. Annoyed, Rin said they answered her questions, but he questioned why she wasn't suspicious. Hearing this, she finally admitted that she had been careless. Suddenly, they heard someone calling out to them. Looking up, they saw Shuji running toward them. Seeing Shuji relieved to see her safe, she quickly apologized for causing worry. Despite everything, Shuji was glad she was unharmed and asked if Kai had found her. Kai replied that they needed to talk, which made Shuji realize that something serious had happened. Kai explained that human cultists serving the Demon King were targeting the hero candidates. Hearing this, Shuji realized humans were harder to identify than monsters. Kai also agreed and suggested that everyone be reminded to stay cautious. Hence, Shuji planned to report it to Luna and hoped she'd boost their defenses. But Rin doubted Luna would act and guessed she'd leave it to them, to which Shuji agreed. Regardless, they had to regroup and inform the others still searching for Rin. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed nearby. They looked up and saw smoke rising in the distance. Moments later, a group of robed individuals surrounded them. Upon seeing them, Shuji guessed they had been waiting for this moment. Kai confirmed it and urged everyone to prepare for battle. Just like Kai's group, Yoshi's group, Rina's group, and Shin's group were also surrounded by enemies. Upon checking their status, Kai saw the enemies had lower stats than Rain's but were clearly skilled fighters. As one of them gave the command to attack, all 6 enemies charged at Kai's group. Kai then immediately signaled Rin. In response, she ordered the enemies to halt. As a result, they were suddenly immobilized. Taking the opportunity, Kai threw his knives and struck the enemies directly in the forehead. Shocked by this, Shuji reminded him that they were humans, not demons. However, Kai firmly stated that they were still enemies. When Shuji tried to object, Kai pointed out that there was still one enemy left. That's when Shuji noticed someone approaching from behind. Reacting quickly, he blocked the enemy's sword with his own. While clashing, Shuji asked the attacker why they were doing this when they were all human. The enemy simply replied that everything they did was to serve their master. Rin then attempted to help, but Kai stopped her and this confused her. Hence, he told her not to interfere since he wanted Shuji to handle it himself. With that, Shuji sprang into action and shattered the man's sword. While the attacker was surprised, Shuji gave him a chance to live if he surrendered. However, the enemy believed Shuji was mocking him and launched another attack. As a result, Shuji's arm was hit. Laughing at Shuji's injury, the man taunted him, which only frustrated Shuji more, so he retaliated by slashing the enemy down. Although the man collapsed, he was still conscious and muttered that he wasn't finished yet. Seeing this, Kai urged Shuji to end it, but Shuji intended to leave the man to die naturally. Still, Kai refused and insisted that Shuji must eliminate the threat. Shuji then asked how he stayed calm, but Kai said it was about choices. Moreover, their classmates are still in danger and need his help. With that, he asked Shuji if he valued enemies' lives over their friends' safety. Faced with reality, Shuji made his choice. After finishing off the man, he declared with resolve that he was going to save everyone. Meanwhile, in an alley, enemy bodies were scattered across the ground. At that same spot, Shin stood before the last conscious enemy. The enemy struggled, but Shin only grinned. He then struck the man with his fist, sending him flying and rendering him unconscious. Watching this, his lackeys commented on his mercilessness. Elsewhere, some enemies were still alive, so Rina launched a fireball. As a result, the men were burned alive. However, she wondered why there were so many of them. Looking around, she asked where the others were and told her team to finish off the rest. However, the girls hesitated because their enemies were human. In response, Rina asked if they wanted to die. As expected, both Mina and Yumi were attacked due to their hesitation. Seeing this, Rina questioned the humans. Suddenly, Luna appeared and asked if she should just give everyone a passing grade. Upon seeing her, everyone's attention turned to Luna. The enemies immediately recognized her as the saint. In response, Luna confirmed it while saying it was natural to help her subordinates. However, an enemy mocked her for coming alone and asked if she was insulting them by this. Unbothered, she called them foolish amateurs unworthy of being her enemies. Angered, the man ordered the others to kill her. Immediately, they charged toward Luna. But before they could reach her, she calmly smiled and muttered the word, prostrate. In an instant, the man and his allies collapsed. Soon, they realized they couldn't move, and that even trying to get up was impossible. Watching this, Rina noted that it seemed similar to Rin's power. However, Luna refused to be compared to that skill, so she stated that her own domination skill surpassed Rin's in both power and range. After hearing that, Rina asked why she had come to save them. Luna said she mentioned a passing grade but would have preferred they handled it themselves. Regardless, Rina thanked her, but Luna replied that it was her duty to protect her subordinates. Suddenly, one of the subdued enemies tugged at her dress. He then demanded attention and asked what she planned to do with them. Seeing that he was still conscious, Luna apologized. Following that, she used domination on the hero candidates as well. As a result, they were forced to raise their weapons. Without hesitation, they aimed them at the remaining enemies. One of the enemies begged for his life, but Mina was unable to resist and was forced to stab him with her own hand. Meanwhile, Kai and Rin stood nearby. They silently watched as their classmates were made to kill the enemies. Upon witnessing the event, Kai quickly realized that Luna had cast a high-level domination spell. Beside him, Rin agreed Luna's power far surpassed hers in strength, range, and control. Knowing this, he began planning countermeasures against her power. Later that night inside the castle, Shuji and the others gathered together. Among them, Kai noticed that Rina remained noticeably quiet. Suddenly, Murray approached her and asked if everyone was okay. In response, Rina revealed that many were still in shock. Hearing this, Murray agreed with her. Meanwhile, Yoshi said Luna should be accountable for forcing them to kill. After saying that, he asked Rina if she had been controlled as well. Rina confirmed it but said that moving on would be harder for the others. Upon hearing this, Shuji took the blame for being late. However, the others quickly told him not to blame himself. Even Rin admitted that they should have arrived earlier, but Kai said it wouldn't have mattered since they weren't strong enough to resist Luna. Earlier, they had split into 2 groups during the search, which allowed them to save some of the students, though not in time to help Rina's group. Still, he knew the cult would return despite losing Reigns, but something else concerned him more. With that, he called out to Rin and asked her to come with him for a moment. In response, she agreed without hesitation. Later, after they closed the door, Rin asked what he was planning to do. Kai then explained that he needed someone with similar magic to counter Luna's. After Rin agreed, she asked if he had something specific in mind. In response, he told her to dominate him first, but the request made Rin blush in shock. The day after the cult attack, the kingdom held a grand parade for the hero candidates. The event marked the capital's admiration for the candidates after fighting the demon cult. With this, Shuji and the others were embraced with open arms. Acknowledging the cheers, Yoshi and Murray waved at the crowd, while Shin simply observed them with little enthusiasm. Like him, both Kai and Rin appeared hesitant. However, Kai found the celebration too prepared and suspected Luna had planned it. If true, it confirmed his belief that she was more dangerous than she seemed. Later near the gate, the candidates were assembled. Once everyone arrived, Luna announced they would return to the Temple City Alpha. But Rin didn't know Alpha, so Kai said it was their summoned site under Luna's control. Upon learning this, Shuji asked if Luna would not be joining them. She then explained that Gaius would take over while she handled the recent incident. Hearing this, Rinan noted their old dorms were already burned down, making another girl laugh. But she stopped and noticed that some of her classmates were unusually quiet. Concerned, Rinan turned to Yumi and asked if she was alright. Yumi gave a nervous reply and told her not to worry. But Luna suddenly questioned if something was wrong. Startled by this, Yumi lost her balance. Thankfully, Rinan managed to catch her in time. As Rinan checked on Yumi, Luna watched them in silence. She then stated that she would be taking her leave. However, Rinan shouted at her to stop. Luna paused, but Yumi quickly begged Rinan to let it go and assured her that she was fine. With that, Luna gave a pleased smile and resumed her farewell. As she walked away, Shuji stared at her sharply. Kai and Shin also watched her with visibly different reactions. Not long after, Gaius reminded the group that it was time to depart. That night, the class set up camp outdoors. While the others rested, Shin and his group slipped away into the forest. Observing this, Kai commented that Shin was finally putting their plan into motion. Upon hearing this, Rin asked if they were really going to go through with it. Kai replied that Luna was no longer around and only 30 weak soldiers were stationed as guards, given that this was the best opportunity to kill Gaius, and there was no reason for him to stop them. Meanwhile, Yoshi guided Gaius through the forest, saying he'd seen a dragon-like monster nearby. As they walked, Yoshi remarked it was odd as he was sure he'd seen it nearby before. Gaius then said the area led to the capital, so if a dragon lived there, it must be reported for a hunt. Just then, Yoshi suddenly shouted and pointed towards something in the distance, so Gaius drew his sword. At that moment, Shin leapt from behind and unleashed his destructive blast. Almost caught in the attack's path, Yoshi scolded Shin for nearly hitting him. Meanwhile, Gaius managed to avoid the worst of it, but he still took damage. Enraged, he cursed Shin by calling him a bastard, but Shin simply remarked that Gaius was one tough opponent for surviving his full power attack. Determined to finish the job, Shin continued his assault. Gaius then tried to create some distance, but as Shin mocked that tough bastards were his specialty, Gaius stepped on a trap. With Shin's landmine magic, the explosion hit him directly. After that, Shin said they lured him here, so a trap was certain. Despite that, Gaius remained standing, so he noted that despite using defense mana, the attack still badly hurt Gaius. Regardless, Gaius accused him of relying on cheap tricks and admitted to underestimating him, but Shin simply thanked him and said he'd kill him no matter the tactics. Soon, the rest of Shin's group emerged and surrounded Gaius. Still, Gaius stood his ground and readied his sword. Hence, Shin gave the order for them to show no mercy on him. Realizing the situation was dire, Gaius pulled something from inside his clothes and threw it into the air. It shot upward and exploded. Watching it, Shuji wondered aloud what it was, while Rin quietly admired how beautiful it looked. But Kai immediately realized that it meant Shin had made a critical mistake. Meanwhile, the guards noticed the light in the sky and wondered if it was a distress signal. After realizing that Gaius was missing, they quickly assumed he was under attack. One guard quickly ordered the others to check the signal's location. However, he was suddenly attacked. After seeing it was Kai, the guards were caught off guard. Without hesitation, Kai held a knife to a guard's neck and declared he had to die. With that, he swiftly sliced his throat. The remaining guards rushed to retaliate, but Kai evaded their attacks with ease. Fooling that, he stabbed one of them in the head, then hurled his body into another. When that guard tried to block with his spear, Kai moved in and stabbed him in the side. Shocked, the remaining guards asked why a hero candidate would do this, but Kai raised his blade while warning there was no time for questions and mercilessly eliminated the rest. Meanwhile, Gaius was still surrounded. The other students began their assault, but he managed to block each attack, so Yoshi summoned his magic and launched a wind lance. One of his allies amplified its power with support magic. Noticing the sudden surge in force, Gaius immediately leapt away to avoid the impact. Even so, the other students chased after him. He initially thought they were slow, but to his shock, his sword broke due to the students' steel body power. Realizing this, Gaius cursed the strength of their divine protections. Before he could recover, Shin launched his next attack, which was an explosion. The blast hit Gaius hard and sent him towards the back. Now exhausted and missing an arm, Gaius was barely standing. Even then, Shin acknowledged his persistence. Suddenly, Yoshi warned that Gaius was trying to buy time using the earlier distress call, but Gaius replied that there was no longer any need. At that moment, Luna appeared and remarked that Gaius had been pushed into quite the corner, but her sudden arrival stunned Shin and his group. Meanwhile, the remaining guards were already captured and tied up. Seeing this, Shuji asked Rin what she was doing. As Rin used her domination magic, she calmly replied that she was simply following orders, but this puzzled Shuji. Meanwhile, Rina was also surprised since Rin rarely followed what others said. Suddenly, Kai arrived and explained that Rin was following his orders. However, this only confused Shuji further. Rin then reported capturing 7 guards while some escaped, but Kai assured her he handled the rest. Visibly disturbed, Shuji asked what he meant, and Kai bluntly said he killed them all. Hearing this, Rin remarked that he was as merciless as ever. However, this made Shuji question Kai's actions. Kai explained he handled the rest to avoid interference with Shin's fight. Only then did Shuji realize why Shin's group had been absent. But Rina then asked if this was the same rebellion plan they'd discussed. However, Kai replied there was no need to ask since the tied-up guards were her answer. Still confused, Shuji asked if Kai was siding with Shin, but Kai replied that he was simply doing what he wanted and told Shuji to go find Shin himself. Accepting the urgency, Shuji ended the conversation. With that, he urged the others to go and stop Shin's group. Meanwhile, Luna continued to tell Gaius he seemed to be losing. In response, Gaius admitted it was shameful but said he could no longer escape aging. At the same time, Yoshi asked Shin about their next plan. Though the situation left them with few options, Shin refused to run away. Still, the others reminded him that Luna had just been the one controlling them. In response, Luna admitted her power was less effective on those with strong mana and resistance, but relying on divine protection made them weak and easy to subdue. Hearing this, Shin called her a coward and said she couldn't win a fair fight. However, Luna just smiled. She then called his taunt cheap but said she'd handle them herself to break their resistance. However, Gaius realized she aimed to enslave them with her skill and felt it went too far. But Luna reminded him that she was the saint and, thus, she was more favored by the gods than any of them. Unexpectedly, Shin made a sudden move toward her. Seeing this, Gaius tried to intervene, but Luna signaled him to stay back. She then called upon the land beneath her. The ground rose up and struck Shin. While he was still disoriented, she called the wind next, so he was struck again and sent him flying. Fortunately, Yoshi caught him. Worried, the big student called Shin. However, Luna summoned fire, which quickly engulfed him. Immediately after, she summoned water and cast it on the other guy. As a result of the water spell, the student couldn't breathe. When the water finally burst, he passed out. Seeing this, the others were stunned. Still, Luna asked if they were finally done. However, Shin answered no. He asked if she really thought she had already won and cursed her. However, Shuji's group suddenly arrived. Looking up, he ordered Shin to stop and asked what he hoped to achieve. In response, Shin asked him not to interfere and that he hated Shuji's pacifist ways. Shuji then turned to Yoshi and asked if he shared Shin's view. Yoshi apologized but emphasized that he couldn't trust Luna anymore. After Shuji fell silent, Rina spoke up by agreeing with Yoshi. She added that if they rebelled, it'd be better to do it together. Surprised, Mary reminded her that violence wasn't the right solution. As Shuji continued to reflect, Luna noted how divided they remained even now. She then said they were already rebels and questioned if stopping now would earn forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Murray, the boys, Rina, Shuji, and Hano were all visibly shocked. Regardless, Luna summoned wind magic to blow away her enemies, but before it could strike, Yoshi countered with his own spell. Their winds collided in midair, creating a violent storm. As the others struggled against the wind, Luna smiled. Hence, Yoshi quickly realized that her magic was pushing him down. Soon, they were all engulfed by the wind. After a while, Shuji managed to escape, but Hano and the others were clearly injured. Seeing this, Shuji's concern deepened, but Shin told him to calm down and reassured him that no one had died yet. However, he warned Shuji to decide as inaction could cost everyone's lives. Hearing this, Shuji finally raised his sword, but he wasn't alone. Rina also ignited her fire magic, saying she had lost her patience, and though reluctant, Murray admitted that this was the only choice left. Together, their group prepared to confront Luna. Seeing this, Luna said she'd show them the gap in power and status. Watching nearby, Rin asked Kai what to do next. After a moment of silence, Kai said he'd act if Luna used her domination magic, but would trust the others until then. Back in the forest, silence settled over each group. Suddenly, Gaius called out to Luna. He expressed his desire to take the front lines. In response, she agreed and healed him first. His wounds began to close and his missing arm regenerated. With both hands now restored, he raised his sword and fully prepared to face Shuji's group once again. Seeing this, Yoshi expressed disappointment since they had managed to corner Gaius earlier. However, Rina said they were stronger now with their numbers and still had a chance to win. At that moment, Luna told them to attack whenever they wished and called the battle a test. But if they couldn't defeat her, she implied that they didn't deserve to be called heroes. Following her words, Shuji signaled the others and ordered them to provide cover. He then charged forward and clashed swords with Gaius. To his surprise, Shuji's sword began slicing through Gaius' blade. Gaius quickly stepped back. He then concluded that a direct sword clash would be impossible against him. Meanwhile, Luna summoned water magic. She then formed icicle arrows aimed at Shuji. Seeing this, Rina countered with fire magic, which melted several projectiles. However, Luna reminded her that more were still coming. As expected, the remaining icicles pushed forward towards Shuji. He then struck them with his sword, but one managed to hit him. Hence, Yoshi grew anxious seeing Shuji take a hit. Suddenly, the rocks began to float due to Murray's telekinesis. While on it, she scolds Luna for targeting their leader. Yoshi also responded by using his Gale Force magic. Following that, he summoned wind cutters along with Murray's rocks. Without hesitation, they hurled it towards Luna's direction. Despite their determination, their attacks were stopped by Luna's magical shield. As the rocks crashed to the ground, both Murray and Yoshi stared in confusion. Seeing this, Luna said no magic could harm someone more loved by God. Hearing this, Kai finally understood what holy divine protection meant after he had seen it listed on her status. Still, he saw her low defense and thought a physical attack could work if not for Gaius. At that moment, Gaius continued to confront Shin's attacks. After a normal kick, Gaius noted Shin seemed tired, but Shin said using full power on him would be a waste. With that, he asked Shuji to lead Gaius to him and focus on attacking Luna instead. Shuji agreed, but he's concerned that his sword might be just as ineffective as his magic. Suddenly, a sword was thrown toward him. Upon realizing who had tossed it, Shuji thanked the person. Luna then remarked that Shuji finally seemed ready for a proper fight. In response, Shuji said someone had taught him well, and he was now set on cutting her down. As Shuji charged toward her, Luna quickly cast wind cutter spells. However, Shuji dodged each one and slashed through them with precision. From afar, Rina said her magic was useless to Luna, and Yoshi couldn't help Shin up close. Frustrated, Murray plans to protect the others since they'd be a burden if they joined now. With that in mind, she turned her attention toward Shin's fight with Gaius. Meanwhile, Gaius continued trying to overpower Shin, but Shin resisted fiercely. At one point, Shin unexpectedly threw his shoe, catching Gaius off guard. As a result, Shin landed a solid hit to his stomach. Seeing Gaius stopped, Shin questioned his slow moves and noted his wounds healed, but not his stamina. But Gaius replied that Shin also couldn't rely on his divine protection anymore. At the same time, Luna began casting fireballs at Shuji, hence, he was forced to dodge rapidly. Still, he realized that he could be killed by her ranged magic. Knowing this, he began thinking of another strategy to overcome her. When the surroundings finally calmed down, Luna praised Shuji for dodging her attacks where few in the kingdom could do. However, Shuji knew dodging wasn't enough since it was one-sided unless he closed the gap. However, he couldn't rely on the others since their divine protections were useless. At this range, Luna held a massive advantage, and he needed to be faster. Suddenly, Luna was caught off guard by his movements. In response, she summoned the wind, but Shuji continued to charge forward, so she raised her hand and commanded him to fall. As soon as his body stopped moving, Shuji was filled with confusion. Still, Luna proceeded to cast fire magic and send it directly at him. Watching this, Rina and the others were clearly worried. Meanwhile, Luna noticed Shuji was unknowingly enhancing himself, so he's growing rapidly. Yet looking at Shuji's unconscious body, she concluded she still had the upper hand. Meanwhile, Shin continued to face Gaius. With his magic no longer an option, he was unsure how to defeat him. Suddenly, Gaius noticed his hesitation and launched a counterattack. Due to this, he slashed Shin across the body. With that, Shin realized he'd been holding back against a weakened old man. Gaius then said without magic, this was his limit and he is still an amateur. But Shin refused to believe he was weak after beating many foes in his world. Hence, he remembered that he is still strong even without explosions. Suddenly, he began standing again, so Gaius questioned him. Still, he continued even though the sword was slowly cutting his shoulder. Seeing this, Gaius was obviously surprised. Suddenly, Shin clenched his fist and struck him directly in the face. Due to the force, he was sent flying. As Gaius lay unconscious, Shin declared his victory. Meanwhile, Shuji remembered the classmates he had to protect, and the thought of their suffering drove him to rise again. Seeing this, Luna praised his remarkable endurance, but Shuji simply responded that the fight wasn't over yet. Still, she reminded him again that he could never reach her, but in an instant, Shuji appeared right in front of her. Before she could react, Shuji swung his sword. Although she moved back just in time, the blade still grazed her. Hence, she couldn't believe she had let her guard down, but Shuji was already behind her again. Turning quickly, she summoned water to raise an ice shield. However, it was quickly shattered by his attack. As she backed away, she finally understood what was happening. She realized he hadn't caught her off guard, but he intentionally closed the distance. Thus, she said Shuji was likely blessed with the instant movement he wanted. Yet Shuji insisted that he only wished for the power to protect everyone. Hence, he proceeds to point his sword to her neck. But Luna reminded him that he still couldn't defeat her. She then ordered him to kneel, and his body froze once more. After that, she declared she hadn't wanted to use this power, but had no choice. At that moment, Kai knew Luna had used her trump card, so he signaled Rin to act. On the other side, Luna began to envelop Shuji with magic. She admitted she hadn't planned to use enslaving magic, and that Shuji was truly impressive. Upon hearing this, Shuji could only curse in frustration. Meanwhile, the others tried to come to his aid, but Luna commanded them not to move. As a result, all of them were restrained by her domination magic. Realizing this, Yoshi voiced his helplessness. Luna then acknowledged their efforts and announced that they had earned a passing grade. After dealing with them, she turned her attention to Gaius. She felt disappointed that he lost and thinks he's replaceable, but as long as she could control the hero candidates, there would be no issue. Hearing this, Yoshi realized the outcome was decided from the start. Like him, Shuji accepted there was nothing they could do without a countermeasure. Luna then revealed she was allowed to summon them to control them if they ever threatened the Empire. But suddenly, multiple knives came flying toward her. In response, she quickly summoned the land to rise and block the attack. As the knives fell to the ground, she addressed Kai by saying she knew he'd been hiding and killed her subordinates. When Kai finally emerged, he was surprised that someone like her noticed someone as ordinary as him. Luna replied his calmness didn't match a useless ability, so she'd suspected him from the start. Still, she said it was disappointing he revealed himself in a hopeless battle. In response, Kai said he'd decide if the battle was unwinnable. Hearing this, Luna challenged him to prove it. She then immediately ordered him not to move. As the enslaving magic took hold, Kai finally experienced its effects. Luna then asked him if he now understood the situation he was in. Unexpectedly, a shot rang out, and Luna was hit in the shoulder. While holding a gun, Kai commented that he had missed because she was the Saintess. Shocked, Luna questioned how he was able to move despite being affected by her magic, but Kai casually pulled the trigger once again and she was shot. Unable to maintain her defense, she questioned Kai's weapon. Kai responded it was his world's deadliest tool, and he hesitated to use it due to limited bullets. Still, Luna composed herself and cast a fire spell. Hence, Kai was momentarily startled as the flames engulfed him. She then mocked him for letting down his guard, but to her surprise, only his robe was burning. Before she could question it, Kai pointed the gun at her to stop her next move. He then said her magic failed and she lacked close combat skills, leaving Luna confused why. But Kai claimed he didn't know why, though it was a calculated gamble. Back at that night, he had asked Rin to dominate him. After hearing this, Rin was obviously embarrassed. Still, she said she wasn't into that, and Kai asked what nonsense she meant. He informed her that he'd researched magic and found no record of enslaving magic. However, he found that when two spells clash, the one cast first takes precedence. Hearing this, she realized that using her domination skill first could override Luna's enslaving magic. Kai confirmed it, and added that divine protection was stronger than ordinary magic. Still, she thought her power was weaker than Luna's advanced enslaving magic, but he responded that it ultimately came down to proficiency. After all, her level 1 domination magic and Luna's level 3 enslaving magic are different, so he reminded her of the time Ted's domination magic overpowered hers. Back then, he assumed the demons would obey Rin, but he was wrong, so he concluded that Ted's magic had been cast first. By the same logic, Rin's domination could act as a protective layer against Luna's spell. It was a gamble that worked, and he was also testing his control under domination. In the present, Luna finally realized that Rin must have been involved. Seeing her realization, Kai confirmed he was now under Rin's domination magic. Luna dismissed it as a cheap trick, but Kai declared this was her end, so he prepared to fire. But to Luna's surprise, she was handcuffed, and this sealed her magic. Kai explained the cuffs came from the Demon King's army and could suppress her powers. In response, she asked what he intended to do. He then said he'd release her if she could send them back to their world, but replied that it was impossible since she could only summon and not return people. Using his skill, Kai confirmed she wasn't lying because her status showed no such ability. He then questioned her claim about returning home after defeating the Demon King. Luna clarified that summoning required divine power, so they relied on God. So it was God who brought them here, and completing their mission was meant to send them back. But Kai asked why she sounded unsure, so she admitted past hero candidates failed to defeat the Demon King. Still, he asked what happened to them. As others listened, she revealed that many died or went missing. Disturbed, he said he didn't want to fight the Demon King and asked why she kept it secret. But she replied they'd still have to fight once the Demon King's army attacked. Hearing this, he realized they had no choice. She then added that they still needed the Empire's support and urged him to release her. Still, Kai raised his knife and was ready to kill her, but Shuji stopped him. Kai then questioned him after thinking Shuji had resolved himself, but saw he was still naive. Shuji then explained he wanted to stay a hero candidate since Luna failed to send them back. However, Kai reminded him they were already labeled traitors, but Luna agreed with Shuji. She admitted she got carried away and promised to pretend none of this happened. Though Kai saw their point, he still believed Luna was dangerous, since once freed, she might kill Rin without hesitation. Still, Shuji chose to free Luna and make a deal to not get backlash from killing a Saintess. Hearing this, Murray agreed that being a criminal would only hinder defeating the Demon King. Though Rina also agreed, she insisted on a way to ensure Luna kept her promise. Meanwhile, Yuto sided with Kai by saying Luna couldn't be trusted and must die. Though Shuji agreed, he was worried about what would happen after Luna's death. Kai knew Shuji felt responsible for their classmates, but he was confident handling things alone. With that, he made his decision. He pulled the trigger and the bullet struck Luna in the forehead. Seeing this, Shuji froze in shock. When her body finally fell, the others finally reacted. Shuji then tried to confront Kai, but Kai threw a smoke grenade and bid Shuji farewell. When the smoke cleared, Kai was gone, so all Shuji could do was fall to his knees. Suddenly, Murray exclaimed that Kai's killing of Luna without their consent was unforgivable. On the other hand, Rina confirmed that Kai truly only thought of himself. However, Yoshi began to reflect on Kai's possible reasons. Meanwhile, Rin stared at Luna's body in disbelief, yet she remembered that this was exactly what Kai had said might happen. Earlier, Kai had told her his plan. He first plans to capture Luna and try to find a way home. If that failed, he would kill her. Hearing this, Rin agreed, but she was warned that Shuji might protect Luna afterward. And if that happened, Kai said he'd still kill Luna and then escape. In response, Rin asked if he planned to bear the sin of killing Luna alone. Kai said yes and spared Luna's men so they could blame him upon returning to the Empire. When Rin asked if it would work, he said it was her turn to use domination on them. Still, she asked what would happen to him, but all he said was that he would be fine alone. Now remembering all this, she couldn't help but think of him. Meanwhile, in a distant castle, a man spoke of God-blessed hero candidates from another world. Hence, he ignored the failed assassination report, since the heroes would still appear. Knowing this, Wimberg, who's the top demon executive, grew interested in the coming war. A few days later, Kai continued wandering through the forest. While drinking, he remembered it had been 2 days since the incident and he should be near a city. With that in mind, he decided to climb to higher ground. At the mountain peak, he spotted the city that's about half a day's walk away. Later that night, he continued walking. At the city walls, he realized a Sanctuary's killer couldn't enter through the main gate, so he threw a rope over the wall and climbed up carefully. Once inside, he began to think about earning money. That's because the coins he had taken from the guards were insufficient. As he walked around, he noticed a tavern that looked like a promising place to find work. Inside, the tavern was filled with busy patrons. When he entered, someone asked for his order, so he requested an ale and some food. Suddenly, a drunk man beside him noticed his unfamiliar face and asked if he was a traveler. Kai confirmed that he had left his hometown and was now searching for a job. The man assumed he was fleeing from the Demon King's army and expressed sympathy. Though a misunderstanding, it worked in Kai's favor, so he asked about jobs that didn't need identification. Hearing this, the shopkeeper suggested becoming an adventurer. Kai then asked what kind of tasks adventurers typically performed. The shopkeeper explained that guild jobs mostly involved beast hunts. However, the drunk man doubted Kai, but the shopkeeper thought he wasn't a novice. The man then believed since Kai traveled alone, especially Kai claimed beasts were easy. With that, Kai then asked how to become an adventurer. The shopkeeper said he could register at the city guild, which needed recruits and wouldn't ask for ID. Kai then noted the shopkeeper's knowledge, who admitted he was a retired adventurer. Setting that aside, the innkeeper handed Kai his meal. The next day, he woke up and noticed that it was already morning, so he began getting dressed. Afterwards, he thanked the innkeeper for the short notice stay and said he might stay longer. Hence, the innkeeper thanked him in return. After leaving the building, he noticed that she did not react at all upon seeing his face. But since this world lacked photos, he saw no need to stay constantly on guard. Shortly after, he arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Without hesitation, he entered the place. There, he found the place bustling with people. Ignoring the crowd, he located the receptionist's table. After approaching it, he began the registration and the receptionist said it cost 1 silver coin. After handing it over, she asked for his name, age, and place of origin. Realizing he couldn't reveal his real identity, he called himself Siren, age 17, from a town seized by the Demon King. With that, the receptionist proceeded to register his information. Still, Kai was surprised his codename could be used, so he let her finish the process. Once she stamped the paper, his registration was finalized. She then offered to explain the guild system. She said adventurers ranked F to A, with higher ranks earning more and facing harder quests. As a newcomer, he'd start at F rank and rise by completing missions. She also showed him the quest board and suggested starting with an F rank mission. After knowing this, Kai went over to the board. There, he saw that F rank tasks included gathering medicinal plants and subjugating kobolds. Curious about kobolds, he chose this mission. However, he was suddenly called out by someone. He then turned to see 3 men saying they'd never seen him and warning kobolds were too much for him. Irritated, Kai quietly questioned who these fools were. Still, Kai thanked them for the warning and asked them to leave him alone. However, they took this as arrogance. Observing this, others in the guild noticed the group was picking on another newcomer. Suddenly, the eye-patch man said Kai needed a lesson. As he moved in, Kai grabbed his wrist, leaving him stunned. But Kai just looked at him irritated. The man then ordered Kai to let go, but he couldn't move at all. Realizing this, he commanded his companions to attack. They rushed toward Kai and intended to land a punch, but moments later, all 3 of them were knocked out and Kai walked away casually. From the encounter, he realized average adventurers were much weaker than the hero candidates. Still, he remained focused on completing his quest quickly. Later, deep in the forest, Kai continued his mission. He recalled from the quest details that there should be a kobold hideout nearby. Suddenly, he spotted a set of fresh footprints, which indicated a recent presence. Following the trail, he figured out it's from an animal. While on it, he became aware of something watching him. Sensing he wasn't alone, he guessed the hidden presence was kobolds. Suddenly, a kobold emerged from behind. Luckily, Kai dodged just in time and noticed that the creature wielded a sword stolen from a human. Another kobold then appeared with a wooden weapon. As it attacked, Kai grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it into the creature's eyes. When the first kobold lunged again, Kai responded with a swift kick to its face. As it fell, he seized its sword and used it to stab the creature. Seeing this, the second kobold was confused, but Kai used the opportunity to throw a knife and successfully hit it. Now, 2 kobold bodies lay on the ground. Immediately, he activated his judgment, and the status showed they weren't a threat, so he decided to hunt them for profit. Later back at the guild, a crowd gathered around at the reception. With the cobbled ears piled up, Kai showed it as proof and asked if it was enough. The receptionist confirmed it was enough but was surprised he did it alone. Kai affirmed that he worked alone. However, tracking was slow due to his weak exploration skills, but the hunt was easy. Hearing this, some guessed he was C rank but were shocked to learn he was a beginner. Meanwhile, the receptionist began preparing his reward. Later that night, Kai idly played with his money bag. Realizing the profit in hunting weak monsters, he decided to work as an adventurer for now. Moreover, building connections at the guild would also help him gather information. However, he suddenly stopped. Looking up, he saw someone blocking his path. Hence, he asked the man if he needed anything, and since he was far stronger than the others. The man named Lyle then introduced himself as a B-rank adventurer and guild head. Hearing this, Kai asked what business he had with him. Lyle asked if he was Siren and noted he'd caused trouble earlier to his men. Kai clarified that it was Lyle's men who started the fight, but Lyle doubted him after only hearing a newbie beat his men. Seeing no point in arguing, Kai let it go. Despite that, Lyle said he wouldn't hold back and would teach Kai a lesson. He launched a punch, but Kai easily dodged. As Lyle continued his assault, Kai avoided every strike with minimal effort. Determined not to give up, Lyle attempted a high kick, but Kai struck his supporting leg, throwing him off balance and sending him to the ground. After that, Kai noted that Lyle's movements were unrefined and full of openings. Angered by this, Lyle leapt up to attack again, but Kai redirected his strike with ease. He then grabbed Lyle's arm and pinned him to the ground. He then figured Lyle lacked experience fighting humans, likely due to focusing on monsters. Still, Lyle asked why Kai bothered with his men, but Kai just said he'd explain. Later inside a tavern, Lyle loudly apologized to Kai for the misunderstanding. Hence, everyone looks at them. Lyle then looked at his subordinates and admitted that it was his own fault for believing their lies, so he ordered them to apologize, which they did immediately. But he told them to apologize to Kai, so they quickly begged Kai for an apology. However, Kai said he held no grudge and actually had a question to ask, so Lyle welcomed the question. He then explained that he was a traveler. While he had registered as an adventurer to earn money, he also had another purpose. Curious, Lyle asked what Kai was after given his unusual situation. After taking a drink, Kai revealed that he was searching for a way to travel to another world. The revelation shocked Lyle and the others. The two men questioned the possibility, then recalled the hero candidates were also from another world. Kai confirmed he meant the way to reach the hero candidate's home world, so Lyle said it likely involved magic, though none of them knew how it worked. Kai then asked if they had any leads on how to find such knowledge. Lyle responded that the sage Elba might be the person he was looking for. Noticing Kai's confusion, Lyle explained that a sage is an elf whose guidance once greatly aided their country. Upon hearing this, Kai recalled reading about such beings in books. With elves now rare and reclusive, Kai assumed the sage was one who left their forest. Lyle added Sage Elba had lived over a century, known for both wisdom and powerful magic. Hearing this, Kai recalled elves were indeed gifted in spirit magic, but if no known magic could send them home, perhaps spells might be able to do so. But one of Lyle's men doubted the sage was alive, as no one had seen or heard of him. Lyle responded casually that he didn't know the answer. With that, he apologized for not being more helpful, but Kai said it was already useful. For now, it was enough. Noting that it was getting late, he told them he would return to the inn. But before he could leave, they asked one final question. They then asked what he'd do after finding a way to another world. Kai simply replied that he would leave it to their imagination. Hence, they were left speechless as he walked away. A few days later at the guild, the receptionist handed Kai his reward. After receiving it, she thanked him for his hard work. Kai then reflected that a week had passed since the incident and he'd saved some money. Suddenly, Lyle appeared and invited him out for drinks, but Kai declined. Despite that, they told him they looked forward to seeing him again. Later on his way, Kai finally gathered more information about the sage. He learned Elba was a retired advisor living at the western border now threatened by the Demon King's forces. Hence, he set out to find the sage after not needing to stay in this city anymore. Meanwhile, at the Holy Temple of Alpha, Shuji met the man overseeing the hero candidates after the Saintess died. This man, named Henry and captain of the Holy Knights, asked Shuji if they had any complaints so far. Shuji replied there was nothing in particular and praised him for doing a good job. Pleased, Henry clarified he was simply showing respect to valuable national assets. Murray then thanked him and thought he seemed unlike Luna despite his looks. Moving on, Henry told them that the hero candidates would be mobilized. Shuji immediately asked if this meant they were being sent to the front lines. Henry confirmed it. He also noted the ongoing battles at the western border and directed them to their assigned fort. Understanding the situation, Shuji reminded Henry of their earlier agreement. Henry assured him he'd keep the promise to protect students unfit for combat. With that, Shuji thanked him at once. However, he added that those staying behind must still help out to earn their meals. Upon hearing this, Shuji thought of Yumi and agreed it was better to work than be idle. Setting that aside, Murray asked when they would depart. Henry replied that they would leave the next morning and requested that they inform the others. On their way back, Murray was relieved that Henry had accepted Shuji's request. Shuji agreed and admitted he feared his demands were too much. Murray then guessed Luna's death made the church agree easily and cautiously, to which Shuji agreed. With that thought, Murray began to wonder where Kai might be now. However, this reminded Shuji of how Kai left them. Back then when they returned, the bishop was shocked to hear the saintess was dead. Thus, he demanded to know who was responsible. Rina stated that the criminal was none other than Kai, one of the hero candidates. Hearing this, the guards were visibly shocked. The bishop then asked where Kai was now. So Rina replied that he had fled and noted that he was surprisingly fast for a traitor. The guards then discussed sending inquisitors, but needed proof the saintess was truly dead. At that moment, the bishop remarked that Kai's escape story seemed a little too convenient. Irritated by this, Shin asked what the bishop was trying to say. The bishop said he wasn't denying their story, but suspected they might have conspired with Kai to kill Luna. Hearing this, Shuji began to feel uneasy. But one of the guards shouted that he had witnessed the entire incident. He explained the hero candidates tried to protect Luna, but were no match for Kai. More guards then stepped forward and supported his claim. Hearing it from Luna's guards, the bishop accepted it and asked if Kai was really that strong. Shuji confirmed it, adding that Kai had been hiding his true strength all along. With that, asked to continue the talk in private and requested one to join him. Meanwhile, Rin stayed hidden and confirmed her domination ability had worked. Aware of her support, Shuji silently thanked her since they had narrowly avoided disaster. Back in the present, Mary tells Shuji that it's pointless to worry about Kai. In response, he agreed, but deep down, he blamed himself for Kai's sacrifice since it was his duty to protect everyone, so he clenched his fist and was determined to keep moving forward. Later in the hall, Shuji gathered the others. He announced their deployment and told all combat personnel to prepare for departure the next morning. Upon hearing this, students grew visibly nervous by the reality of facing real combat. Rina then reminded them it was too late for fear since they'd chosen the combat unit. Still, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Hano then asked if they would be sent to the front lines alone, but Shuji reassured them they were under Henry, who's captain of the 8th Night Corps. Suddenly, Rin asked if there had been any updates about Kai. Shuji said there was a bounty on Kai and ongoing efforts to find him, but no updates yet. Disappointed, Rin silently walked past him. Meanwhile, Rina shouted she didn't care if Kai was a traitor since she'd burn him if she ever found him. As Rin looked out the window, she wished Kai had taken her with him. Inside the forest, the knights and hero candidates marched toward their destination, but Shin remained alert. Soon, a girl voiced her exhaustion and asked if they could take a break. However, Mary reminded her they'd just had lunch and would likely walk until nightfall. Some boys then complained about 2 days of boring walking, hoping for excitement. Suddenly, Shin raised his hand to stop them. When asked what was wrong, he said he sensed magical beasts in the bushes. Hearing this, the group quickly became alert. Suddenly, one of the knights questioned why they had stopped. Shuji informed him that they had detected magical beasts nearby, but after seeing nothing, the knight dismissed it and told them to stay put. Offended, Shin asked him to repeat himself. He then immediately grabbed the knight by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Seeing this, Shuji quickly ordered Shin to release him. However, Shin retorted, asking why he should take orders from someone he considered worthless. At that moment, a scratching noise echoed through the forest. Hearing this, Shin released the knight just. Soon after, a group of monsters emerged. The guards identified them as sharp rabbits and ordered everyone to get ready. Immediately, the rabbits charged toward the group. One of them targeted a guard and used its sharp claws to slash at him. The impact sent the guard's sword flying and landing far out of his reach. With the rabbit standing before him, the guard froze in fear. Unexpectedly, an explosion struck the rabbit. Immediately after, Shin kicked the rabbit and crushed its head with a stomp. Seeing this, the guard and surrounding rabbits were stunned. Still, the guard expressed his gratitude, but Shin only told him to stay out of his way. Without delay, he charged into the enemy and punched the rabbits. Soon, he became more aggressive. So he went on a rampage and slaying multiple enemies. Seeing this, the others noted his strength and thought his power felt more violent than before. But despite this, Shin felt dissatisfied. In his mind, this was still not enough compared to Kai's. Back to that night when Kai had threatened Luna. He had watched Kai shoot her, and rage bubbled up inside him at the thought that it was Kai again. From the start, Shin had a bad feeling since Kai never showed any fear toward him, nor did he react to his presence at all. When Shin challenged him, he felt how strong Kai was, but after receiving the power of explosion, he wrongly thought he was stronger and felt annoyed at Kai. Back in the present, Shuji noticed Shin's bad mood and asked what was wrong. Shin dismissed the concern, but added that he just hated taking orders from those he saw as weak. At Fort Truss near the western border, guards stood ready at their posts. Inside, Captain Amelia greeted and thanked the hero candidates. She then introduced herself as the new captain of the Knights at the western border. Hearing this, Henry asked what had happened to the previous watchdog captain. Amelia said he died a week ago, and this shocked everyone. As she spoke about resting, someone came running toward them. The guards hurriedly reported that the Demon King's army was approaching. Upon hearing this, Amelia said there'd be no time to rest and that she was counting on them. In response, Shuji acknowledged it. He then immediately began issuing orders to prepare for combat. Among the group, Shin appeared to be the most eager to fight. Outside the fort, the warning bell rang as the guards spotted the demon army. Not far from the walls, a large group of demons marched forward, and their numbers were overwhelming, so the students were shocked by the size of the approaching force. Meanwhile, Henry ordered to fire and thin the enemy before they got close. The guards readied their bows, while the holy knights began channeling fire magic. As the arrows were released, flames engulfed them midair. Thus, the demons struck by them caught fire. Still, the demons refused to retreat and continued their assault. Hence, Shuji was surprised by their tenacity. Amelia then said the attacks wouldn't work since demons had much greater stamina. Knowing this, Shuji asked what they should do next. In response, she told him to obey Henry while she led the 4th Knights into battle. Hearing this, Henry meant to wish them Godspeed but saw they had already moved out. But Shuji was puzzled by this, so Rina revealed that others were already on the battlefield, and this surprised him. At the battlefield, explosions shook the area, but the demons looked around in confusion. Shin then appeared before them, and along with the other students. Seeing them, the demons mocked them for rushing into battle recklessly. But Shin responded with an explosion and declared that he didn't care whether they were demons. That's because he simply intended to erase them from existence. Meanwhile, the outer wall had begun to collapse. It created an opening through which the demons broke in. One of them easily struck the guards, while another demon prepared to strike with his axe, but before he could attack, he was beheaded. While the guard was stunned, he realized it was Shuji who had saved him. Soon after, more demons charged toward Shuji. Without hesitation, he extended his sword and slashed them down in one swift motion. Following that, he reminded himself he could do it since the power in him was still growing. He then told the class they could win and urged them to fight without fear. Hence, the students responded with a shout of agreement. Without hesitation, Shuji charged into the enemy lines. He knew hesitation would shake his classmates, so he had to lead with confidence. Moreover, Kai had already shown him the cost of being naive. Like Shuji, Mary encourages the others to fight. Rina also joins with her fire magic and burning nearby demons. Meanwhile, Rin used her domination ability to control the demons' actions. With that, the class fought with everything they had. Seeing the demons retreat, the guards were amazed by the hero candidate's strength in overwhelming the enemy. With that, Henry ordered the knights and guards to help push the demons back. In response, the soldiers roared in agreement. Later after the battle, the field outside the walls was strewn with demon corpses. Shin, Shuji, and the others stood amidst the silence. Suddenly, Amelia declared the battle won and the demon army had been defeated. Hearing this, everyone cheers throughout the battlefield. As the sun began to set, Shuji stood quietly. Suddenly, Henry walked up and asked how his first real battle went. Shuji admitted it was tough, and he lost focus, so he was unable to give clear orders. Even so, Henry said he did well, and the victory was thanks to everyone's efforts. However, he warned Shuji to stay alert because the enemies today were only low-level demons, and while small in number, the high-ranking demons were in a league of their own. Hearing this, Shuji promised to keep that in mind. Meanwhile, inside a demon fortress, a subordinate apologized for their defeat. Hearing this, the highest executive of the demon army named Stone clenched his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, in the western forest of Echo, Kai continued his journey. As he walked, he figured he was near the forest's edge and close to finding the sage. Just then, he noticed something nearby. Multiple red strands suddenly lashed toward him, and he managed to dodge it. After observing it closely, he realized that it was not a strand but a tongue. Looking around, he saw a group of baboons with long tongues. Using his ability, he examined their status. After dropping his bag, he decided to prepare for battle, although their stats were mediocre. One of the baboons then moved and extended its tongue toward him. Kai dodged swiftly, but another creature appeared in front of him. Before it could strike, he jumped away. Soon, all 3 baboons surrounded him. One of them used its tongue again, but Kai sliced it in half, so the creature let out a painful scream. Without hesitation, Kai kept slashing at the exposed tongue. As he neared, the baboon tried to strike, but he dodged, so he called it slow and responded by slashing its body. With that, the creature collapsed to the ground. Seeing their companion fall, the remaining baboons grew nervous, so Kai mocked them and offered to come after them instead. Moments later, their bodies also dropped to the ground. Looking at them, Kai suspected he was nearing the Demon King's land as monsters increased. Or maybe it was just too far from cities for knights and adventurers to patrol. Regardless, he knew stronger beasts lurked deeper and planned to stay alert. Eventually, he reached Mount Urugano, a natural barrier against the Demon King's army. From where he stood, he saw Reaper Wolf Mountain's peak, where the sage was said to live. As he continued walking, he recalled a small village at the mountain's base. After some time, he finally arrived at his destination, but he was stunned by the sight before him. The village at the base of the mountain was engulfed in flames. As he ran toward it, he suspected the demon army had attacked the village. Within the village, demons were scattered, while some were mercilessly killing the villagers. Seeing this, Kai recalled it was far from the front, but nowhere seemed safe now. Suddenly, one demon asked Hector their next move, while another urged them to continue the massacre. But Hector ordered them to stop and proposed enslaving the remaining humans. In addition to that, he asked if they had gathered any information about Elba. The second demon then confirmed that the sage was now at Wolf Mountain's peak. Hearing their intel matched the report, Hector grew frustrated. Gazing at the mountain, he said finding the sage was top priority and they'd climb after resting. The second demon then warned it was home to untamable Reaper Wolfens. But the first demon asked why, so the third said domination magic failed on smart beasts. The second demon then said a heavenly king once tamed a dragon, but they couldn't. Knowing that they lacked magic, Hector said they had to fight head-on. In response, the other demons shouted in agreement. Observing this, Kai concluded that the group appeared to be well organized under, and based on the status board, Hector seemed to be a high-ranking demon. So he noted that if Hector held such a rare rank, facing him directly would be risky. Suddenly, Hector sensed that someone was watching them. Although he saw nothing, he still ordered his subordinates to search the area. As Kai silently moved away, he noted that Hector's senses were exceptionally sharp. The other demons then began urging him to come forward. Fortunately for Kai, stealth were his specialties, so he remained undetected. But nearby, he noticed a group of captured villagers. Still, he chose not to intervene. Continuing his path, he quietly apologized and focused on reaching the sage first before the demons. For that reason, he had to climb the mountain as soon as possible. Later at the peak of Wolf Mountain, Kai successfully reached the top. After glancing back, he spotted a trail likely used by wild beasts and followed it. However, the view was unclear and the ground was unstable, so he moved cautiously. Soon, he felt a strange presence nearby. As he walked further, he wondered if he had encountered the rumored wolfen around. Soon, more unseen creatures gathered and their presence was overwhelming. Suddenly, one of the wolfens let out a loud howl. Immediately after, several wolfens charged at Kai from different angles. Acting quickly, Kai jumped to evade one of them and landed on a tree branch. From there, he realized these were the magical creatures behind the mountain's disappearances. Using his judgment ability, he looked at the wolfens and checked their status. Just then, one of them lunged at the tree, causing it to crack. Furthermore, the impact destabilized Kai's footing. As the leaves began to fall, he grabbed one and reinforced it with mana. With precision, he threw it at the attacking wolfen. As a result, the leaf sliced the beast's body in half. After landing back on the ground, Kai faced more incoming attacks. One of the wolfens lunged toward him, but he casually punched it. So before the second wolfen could attack, it was hit by the dead wolfen. As a result, it was also killed in the collision. Seeing their fallen comrades, the remaining wolfens grew more enraged. Meanwhile, Kai found that using mana enhanced his physical abilities greatly. After all, Luna said their mana was weak from over-reliance on innate abilities, and this made them vulnerable to enslavement magic, but he vowed to master mana. That's because he believed better control would boost his strength and magic resistance. And even if not as strong as divine protection, it was still a vital skill. So as he cut another wolfen, he vowed to train mana control as he climbed. Soon after, he faced the entire pack and walked straight through them. Before they could react, he had already reached the leader of the pack, but the other wolfens were stunned to see Kai bypass them. Meanwhile, the leader attempted to bite him, but Kai quickly struck first and sliced the beast's body. After the leader fell, he looked back at the remaining wolfens, but they already turned away and fled. Nevertheless, he thought this experience had been a valuable lesson. With that in mind, he continued chasing after the retreating wolfens. While pursuing them, he noticed something strange about their movements. He saw a faint figure move just ahead of each wolfen. Observing it closely, he realized it was predicting the trajectory of their actions. As if to confirm it, one of the wolfens moved exactly as the figure had. Another figure then soon appeared towards him, so he retreated quickly. Following that, he struck the figure with precision, and a moment later, the real wolfen overlapped with it. As a result, Kai's blade sliced clean through its body. From this, he concluded that he had developed the ability to see 1 second into the future. Suddenly, the remaining wolfens began to hesitate, so he ordered them not to run away just yet and invited them to continue helping with his training. After a while, their lifeless bodies were left scattered on the forest floor. Using his ability, Kai confirmed he gained the skill foresight that showed the near future. Additionally, his judgment ability evolved with weakness detection and revealed all in sight. Despite that, using so much power had taken its toll. Feeling the fatigue, he decided to take a break since he was also now close to reaching the peak. However, a sudden noise caught his attention. Alarmed, he immediately suspected that the demon army had arrived, so he chose to press forward without delay. Meanwhile, near the mountain's peak, the demon army had cornered a girl. Hector faced her and noted her persistence as fitting for the sage disciple. But the girl narrowed her eyes and was alert. Hence, Hector coldly declared that her time was up and ordered his subordinates to kill her. Hearing his words, the elven girl couldn't believe her life would end here. Suddenly, the demon began launching an attack. As she shut her eyes in fear, the sound of blood splattering echoed around her. Unexpectedly, Kai intervened and saved her. Still disoriented, she realized that her savior was a human. With that, the demon began questioning Kai's identity. However, Kai remained silent, but he only looked at them and noted that there were 10 soldiers present, including a high-ranking leader. But suddenly, the elven girl asked why he had saved her. Kai then responded by asking if she was the disciple of Elba. In response, she confirmed it. So in turn, Kai stated that he had business with Elba, which served as his reason for helping her. As he glanced at her, he observed that she was a half-elf and possessed spellcasting abilities. Meanwhile, Hector declared Kai an enemy regardless of his identity, so he ordered his soldiers to kill both of them. But Kai chose to protect the girl and hoped to earn a favor from Elba. To do so, he needed to defeat the demon attackers first. Suddenly, a blue demon leapt forward and charged at him, so he activated his foresight ability and spotted the demon's shadow. Thus, it allowed him to dodge the assault. As he studied the shadow, another one emerged behind him, but he easily caught the green demon's arm. Seeing this, the demons were shocked, as the weapon was too large for a human to handle. Yet Kai effortlessly sliced through their ranks. Witnessing his strength, the remaining demons stood in disbelief, but they didn't know Kai was unbeatable with foresight, though it had a time limit. Seeing the strategy fail, Hector told his men to stop charging and use magic instead. The demons agreed and began conjuring magic circles. After that, they unleash a barrage of magical bullets. Witnessing this, Kai realizes for the first time what magic truly looked like. However, the elven girl then began chanting a spell. By summoning the sylph wind spirit, she created a gust that deflected the incoming magic bullets and trapped them in a whirlwind. Once the wind subsided, Kai wondered if the spell was a spirit-based technique unique to elves. She then confirmed it and thanked him since the spirits could rest for a moment. Meanwhile, Hector decided to join the fight after seeing the battle turn against them as he approached. Kai called out to the elven girl. He asked her to prevent the others from interfering since he intended to kill their leader. She quickly agreed but told him to stop calling her elf and use her name Mare. After dropping his stuff, he placed his trust in her as the disciple of the sage. Without delay, he charged into the battlefield, but this made Mare remind him once again to use her name. Ignoring her, Kai clashed with Hector, but his initial attack was halted by Hector's blade, so he quickly stepped back. After gaining distance, he launched a series of strikes from every direction. Despite this assault, Hector remained unmoved, so Kai struggled to break through. Eventually, Hector spotted an opening in Kai's side, so he slashed his sword in that direction. After that, Kai swiftly retreated. Hector then remarked he hadn't expected Kai to predict his charge, but he's certain the wound was clearly serious. With that, Kai realized he'd have died without foresight against this high-ranking demon. Still, Hector admitted Kai might have beaten him if he weren't human. Determined, Kai activated his judgment ability. He then found Hector's strength, senses, and level 5 swordsmanship left him at a clear disadvantage. Acknowledging this, he prepared to try a different approach. Meanwhile, Hector decided to advance toward Kai. As he charged, Kai detected the movement of his shadow, so he quickly created distance. However, Hector continued to pursue him and swung his sword. As a result, it strikes Kai's arm. Hence, Kai realized foresight meant little if he couldn't match his opponent's speed and strength. Suddenly, Hector asked if all he intended to do was run away. In response, Kai drew his gun and fired. Seeing this, Hector blocked the bullets with his bare hand, so Kai realized that his reflexes were fast enough to track the speed of the shots. Still, some damage had been inflicted. Furious, Hector questioned the strange weapon Kai had used. Following that, he charged again, so Kai fired once more. But Hector dodged while shouting he could see the attacks, and warned Kai not to underestimate him. With his bullets depleted, Kai resorted to throwing knives. In response, Hector deflected them with his sword. Amid the confusion, Kai discreetly tossed another object toward him. Hector caught sight of the device and stared at it with suspicion, but Kai just stared at it, so he also did the same. Suddenly, it landed near him and detonated. Hearing the explosion, the other demons became concerned for him. However, Mare ordered them not to interfere. As she observed Kai, she found herself questioning his identity, since despite being a mere human, he was holding his own against a high-ranking demon. Meanwhile, Kai began to raise a knife. That's because he was out of ammo now, and the grenade was his last explosive. But as expected, this alone was not enough. Suddenly, Hector angrily shouted about the strange tools Kai used in battle. Following that, his growl sent a chill through both Kai and Mare. Without warning, Hector leapt toward him, but Kai barely managed to evade the attack. Realizing he could not continue fighting like this, he decided to use another skill. Hence, he began analyzing Hector's movements and focused on his shadows once more. After that, he activated his weakness detection, and this pointed to a vulnerable spot, which is Hector's neck. Knowing this, he moved in with precision and aimed directly at Hector's future weak point. As he bled, Hector was obviously stunned. After that, Kai confirmed foresight and weakness detection were powerful but mana-draining. Soon, the fatigue overwhelmed him, so he dropped to his knees after being completely out of mana. Meanwhile, the surrounding demons realized their captain had fallen, but seeing Kai exhausted, they prepared to strike him down. Hearing this, Mare wanted to intervene, but the spirits she relied on were already at their limit. Just as the demons charged, a voice called upon the fire spirit. Flames then erupted around them and engulfed the group in fire. Seeing the flames, it reminded Kai of Rina's power, but it's a different level. Suddenly, another elf appeared beside Mare and apologized for arriving late. Recognizing her, Mare immediately addressed her as Master. At that moment, Kai looked towards her. There, he realized that this was the sage Elba. With that, Elba turned to him and expressed her gratitude for protecting her disciple. Kai then responded that it was coincidence, and then asked if she was the sage. She confirmed it but said she was now just old bones. Though Kai is unable to use judgment, he knew he stood no chance and chose to be honest with her. Seeing him stand up, Elba asked if he had business with her. In response, he admitted that he did. She then agreed no one came without purpose, and offered to answer his questions in thanks for saving her disciple. However, Mare urged her to head home first since the blood might attract wolfens. Agreeing to this, Elba invited Kai to come with them so he could rest as well, and he quickly accepted the offer. As he watched them, he finally realized the risk to save her disciple had paid off. Later, after they arrived home, Mare went to take a bath. Kai then glanced around and asked Elba why they were living in such a remote place. She said her main reason was to return to nature, and that humans still exploited her even in retirement. Hearing this, Kai agreed that the area was really not easy to reach. Still, some skilled individuals still found her, but she never turned away those who came in good faith. Hence, Kai told her he was a hero candidate tasked with defeating the Demon King. Hearing this, she realized he was a third-gen hero and hadn't expected the summoning was already done. But the mention of the third generation caught Kai's attention. That's because he recalled Luna hinting at past hero summoning. Elba then explained the second summoning was 4 years ago, and the first was 10 years ago. Both past hero groups were wiped out by the Demon King, so the summoning ritual was sealed. Still, Luna planned a third summoning, but Elba opposed entrusting a nation to outsiders. In response, he said already killed Luna, so another summoning shouldn't be possible. However, she doubted he killed her that easily, so he then emphasized that there are many ways to kill a human, even with a difference in skills. Hearing the truth, Elba found it ironic Luna died by her own pawn and said she deserved it. With that, she then understood Kai's wish to return home. However, she revealed that her spells could not send them back, which surprised Kai. Knowing this, he asked for clues, but she said return magic was impossible and long forgotten. He then said Luna told him the same, and concluded they still had to kill the Demon King. Hearing this, she agreed it was possible and demon arts might also be useful. Hearing about demon arts, he began to consider investigating that next. With that, she apologized for not helping but promised to inform him if she learned anything. Suddenly, she expressed her belief that he might be the one to kill the Demon King. However, Kai said he didn't want such troublesome work, but if there was no other way, he would do it. Hearing this, Elba was stunned by his words. She finally felt he was unlike other heroes, as if raised in darkness and cold. Moving on, Kai thanked her and asked to be contacted via the guild if she learned anything. Meanwhile, she began thinking about entrusting Mare to him. After a while, the bathroom door opened and Mare appeared looking refreshed. She then slumped on the couch and told Kai to bathe since he's filthy from the climb and fight. Hearing this, Kai agreed and accepted her offer. Suddenly, Elba made a suggestion, so Kai asked what it was. Hence, she proposed that he bring her disciple along on his journey. Hearing that, Mare quickly asked if she meant her, so Elba replied that she was her only disciple, and the suggestion was based on Mare's goal. Mare then looked at Kai, but he immediately refused since he didn't need a noisy girl. In eastern Beldorna, near the Daeger's front lines, Kai and Mare continued their journey. As they walked, Kai found the weather pleasant despite tales of the demonic land's harsh climate, but Mare explained they were in former Holy Kingdom land, and harsher weather lay deeper in Veldorna. Hearing this, he remembered again the demon army's invasion. Moving on, Mare mentioned Neutrat City that is now the demon army's new front line, and since this is their destination, it would take them about 2 days on foot to reach it. Curious, Kai asked what had happened to the people who once lived there. Mare then said half the people died, the rest enslaved, with only a few escaping over the mountain. Hearing this, Kai looked at her with a newfound appreciation. He realized she knew more than he thought, and was glad he brought her. Back then, he had once refused her company because she was too talkative, which had made her angry at the time, so Elba stopped him as Mare's inherited knowledge was invaluable to a newcomer like him. In response, he then asked what Mare would gain from accompanying him. While gently patting Mare's head, Elba said Mare was smart but lacked experience after spending most of her life studying, so she wanted to send her but feared the dangers of going alone. But he wondered why she entrusted Mare to him instead of taking her herself. In response, she explained that her limits were nearing despite looking young, but then Kai appeared and saved her disciple's life. Hearing this, Mare appreciated Elba's concern. With that, Kai warned the journey was dangerous and he'd leave her if she became a burden. Elba then reminded Mare of his words and entrusted her with the right to choose her path. Faced with the decision, Mare declared that she would go with him. Back in the present, Mare was already feeling exhausted, so Kai reminded her that they had only been walking for a single day. Hence, she told him not to expect much from a spellcaster's body. Knowing that, Kai dropped his bag to get some rest. Suddenly, Mare brought up what he had said earlier about leaving her behind if she slowed him down, but he said he wouldn't leave her for that, and told her to hurry and set up camp. Hearing this, she responded with a quick yes. Later that night, they camped outside. While she ate, Kai couldn't help but look at her. He then reminded her that the journey would soon become more dangerous, and he wouldn't hesitate if it meant returning home, but Mare had no real reason to follow him. Still, he didn't think Elba was lying, so he figured Mare had another reason. Hearing this, she suddenly paused. She admitted that she just felt she'd been through a lot. With that, she revealed that she used to live in an elven village, which was destroyed by the demon army. But Kai was surprised since he thought the war was just between humans and demons. However, demons wiped out many races, like killing her parents and brother. However, she survived because her father used himself as bait to distract the demons. After the attack, Elba found her and made her a disciple. But Kai told her he wasn't interested in her past, and only in her goal. Hence, she revealed that she became a spellcaster to gain power to kill demons. Hence, all her training and knowledge over the past 10 years was for revenge, and she swore to kill the one who murdered her family with her own hands. Hearing this, Kai asked for the name of the demon. She then said it was Wimberg, the Wind Heavenly King and a top demon leader. Realizing her goal was Wimberg, Kai said he had no reason to fight demons for now. In response, she explained Elba had never let her travel until now. But after meeting him, Elba gave her permission even though she didn't know why. So for the time being, she would follow his lead. In response, he said he understood her situation. Back then, Elba entrusted Mare to him and believed he could handle her. Now he realized Mare might have died chasing revenge alone without a direction. Suddenly, Mare apologized for bringing up such a heavy topic. She also assured him she wouldn't drag him into her revenge, since it was hers to face alone. With that, Kai ended the conversation so they could rest for the next day. Knowing that, Mare told him she'd summon spirits to watch for monsters. Later that night, Kai suddenly sat up from sleep. He began thinking about the 4 heavenly kings of the demon army. Hearing someone snoring, he realized it was Mare. Later outside, he reflected that a stronger demon now awaited him, but if they were going to fight him, they would need to grow stronger first. Still, he shook off the thought since it wasn't something to worry about yet. At Daeger's western border, a bald man shouted in frustration for needing to repeat again, so he stressed that now was the perfect time to attack with the hero candidates ready. Another man then responded by asking where the offensive should begin. In response, Amelia pointed to the map. She proposed attacking Fort Arliss to reclaim it and push back the enemy. However, Henry thought the sudden shift from defense to offense was too abrupt. Hearing this, the bald man asked if Henry was afraid despite having hero candidates under him. But Henry just simply stared back in silence. And though Amelia agreed with him, she said the enemy likely underestimated them, so a surprise attack would work. With that, she turned to Shuji and asked whether his body had fully recovered. Shuji confirmed that it had, and he would take up his sword if ordered to fight. Later on their way, Henry couldn't believe the plan was set for tomorrow and how unusually aggressive Amelia was. Hence, Murray questioned their confidence in the plan's success. Shuji then replied it was the right time to strike, as the enemy was still regrouping. Henry then said their power explained the overconfidence, but they still had to follow orders. Realizing this, Murray understood that they had no real choice in the matter. Still, Henry promised support and urged their comrades to rest for the mission's success. Despite his calmness, Shuji felt uneasy but knew there was no turning back. At Fort Arliss's outskirts, Shuji and the group took position and stayed hidden. Suddenly, Rina questioned the timing since a surprise attack would have made more sense at night. Henry then explained that demons could see in the dark, so they would be at disadvantage. Suddenly, Shuji reminded them their goal was to defeat the enemy leader while the main force caused a distraction. Knowing that their target was a high-ranking demon, Shuji chose to lead and told them to buy him time if separated. In response, the class agreed to his plan. Suddenly, a soldier told Henry the main force was ready to begin, so Henry gave the order to proceed and Shuji's group immediately moved out. Soon after, the knights and soldiers launched their assault and breached the fortress. Spotting them, a demon scolded them for their audacity. In response, Amelia beheaded him and commanded the others to annihilate the rest of the demons. Unbeknownst to them, someone inside the fortress was secretly observing. Meanwhile, Shuji and his team began their infiltration, but the demons quickly noticed them, so Shuji drew his sword and swiftly cut them down. Seeing this, his classmates praised his skill. However, Henry told him to stay alert in case the enemy leader was nearby. Just then, a group of demons blocked their path, and another group appeared behind them. Seeing they are surrounded, Shuji's classmates turned to him for instructions, but Henry stepped in to handle the rear while they advanced. After Shuji agreed, he called for Rina. However, Rina had already begun summoning her fire. Following that, she burned the demons ahead of them, while Shuji continued slashing those that remained. Soon, the entire class was fighting their way through while advancing. Eventually, they reached a large door. As they opened it, Shuji was stunned by what he saw inside. A tall, elderly demon stood before them. One of the students then asked what kind of monster they were facing. With that, Shin questioned whether this was their leader. The demon introduced himself as Stone, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army. Rin then was confused by the title, but Murray said it was probably just a name. However, Shuji knew it wasn't, since the pressure Stone gave off was anything but ordinary. As he drew his shield, Stone invited them to show him their strength. Hence, Shuji ordered everyone to prepare for battle, but he also reminded himself not to be afraid, since the sacrifice of the main force would mean nothing if they lost here. With that, Shuji's group faced off against Stone. Suddenly, Stone placed his palm on the ground, and a magic circle appeared around him. As Shuji and Rina remained stunned, the soil beneath them began to shift. From the disturbed earth, monsters emerged. Seeing this, they realized they were golems. Surrounded by his creations, Stone smiled and commanded them to eliminate Shuji's group. Hence, Shuji immediately instructed Yudo to hold the golems back. With that, Yudo responded by launching wind cutters. The sharp gusts of wind struck one golem, slicing off its hand and head. Meanwhile, Shin rushed forward and delivered a punch, then followed it with an explosion spell. As a result, the force shattered the golem's upper body. With that, Shin said slow-moving golems were no threat no matter how many. But Stone remained silent. Moments later, the severed parts of the golems began to glow and rise into the air, so Shuji grew confused. Soon, the broken golems reassembled and stood once more. Seeing this, Shin realized that they were regenerating. Suddenly, a nearby golem raised its arm to strike Shin, but he managed to evade the attack. Meanwhile, his allies began to charge at a golem and began attacking it. As they continued, one successfully severed a golem's hand, but the creature quickly counterattacked with its other arm, so the student froze in shock. But Rin intervened and ordered the golem to halt. As it paused, another student charged with his spear and stabbed its body. After that, he began to mock it. However, the golem raised its fist and punched him directly. Seeing this, Mary quickly used rocks and hurled them at the golem. With that, she successfully defeated it. However, she noticed something. She saw the defeated golem begin to regenerate once more. Hence, Shin concluded that there seemed to be no end to them. Amid the chaos, Yudo recalled a similar scenario from a manga, so he reasoned that eliminating the summoner would be the best course of action. With that, he urged the others to leave the golems to them. Hearing this, Shuji and Shin then turned their attention to Stone. Immediately, Shuji rushed through the swarm of golems. However, Stone thinks that they seem to be underestimating him, so he activated more magic circles. From it, multiple rocks shot upward and then aimed toward Shuji. Shuji attempted to dodge, but the rocks relentlessly pursued him. Surprised by this, he tried to defend himself with his sword as the rocks struck him, so the others watched with concern. Still, Shuji managed to endure the attack and reassured them that he was unharmed. Suddenly, Shin approached Stone from behind. While on it, he thanked Shuji for distracting Stone. With that, he unleashed an explosion. Witnessing this, the others wondered if Shin killed Stone. However, a ground shield had been raised just in time to block the attack. Following that, the shield strikes Shin and renders him unconscious. With that, Stone remarked on the weakness of their efforts. Meanwhile, as Shuji's group fought Stone, Kai reached Neutrat. In the sewers, Mei remarked on Kai's odd choice to infiltrate through such filth. In response, Kai asked her to be patient since they would soon reach the city's underground sector. Moreover, the enemy had night vision and tight security made the front gate useless. After saying that, he motioned for her to climb the ladder. After a while, they emerged above ground. However, Kai immediately sensed something, so they quickly hid behind a barrel. Moments later, 2 demons passed by and one of them began to complain that he was tired. The blue demon then questioned his attitude since serving the witch was an honor. But the purple demon replied that serving the witch wasn't earned, so he lacked motivation. Hence, the blue demon called him skilled but rude, while the purple one complained about being yelled at. Nevertheless, they both agreed with it. Once the coast was clear, Mare alerted Kai. Kai began to remember the witch known as the Princess of the Demons and Governor of Neutrat. Mare confirmed that she was called the Witch of Space and was currently Kai's target, since according to Elba, a space-controlling witch in Neutrat might grant Kai's wish. However, Kai knew approaching her without a plan would likely start a battle. When Mare asked what to do, he said they needed info first and she had to follow his lead. In response, she agreed without hesitation. Later, at the city's market, they observed that the area was filled with demons, and each of them were preoccupied with their daily routines. Watching this, Mare said it was a bit disappointing they lived such normal lives. In response, he said living like humans is expected if they have intelligence and can talk. After that, he pointed in a particular direction. In that area, humans were being ordered around by demons. Suddenly, one of the demons struck a human for slacking off during work. Witnessing this, Mare was shocked to see humans being treated as slaves, but this reaction made Kai question why she appeared so surprised. After all, she already knew about the enslavement of humans by demons. Mare acknowledged this but expressed disbelief at the sight of such cruelty. So looking at the way demons tortured humans, she called this madness. As Kai turned to her, he suddenly sensed something unusual. A girl had appeared and calmly stated that they were not demons. Startled by her sudden presence, he quickly asked when she arrived and drew his knife after failing to detect her. In response, she asked him not to be on guard since she had no intention of fighting. He then demanded to know her purpose and how she found their location. Watching her, he realized no one should approach him unnoticed, so he suspected demonic arts. The girl revealed she'd been searching for them since they'd broke her detection barrier, but Mare noted that there was no trace of mana residue. So the girl replied that with her demonic art of space, there was no place she could not see. Upon learning this, Kai activated his skilled judgment. As he looked at her status, she introduced herself as Sable, the 5th princess of the Veldora demonic kingdom. Hearing that, he was surprised to realize who she was. Suddenly, Sable warned she'd call soldiers and asked their purpose since she doubted they were spies. Kai saw fighting was risky and chose to negotiate by saying the explanation would take time. But Sable did not mind since she was only passing time out of boredom. After hearing his story, she learned that his goal was to return to his original world. He confirmed it, saying he'd heard space magic might work and asked if it was possible. Sable then confirmed that it was, which greatly surprised him. Hence, he felt lucky to meet her since she didn't seem to hate humans like other demons. However, Sable said it required his home world's coordinates, which she didn't know. Seeing his confusion, she clarified that without the coordinates, sending him back was impossible. Upon hearing the explanation, he began to ask if there was a way to locate it. She then explained that countless parallel worlds exist, making the right one hard to find. As he listened, his new Eye of Truth skill confirmed she was not lying. She also added his body had limits because he came under a god's protection, so it was essentially impossible for her demonic arts to breach that protection. Knowing that, he said it might be the gods' will that they can't return home unless the Demon King is defeated. She then replied uncertainly and admitted she didn't know its full extent. Realizing this, he accepted there were no shortcuts. Hence, killing the Demon King was his only option. Seeing the shift in his expression, she observed that he seemed to have made up his mind. He then admitted he hoped demonic arts could send him home, but knew it wouldn't be simple. Setting that aside, Mare wondered why the demon princess was cooperative. As Sable opened a portal, she revealed the kingdom's divided factions and her own motives. Seeing this, they prepared themselves for a possible confrontation. But Sable simply stepped through the portal and warned them that escaping from the city would be difficult. After that, she then vanished. Hence, Mare sighed relief after fearing it might have been her end. Meanwhile, Kai realized they stood no chance against Sable's strength. Thus, Mare was grateful Sable wasn't hostile, and Kai agreed but warned misfortune likely awaited. Hearing this, she asked him not to jinx the situation. Suddenly, they heard noises coming from outside the window. Looking out, they heard demons shouting that human spies had infiltrated the city. Mare then questioned if they had been discovered, but Kai noted that this happened just after the witch had left. So Mare speculated Sable alerted them, but found it odd that the warning came only after her return. Kai then said they'd never understand the witch's mind and urged them to leave immediately. Outside, they began to flee across the rooftops. Meanwhile, the demons continued their search and were still unable to locate them. Seeing the enemy's deployment, Kai realized they were on high alert, so they couldn't stay any longer. However, he suddenly stopped. He then grabbed Mare and pulled her down. At that moment, he sensed a mana nearly matching or exceeding the witch's. Suddenly, another demon appeared. Seeing him, Mare quickly recognized him as Wimberg. Kai then asked her what she said. As she stared intensely, she was stunned to find him here and glad she followed Kai. Hearing this, Kai asked if that was the one she had sworn revenge against. She then confirmed it was Wimberg, a vassal of the Demon King. Kai immediately activated his judgment ability and saw that Wimberg was indeed powerful. So he warned Mare to stay calm since it would be insane to fight here. Knowing that, she assured him that she knew. Hence, he reminded her to move carefully since wind magic is good at detection. Unbeknownst to them, a current of wind had already passed near Mare. Meanwhile, Wimberg asked his subordinates if there were truly intruders. When they confirmed it, he admitted it had only been a hunch at first, but if intruders were present, they would be crushed. He also added the hero candidates were spotted up front, so they needed to stabilize here. A purple demon then asked if Wimberg should stay in the rear since he'd do better up front, but Wimberg said he preferred his current post and left the physical work to others. Suddenly, his wind returned to him, and he confirmed the presence of intruders. When asked how he knew, he explained that the wind's flow told him, so he noted that though the intruders moved carefully, they couldn't escape his search wind. Impressed, the demon said wind detection was a tough skill, and he was always amazed by it. But Wimberg told him to stop the flattery and ordered the pursuit units to be mobilized. After that, Wimberg found it amusing that the witch let the intruders pass, and thought it might get entertaining. Meanwhile, Mare and Kai continued their escape. Suddenly, Kai signaled Mare to stop. Ahead of them, several demons continued searching the area nearby. Seeing this, Kai realized the demons noticed their movement but couldn't pinpoint their location. Suddenly, Mayor said the wind had moved oddly for a while and the spirits seemed restless. From this, Kai concluded that a wind element search skill was in effect. She then said she could disrupt the unnatural wind but it would reveal their location. Hence, they chose not to risk it since being discovered would leave them vulnerable. As the demons kept searching, Kai and Mayor pressed on. Eventually, they were found. Realizing this, Mayor apologized, but Kai dismissed it since they could use landmarks to their advantage. With that, he asked her to act as a decoy, but this request took her by surprise. Suddenly, Kai leaped onto the buildings. Seeing this, Mayor informed him that she can't move like that. So Kai reminded her of her revenge and asked what good crying would do now. After watching Kai disappear, the demons concluded that they are splitting up. So they also split up to chase after Kai. Finally gathering her resolve, Mayor took out her staff. Using this, she summoned Salamander. While the demons were distracted, she burned them all with fire. On the other side, the other demons noticed the fire, so they decided to rush toward the scene. However, Kai emerged from behind them. Following that, he sliced through one demon's neck. After killing the first, he swiftly attacked the others. Soon, one demon paused. When he turned around to check, he saw only the corpses of his comrades. Suddenly, a knife was held to his neck. He then called Kai a coward, but his blood was immediately splattered. Meanwhile, Mayor summoned Undyne and unleashed a torrent of water against the enemies. As a result, the area was flooded. But while she could slow them down, she knew this alone wouldn't be enough. However, she noticed something unusual. She found that their numbers were thinning. With that, the demons were being silently eliminated underwater. One of the demons then realized something was wrong, but a knife was quickly embedded in his head before he could say more. Upon seeing Kai, he could only call him the Death God. Still drenched in blood, Kai retrieved his knife and praised Mare for being a decent decoy, but she exclaimed that she had almost been killed. Meanwhile, the demons were scolded for failing to catch the intruders. One then apologized and offered to send more men, but Wimberg stopped him. He then stated that doing so would only raise the casualty count. With that, he decided to take action himself. Back on the run, Kai and Mare were suddenly swept by a strong gust of wind. Due to this, Mare could feel the powerful mana within it. Suddenly, an attack followed, so she quickly summoned the wind spirit and trapped the incoming force inside a whirlwind. Once the attack dissipated, Kai recognized the presence of Wimberg. True enough, Wimberg appeared riding the wind toward them. Upon seeing them, he sneered and called them nothing more than rats. On the other hand, Mare's expression shifted to an intense hatred. Seeing this, Kai asked if she was ready since her chance for revenge had finally arrived. Without hesitation, she declared that she had been ready for 10 years ago. With that, he reminded her they couldn't afford a long fight with Wimberg and had to defeat him fast. So Mare responded with determination. Following that, she summoned the wind spirit and attacked Wimberg using multiple wind cutters. However, Wimberg merely smiled. He then activated a magic circle and mocked her for using wind against the King of Wind. After he enveloped himself with wind, he effortlessly blocked and deflected her attacks. However, Kai noticed that Wimberg's own spell was obstructing his vision. But suddenly, a wind spike came flying toward him, forcing him to dodge. Seeing his reaction, Wimberg claimed that no one could sneak up on him. That's because his wind search allowed him to perceive his surroundings. Hearing this, Kai realized Wimberg's demonic art would detect him even from a blind spot. Suddenly, Mare him not to worry since she would handle it. She then began gathering the surrounding wind with her wand. Soon, even Wimberg's wind was being pulled away, which surprised him. She then explained wind demonic arts need precise airflow, and her spell could disrupt it to block his abilities. Hearing this, Wimberg began to suspect that she had studied his fighting style. Meanwhile, Kai realized Mare had been carefully planning her revenge all along. With that, he also began moving. Noticing his move, Wimberg wondered if Kai thought getting close would guarantee victory. Regardless, Kai charged forward, but unexpectedly he was unable to reach Wimberg. At that moment, Wimberg reminded him that he had the ability to fly. Knowing that, Kai remembered that it is a skill similar to Yudo's. However, Mare instructed him to jump. When he did, her wind spell propelled him into the air. Caught off guard, Wimberg was momentarily vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Kai activated his foresight and weakness detection. But just as he identified his weak point, it vanished. So this unexpected change surprised him. Suddenly, Wimberg's hilt began to glow, and a wind blade formed in his hand. He then declared that Kai had forced him to finally draw his sword. Immediately, he launched an attack against Kai, striking from multiple angles at once. Kai attempted to block them, but the assault was too fast, even with his foresight ability activated. Suddenly, Wimberg began to boast that he was the one who taught Hector swordsmanship. But before he could continue, he noticed something behind him. So he quickly retreated as a massive boulder was hurled in their direction. But the distraction allowed Kai to escape. Now reunited with Mare, Wimberg looked at them with contempt. Still, he admitted deflecting the boulder was hard, and Mare's earth magic made her a serious threat. But this reminded him that the elven villages should already be destroyed. With that in mind, he asked if they were the ones who had killed Hector. Mare admitted it and said he should now know how it feels to lose someone. Hearing this, he confirmed that she was the survivor of the elven village. Recalling the past, Mare said she had spent the last 10 years honing her magic just to kill him. Wimberg then laughed while calling it one of the most interesting days of his life. But his words puzzled Mare. As his horn changed, he called the elves' cries pleasant and was captivated by one desperate plea. So he admitted being moved by the despair and called it beautiful. Hearing this, Mare's rage boiled, but Kai urged her not to be provoked. He reminded her that he still needed her spells for what was to come. In response, she acknowledged this. Kai then calmly analyzed Wimberg's close and long-range abilities since he's eager to win. Meanwhile, Wimberg also assessed them and noted Kai had withstood their earlier clash despite being human. Realizing this, he identified him as a hero candidate. Kai then observed that Wimberg seemed to know quite a lot about them. In response, Wimberg said he memorized top enemies, and Kai's absence proved he was an outsider. Knowing this, he stayed confident and was certain his superior stats meant no need to rush. Meanwhile, Kai had 3 minutes of foresight left, and if they didn't finish soon, they'd lose. Just then, Mare asked him to listen to her idea. After she whispered it to him, he quickly agreed and reminded her not to drag him down, but she exclaimed that it was supposed to be her line. Observing their exchange, Wimberg asked if their discussion was over. Kai simply responded that they should begin. In response, Wimberg challenged them to come at him. Mare then enveloped Kai in her wind spell. Afterward, she struck the ground with her staff and summoned the earth spirit Norm. Using the rocks it raised, she ordered an attack on Wimberg. As the projectiles flew toward him, Wimberg quickly deflected them with a gust of wind and hurled them behind him. Unexpectedly, Kai appeared and forced him to block the sudden strike. However, Mare was not finished. She redirected the rocks behind Wimberg. Realizing she's still controlling them, Wimberg began to prepare a wind wall, but Mare immediately summoned Sylph and launched a powerful wind attack at him. While he's caught off guard, the rock struck and shattered his magic circle. Spotting an opening, Kai moved in for another strike. Wimberg tried to counter with his sword, but Kai's attack landed. Only then did Wimberg realize that Kai had not aimed at his heart, but at his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Kai grabbed the sword and withdrew. As Wimberg turned toward the noise behind him, the rocks slammed into him. Despite the hit, he praised them and questioned if they could hurt a high-ranking demon. Seeing his firm gaze, Mare was stunned to see him unscathed. But Kai remained calm, believing everything was going according to plan. Earlier, Mare explained that Wimberg's demonic arts had a weakness. His wind powers were weak against heavy elements like earth, which resist movement. So even without breaking his defenses, she could weaken his magic by disrupting its airflow. Hearing this, Kai realized she had long been planning this and crafted a strategy for revenge. But it's still not enough, so he agreed and asked her to create an opening. That's because planned to take Wimberg's sword. Now he finally had it. But Mare wondered what he'd do next since Wimberg could still use wind magic. Wimberg then reminded Kai he wasn't a swordsman and asked if stealing his sword would really help him win. Kai simply answered that he did, so Wimberg retaliated with a barrage of wind icicles. But Kai cut them all down. Then he launched his next move and used Wimberg's own sword against him. As Wimberg struggled to defend, he realized he could no longer keep up with Kai's movements. Gradually, Kai pushed him back with ease. Stunned, Wimberg began to lose control. At that moment, Mare sent another gust of wind to disrupt him, causing him to lose balance in midair. As he fell, he realized Kai was tracking his movement perfectly, and Kai then closed in for the final blow. Desperate, Wimberg tried to counter using his horn. He tried to pierce Kai, who's a mere human, but Kai's sword was faster, and he beheaded Wimberg instantly. With Wimberg defeated, Kai's mana finally ran out. Meanwhile, Wimberg admitted he never expected to lose, so he questioned how Kai's movements had changed so suddenly. Kai then revealed that his copycat ability let him mimic opponents' skills through his eyes. Earlier, he had been observing and copying Wimberg's swordsmanship, although he was not initially confident using it. Hearing it was God-given skill, he acknowledged hero candidates as humanity's trump cards, but Kai revealed he gained the ability by killing Hector. Upon hearing this, Wimberg called Hector a foolish disciple for letting his enemy grow stronger. Later, while resting, Kai looked at Wimberg and reflected on the strength of a heavenly king. Yet 3 more remained, and the Demon King was likely even stronger. On top of that, the Demon King had children like Sable, so Kai realized his current strength still wasn't enough. Suddenly, Mare approached. She asked if Wimberg was truly dead, and he confirmed it. With that being said, he asked how she felt now that her revenge had been fulfilled, but she said she felt nothing, even after risking her life for this moment. Still, she felt relieved since even though her family and village were gone, she was finally free from her past. Kai then told her he was glad she's there since without her wind spells, he would have been lost, but she replied that it should be her line. She said she spent 10 years preparing to kill Wimberg but couldn't have done it alone, so she sincerely thanked him for helping her carry out her revenge. However, Kai said it was all just a coincidence and not something worth thanking. Still, she said she was glad she chose to follow him. since if she'd stayed, she might have broken down and died in vain, but her master knew it. Knowing this, Kai asked what she planned to do next. She admitted she hadn't thought that far yet and now felt a little lost. With that, he told her to take her time finding her purpose since elves lived long. But she reminded him she was only half elven and wouldn't live as long as Elba. So for now, she intended to stay by his side. Kai then asked if she was sure, since his goal was to kill the Demon King. But Mayer said if killing the Demon King spared others her pain, it was worth it. And even if he insisted he didn't need her, she would still selfishly do it. Kai then said the more clues they had the better, and reminded her the reinforcements might come. Upon hearing this, she felt happy that he agreed, so she happily followed him. As they continued on their way, they were being observed by someone, and it was Sable. After seeing it all, she realized they'd done better than expected after defeating Wimberg. With this development, she knew that it would be easier to make her next move. Meanwhile, Kai and Mayer continued their journey. Eventually, they made it back to Elben. After being relieved they returned safely, Elba expressed surprise they finished so quickly. Mayer then tried to explain something, but Elba immediately reassured her. She said that she knew she wanted to follow Kai, and urged her to give her best in something else too. Hearing this, Mayer glanced at Kai shyly and agreed. Moving on, Elba asked Kai if he knew the updates from the front lines. In return, he asked what had happened. She explained that the other hero candidates had been defeated. Shocked that Shuji had lost, he asked who the enemy was. Elba revealed that it was Stone, one of the 4 heavenly kings and the highest executive. Hearing this, Mayer guessed he must be strong because he was on the same level as Wimberg. Kai then asked if his friends had been killed, but Elba assured him they were alive, though their morale had dropped significantly. After hearing this, Kai decided to observe the situation for a while. With the Demon King as his goal, weakening their forces and using allies was the best strategy. Suddenly, Mayer asked if the other hero candidates were as strong as him, but Kai wasn't sure since strength meant nothing if they couldn't use it properly. Meanwhile, at Fort Truss, the injured were being treated inside. Among them was Shuji, who was being healed by Hano. Despite his condition, he told her not to overdo it since her healing magic had limits. Hano agreed but said healing was all she could offer for now, so she continued treating him. Looking back, they were lucky Henry's squad arrived in time to let them retreat safely. But now, the condition of the group was grim both physically and mentally. Rina appeared listless, while Shin was completely drained. Witnessing this, Shuji clenched his fist and blamed himself for failing to defeat the enemy. At Fort Arliss, Stone sat casually at the top of the fortress. From a distance, Kai observed him using his ability, so Mayer was amazed that he could see the enemy from so far away. He then explained that his upgraded judgment ability now allowed long-distance surveying. Hearing that, she remarked that his skill was as convenient as ever. Kai then continued to observe Stone and used advanced judgment, so more detailed information about Stone's skills was revealed. With his ability now at level 4, he gained a major edge in detecting enemy capabilities. He then used weakness detection, but nothing appeared. This showed he was still too weak to spot Stone's flaws, but Mayer asked what he had found, so he responded that it would be easier if Stone had an obvious weak point. He also revealed that Stone mastered earth attributes, had solid sword skills, and a defense-boosting ability. Hearing this, Mayer said it was expected of the King of Earth, and noted Earth was usually weak to water. Kai then asked if there's compatibility between elements, and she said it depended on the skills. So if she identified which earth art Stone used, she could find a weakness. Hence, he suggested visiting his classmates and asked what prediction she meant. Meanwhile, at Fort Truss, Shuji stood looking out over the vast land. He then briefly wondered what it would be like if Kai were there, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. With that, he reminded himself not to run away. However, Rina and the others appeared after seeing him troubled. Rina then pointed out he always carried everything alone, but Shuji was just surprised to see them. In response, Yudo asked him not to be sad since the game was not over yet. Mary also supported this by stating that he was not fighting alone. Hearing their words, he asked if they still trusted him. In response, Rina questioned whether he was implying he did not trust them. Before he could answer, she called him silly. Yudo then stepped closer and explained that Rina meant he should rely on them more. Knowing that, Shuji turned to her for confirmation. Soon, he felt embarrassed after realizing he'd never thought to rely on others. Yudo then said everyone was growing, and he shouldn't carry everything alone. Just then, someone arrived looking for Shuji. As they looked up, they saw it was Shin and his group. Shin quickly criticized Shuji's look and reminded him they still had to face Stone, but Shuji was surprised that Shin had come as well. Shin then voiced his frustration that their efforts weren't enough, so he asked Shuji to give them the order to crush their enemy. Seeing this, Yudo was thrilled Shin was finally cooperating, but Murray teased him so he threatened her. Eventually, Shuji agreed to work together with them to defeat Stone. Hearing this, Shin pointed out that Shuji's expression had finally improved. Meanwhile, Rin silently observed them. Though glad her classmates were uniting, she knew they still lacked a clear plan. Suddenly, someone greeted her. Surprised, she turned to Kai, who quickly asked her to stay quiet to avoid being noticed. so she quickly covered her mouth. Kai then asked if they had truly lost to the King of Earth. After Rin confirmed it, he requested details about the demonic arts used against them. Rin proceeded to tell him everything she knew. From her explanation, Kai learned that Stone had been creating and controlling golems. Rin affirmed this, and added that Stone's abilities were centered around that technique. With this, Kai concluded that Mayer's earlier prediction was correct. Rin overheard it and curiously asked if Mayer was a girl's name, but he ignored the question and simply thanked her for the information. Still, she asked if he planned to help them. Looking at them, he said he would, but it's now resolved, and his presence might just stir conflict. For that reason, he would support them from the shadows as always. At Fort Arliss, demons continued to guard the walls and patrol the grounds. Meanwhile, outside the surrounding forest, the hero candidates had gathered. Among them, Mina cheered at Yumi's return, so they're now much more powerful. Just like her, Rina was also relieved that Yumi was safe. In response, Yumi assured them she'd do her best now as part of the combat group. However, Rina wondered why Yumi suddenly chose to fight. Yumi then explained that she had heard everyone was in trouble. Hearing this, Mina remarked that Yumi was practically a hero, but as she laughed, she began to wonder if Kai would be satisfied with this. 5 days earlier, when Yumi returned to her room, she had expressed how exhausted she felt. Unexpectedly, Kai spoke up and noted it had been a while since they met. She then responded in agreement, but she soon sensed something was off and asked how he got in. Additionally, she asked if he was truly the real Kai. In reply, he noted that she was finally thinking clearly again. Still confused, she asked why he had suddenly appeared in her room. He explained Shuji's group was struggling and they needed her water powers, but she reminded him that she belonged to the non-combatant group. However, Kai assured her she was fit for combat and urged her to help Shuji. When she questioned his certainty, he pointed out that she had always wanted to fight. Moreover, he had already defeated Luna, who traumatized her. With Luna gone and her heart healed, nothing held her back anymore. Besides, this wasn't the time to play a clumsy waitress, but this made her feel embarrassed. Moving on, he said he knew she'd always wanted to support Rina and Mina. Upon hearing this, Yumi was taken aback. Moreover, she was surprised that a classmate had actually been paying attention to her. However, Kai quickly clarified that he was simply scouting for a useful pawn. With that, she asked if he still planned to fight despite being a wanted criminal. He then said a criminal couldn't join the Holy Army, and Rina would probably kill him. Knowing that, he said he was acting from the shadows and came to set a pawn like her in motion. Understanding this, Yumi vowed to do her best and prove that her power was useful. Meanwhile, Rin was observing them from a distance. Previously, Kai had explained the plan to her and asked if she had any questions. She responded that got Yumi's role but doubted if it was enough. He then explained he wasn't the one fighting and trusted everyone had their own strategies. Additionally, he wanted to see their growth and asked Rin to tell Shuji that. In response, she agreed. Back in the present, Rin was called over. After that, Shuji asked her to review the plan one final time. In addition, he stated firmly that they could not afford to lose this time. After Rin agreed, they continued planning together. Observing them, Mayer asked Kai if this setup was truly alright or if he had a better plan, but he said growth needs freedom, and it was time to train them for the Demon King. Since though they had power, they were poor at applying it, so he intended to offer only minimal guidance and hints. More importantly, he believed that in a real battle, the ability to decide on one's own actions was crucial. Later, near the fortress entrance, the Holy Kingdom's army stood ready. Amelia then informed them that the time had come and gave the order to charge forward. Hence, the demons mocked the advancing army for not learning from last time. Despite this, Amelia urged her troops to stay strong and clear the way for the hero candidates. In response, the demons prepared to attack. Soon after, Shuji's group entered the battlefield. As he looked up, Shuji noticed someone watching from within the fort. Recognizing the figure as Stone, he wondered if he had been waiting for them. Meanwhile, Stone taunted them to come forward and not disappoint him. Afterwards, they soon reached his door and immediately blasted it open. Shin and the others finally arrived, but something immediately caught their attention. Stone's golems were already waiting. Nevertheless, Shuji shouted for the plan to begin. Meanwhile, from a crack in the ceiling, Kai was eager to see what his classmates could do. After Shuji ordered the others to charge forward, Rina asked Yumi if she was alright. Yumi replied that she was and asked her not to worry. She then began generating water, and using her water manipulation, she directed it toward the golems. Stone noticed this and turned his attention to her. Soon, the golems were flooded by the water. Taking advantage of this, Shin launched his attack and blasted them with an explosion. Shuji followed by slicing the golems. On the other side, their other classmates also joined the battle. As a result, the golems were quickly destroyed. However, when their remains fell, they began to glow again and regenerated. But since their limbs were soaked, they collapsed back into the water. Seeing this, Rina and the others felt relieved that their strategy was working. Stone then realized that the enemy had called in a water user for reinforcement among them. Observing the situation, Kai commented that it was just as Mayer had predicted. Mayer explains that she plans to wet the golems' joints to weaken them, and it worked even better than expected. Shuji then shouted that wet golems couldn't regenerate in order to full attack. In agreement, Yumi continued to use her water magic, so she sent a large wave crashing into the golems. Yudo and the others then charged forward and engaged the golems directly in the water. Hence, Stone saw they were targeting his minions and admitted they had skilled strategists this time. In response, he placed his palm on the ground and summoned multiple magic circles. Multiple rocks then emerged from them, as he reminded himself that his golems were merely expendable. This time, he intended to show the true power of the earth element. With that thought, he hurled the rocks toward the group, but Murray stepped in and used her telekinesis to control the incoming rocks. Seeing this, Stone was surprised to see his control being overridden. Suddenly, Rin activated her domination skill and cast it on Stone. Confused by this, he quickly realized that it was a restraining type ability. Not long after, Shin appeared above him in midair, so he quickly raised a mud wall in defense. After the explosion, his wall remained standing. Hence, he reminded Shin that such an attack was not enough to break through his defenses. Just then, Shuji activated his instant movement and appeared behind Stone. He swung his sword immediately, but Stone quickly took out his sword. As he blocked the attack, he expressed that this was the best they could do. Murray then used her telekinesis and hurled the rocks back at him. At the same time, Yudo attacked using his wind lances. Surrounded by incoming attacks from all directions, Stone still claimed that his defense was unbreakable and expanded the rock wall. Yumi then acted quickly. She casted water magic to soak the newly raised wall, so Stone glanced down and realized that the wet ground loses its hardness. Nevertheless, Shuji decided it was time to end everything. Agreeing to this, Shin launched another attack. With their combined assault, Stone was shaken. However, he knew he could withstand this. But if this continued, his defense would eventually crumble. In desperation, he converted all of his defensive mana and turned it into offensive power. At that moment, Kai spotted his opening, so he swiftly threw a knife on Stone's forehead. As a result, Stone finally collapsed. After a moment of shock, Rina and the others shouted in celebration that they had done it. Hence, they announced that Shuji and Shin had defeated Stone. However, Shuji knew they were mistaken. Just like him, Shin was certain that something else had happened at the last second. Suddenly, he noticed a dagger nearby. When he picked it up, he immediately recognized who it belonged to. Looking up, Shuji spotted a gap in the ceiling. With that, he confirmed it was Kai's doing. However, Shin was not pleased. Suddenly, Yudo approached and told them that their plan had succeeded. So Shuji responded with a cheerful confirmation. But deep down he knew they had made it this far because of Yumi. Still, he couldn't forget that in the final moments, Stone had released a tremendous amount of mana. But method alone would not have been enough, so Kai intervened. Just then, Murray noticed his sad expression, but reminded him that this was a time to celebrate. He then tried to explain the truth, but she said she would listen later. For now, she reminded him that they had just defeated one of the Heavenly Kings, so that feat was enough. After being pushed, Shuji was surrounded by congratulations. Though stunned at first, he eventually smiled at them. Meanwhile, Shin was still furious. His friends then approached and praised him, but Shin declared it wasn't him who landed the final blow. Hearing this, they quickly apologized. One of them then mentioned that he understood why Shin was upset. When Shin asked if he saw it, he replied yes since he was nearby. Hence, he expressed that Kai might have landed the final hit, but it was Shin and Shuji who pushed Stone to the edge. Later outside, Shuji caught his breath and shouted that they had slain Stone. Holding up Stone's head, he ordered the remaining enemies to surrender. Upon hearing this, the demons were too stunned to move. At that moment, Amelia declared that it was their victory. Hearing this, Henry was relieved that they had truly done it. As the cheer continued outside, Kai remarked that it was finally over. Suddenly, Mayor noted that the number of soldiers on both sides was still roughly equal. In response, Kai explained that the demon army was led by someone with high charisma. So once that leader was defeated, the army could no longer offer proper resistance. She then noted the same happened after Wimberg's fall since no demon pursued them. So Kai explained it was a built-in weakness of the demon army. However, she began to ask if it was truly alright, and this made him confused. So she explained that Kai killed Stone despite just wanting to help them grow. Kai admitted he sensed deadly intent from Stone, and didn't want them to die before growing. Besides, protecting others was part of an assassin's duty, and he hoped they'd understand. Hearing this, Mayor thought he was being unexpectedly overprotective. Moving on, he began asking why she still hadn't called him by his name. In response, she quickly explained that she wasn't sure how to address him. After hesitating, she asked for permission to call him by name, to which he agreed. Seeing her blush, he asked why, but she brushed it off as nothing. Shifting his thoughts, Kai reflected that they had managed to eliminate 2 of the Heavenly Kings, but the Demon King's descendants were as strong as Sable, and he knew stronger foes still lurked. Now, it's clear that his journey to defeat the Demon King was far from over. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a beast woman was thrown to the ground. Despite that, she reacted with hostility. A man then noted her unbroken spirit, but said he's certain she could no longer fight. He then ordered a demon to announce the princess's capture and the fall of the Beastmen Federation. 1 week after Stone was killed, the atmosphere in the kingdom brightened. Thanks to this victory, the morale of the knights was soaring. Additionally, the hero's fame was rising and became a symbol of hope. At the palace, the king commended Shuji for successfully subjugating Stone. With Shuji kneeling before him, the king granted him the title of lord as a knight, and Shuji accepted. Afterwards, Shuji couldn't help but express how exhausting the entire experience had been. Mary teased him for getting nervous, prompting him to ask what she thought of him. Suddenly, Amelia joked that if he was tired already, he must be getting old. However, Henry said Shuji wasn't trained like them, but did well for his first time. Shuji then said he felt desperate, since any rudeness to the king could have ended badly. However, Henry thought it was better than facing undue pressure in state affairs. As a newly promoted knight, Shuji would face such duties, and nobility was harder than he thought. But Henry told him not to worry too much. Amelia then explained the church held power, and Shuji's title came from the Pope. Henry then reminded Shuji he was now a kingdom knight and captain of the 11th Corps. This group, called Heroes Corps, was the kingdom's top-rate force and made up of hero candidates. Hearing the knights serve the church, Shuji questioned if his title truly mattered. Henry then asked if he wanted to grasp the messy politics, and Shuji quickly declined. Even so, Henry reminded him authority comes with responsibility now that he's one of them. Meanwhile, outside, Kai found out that Shuji had become a captain. Rin confirmed it and explained that Shuji had requested a position with authority. Mare then thought it was a good thing, even though she didn't completely understand. However, Kai suspected they made Shuji a symbol to show the hero candidates were under their control. Upon hearing this, Mare began to wonder if it was really good news. Kai then said they'd return after defeating the Demon King, and the kingdom was just using them for this, since in the end, the kingdom treated them as pawns, and it's the same as Luna. In response, Rin assured him that they would be more careful, and then asked about the girl beside him. Kai introduced her as Mare, a half-elf spellcaster, and Mare politely greeted Rin. After returning the greeting, Rin quickly clarified that she was asking who Mare was to him. Mare answered that she was Kai's companion on this journey, and then asked Kai who Rin was to him. Rin was surprised to hear Mare call him by name, and replied that she was his friend. However, Kai denied this, prompting Rin to call him horrible. Even so, Kai introduced Rin as his collaborator, which made her blush. Mare then asked if they had been this close in their previous world, but Kai said he never spoke to Rin back then, which Rin confirmed. Setting that aside, Kai asked about their demon subjugation mission, and Rin confirmed it. So he said he'd act from the shadows again, and she'd relay messages to their classmates. However, Rin suggested that he bring her along. Upon hearing her request to move with him, Kai paused to think. As the girls waited for his answer, he finally said that he refused since he had no way to contact the others. Furthermore, they were very hostile toward him, so her position was important. After hearing this, Rin accepted that it couldn't be helped. Despite that, she mentioned that some of their classmates still looked up to him, such as Shuji. But Kai knew Shuji wanted independence, and he welcomed it since his growth was crucial. Hearing this, she asked if he meant to strengthen everyone, and he said the demon army was too strong for him. So although he and Mare had managed to defeat one of the Heavenly Kings, it had been a narrow victory. But Rin was shocked to hear that the two of them had defeated another Heavenly King. Mare then explained that their battle with Wimberg had been extremely close. Knowing this, Rin realized their group barely matched Stone, yet Kai and Mare defeated another Heavenly King. Moreover, she saw Mare wasn't ordinary, and Kai's trust in her made Rin feel more inadequate. So compared to Mare, she felt useless during the fight against Stone. Suddenly, Kai told her some demons were stronger than the Heavenly Kings, so the mission is impossible with their current strength. With that, he asked Rin to watch their classmates and the kingdom since he'd stay in touch. Hearing this, she responded that she understood. As he was leaving, he asked her to tell Shuji that he was doing his part in the effort to defeat the Demon King. After that, Mare followed him and also bid Rin farewell. After saying goodbye, Rin felt frustrated by her weakness and decided to also grow stronger. After defeating Stone, the Holy Army began a large-scale invasion. Thanks to the Heroes Corps, the morale of the army remained high, which allowed them to push back the front lines. As a result, the Holy Army managed to conquer numerous forts around Mount Urugano, and the city of Neutrat was liberated. But the success was due to Wimberg's death, who handled the demon army's logistics. However, the Holy Army was unaware of the critical details. At a victory celebration, Yudo began chugging his drinks. He remarked that a victory banquet was enjoyable, but Murray questioned why he was drinking alcohol normally. He then explained that in this world, 15 marked adulthood, but Murray hit him and reminded him that they would eventually return home. With that, she took his drink and walked away. Witnessing this, Shuji and the others laughed. Suddenly, Rina suggested that Murray should loosen up at least for today, but Murray scolded her as well after seeing her with a glass of wine. However, Rina clarified it was just juice, but Shuji didn't believe her. At that moment, Shuji overheard others talking about how smooth their mission was. They then wondered if losing one heavenly king had really thrown the demon army into chaos. Hearing this, Shuji also thinks that the demons seem to be too fragile. He then tells them that they all suspected a trap at first, but it wasn't. However, Renath thinks Shuji was just too cautious since the demon army are just a bunch of disorganized fools. But this made Shuji speculate that Kai might be operating behind the scenes. However, Renath did not believe that Kai could accomplish something of that scale. Hence, Rin confirmed that Shuji was correct, and revealed that it was Kai who had destroyed the demon army's backline while the rest of them were fighting. Hearing this, the others were visibly surprised. Rin then clarified that Kai was the one who defeated Wimberg, and the current weakness in enemy defenses was due to his actions. In response, her classmate asks whether Kai really defeated Wimberg alone, but Shuji wasn't surprised since such a feat was typical of Kai. Meanwhile, Yudo added that Kai was probably acting in the shadow like a monster. Still, Renath thought it was all lies, so she called over Shin for his opinion, but Shin asked her why instead. However, he suddenly recalled the time he had discovered Kai's dagger, so he responded that he didn't care, which made Renath question his attitude. Suddenly, Mary declared that she would not forgive Kai even if the story was true. Renath then agreed with her sentiment, but Shuji proceeded to ask Rin for Kai's whereabouts. Rin then admitted she didn't, but Kai was likely using his own method to kill the Demon King. Meanwhile, in the demon territory, Kai was facing several ogres. One of them attacked, so he was forced to dodge quickly. However, another ogre appeared in front of him. In response, he threw mud at it, so the ogre was temporarily blinded. After that, he attempted to use Thunder Shock, but it suddenly stopped, much to his surprise. Just as an ogre was about to land a blow, the group of enemies was suddenly engulfed in flames caused by salamander magic. With that, the ogres were reduced to ashes. Immediately, Kai warned Mare not to interfere unnecessarily, but she replied that she wouldn't have stepped in if his magic hadn't failed. Kai then admitted that while he thought he was mastering the spell, he couldn't even cast basic magic. With that, Mare noted his thunder magic was rare and hard to control, so using it even briefly was impressive. But if he had a more common element like his classmates, magic would be easier for him. Kai then said Thunder Shock worked in training, so he wondered why it failed in battle. In response, she said his distraction broke his focus, and that casting needs a clear mental image. Moreover, magic isn't ideal for close combat, but he said he had to use it up close or it'd be pointless. She then reiterated that it was difficult and asked why he was only now learning how to use magic properly. Kai responded that he needed new power to defeat the Demon King, though he disliked it. Still, he credited her for helping him learn it, and noted her sage-level knowledge. Hearing this, she expressed pride in at least having that much to offer. Suddenly, Kai sensed danger. Once again, they were surrounded. As more ogres appeared, Kai remarked that he had new training targets, but Mare doubted that he could handle him alone. Without hesitation, Kai charged toward the ogres. He extended his hand and unleashed a thunder shock. With this, he managed to electrocute them. However, they quickly managed to brush it off. Seeing this, Kai felt disappointed as he used the skill in combat, but its firepower was lacking. However, his thoughts were interrupted when one ogre lunged at him. He then immediately dodged the attack and landed on a nearby tree. From there, he leapt from one tree to another, moving swiftly through the branches. Watching this, the ogres clearly struggled to follow him with their eyes. At that moment, 3 knives appeared in midair. Immediately, he struck down 3 ogres. Witnessing this, the remaining monsters grew nervous. Meanwhile, Kai saw that throwing mana-imbued daggers was more effective and could become formidable. But his thoughts were cut short when another monster jumped at him. He then quickly turned and sliced it. After that, he hung from a tree branch as he watched its body fall. However, his attention soon shifted to the other side. There he saw more monsters were flying toward him, so he quickly readied his stance. Then he cut them down without hesitation. Afterward, he leapt back into the trees, but the tree began shaking. Looking down, he saw a huge monster striking the tree with a bat. Thus, he could not help but sneer at their overwhelming numbers. When the tree finally collapsed, he jumped away and landed on the ground, but when he looks up, he finds himself surrounded by even more monsters. Among them stood a tall black creature, which he immediately identified as their leader. Deciding to use it as a test subject, he readied his blades. Meanwhile, Mare fought the monsters while grumbling that they seemed endless. Despite that, she continuously burned down everything that approached her. After it, she urged Kai to leave the area, since continuing down this path was impossible. Hearing this, he agreed that it was enough for the day. Unknown to her, he withdrew only after having already defeated the boss and the remaining monsters. As they ran, Mare began to complain about how exhausted she was. Kai then explained that the monsters were too many and too strong, making the area uninhabitable. Hearing this, she pointed out that demon folk could control low-intelligence monsters, so it was no issue for them. At that moment, Kai finally understood why this land was suitable only for demons. However, they suddenly stopped upon reaching a cliff. Looking down, they saw many demons and confirmed that this area marked the true territory of the demonic kingdom. Knowing this, Kai was certain that trouble lay ahead. A week after Shuji's reconnaissance, the Holy Kingdom used its momentum to invade demonic territory after liberating several regions. Yet upon entering the area, they were once again confronted by a massive horde of monsters. The monsters' number and levels were far different from those in the Holy Kingdom's lands. While they posed little threat to the hero candidates and the knights, the ordinary soldiers were reduced to little more than fodder. So during the battle, Amelia urged the troops to stay firm, keep formation and counter the enemy. Meanwhile, Henry worried they were outmatched by the demons, and that being attacked by all the monsters at once meant something. Hearing this, Shuji became certain that a high-ranking demon was behind it. At that moment, a woman holding a drink appeared. After taking a sip, she confidently declared that she would not be careless. She was the high-ranking demon Elsa, who ordered her subordinates to exhaust the hero's strength with endless monsters. She further stated that once the enemy was exhausted, they could begin their counterattack. At that moment, the soldiers were shocked at the sight of the Demon King's army. Shuji then quickly told Amelia they needed to retreat or the battle would end in annihilation. Understanding the situation, Amelia ordered everyone to fall back and follow the route they had taken. After some time, the battlefield was left littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, while demons stood at the center. Suddenly, one demon said it was an easy victory, while another noted they had been too cautious using monsters only to tire their enemies. In response, one of them explained it was Elsa's order since she was extremely cautious. Even so, they thanked her since the battle ended easily, and showed the clear gap in military strength. But they suddenly spoke of conquering the Beastmen Federation and taking the war against humans more seriously. Another demon then said victory over humanity was inevitable, but still admitted their strength for defeating two heavenly kings. Unbeknownst to them, Kai and Mayer were listening nearby. Mayer was then shocked the demons had conquered the Beastmen Federation, since she never heard the news. Still, Kai believed they had obtained valuable information and suggested that they gather even more. Back at the capital, Hano and the others were busy healing the wounded soldiers. Meanwhile, the knight captains gathered for a meeting. During the discussion, Amelia said all human lands were recaptured but they fell once they entered the demon realm. After explaining the current situation, she asked if anyone had suggestions, but one captain had no ideas, while another said endless monsters made fighting demons impossible. Another then said he never expected demons to use such tactics, likely from a demonic art. Henry also said the Demon King's army lacked tactics until defeats forced them to take the war seriously. Shuji then remarked that someone cunning was leading them, and the monster waves came from a high-ranking demon. Hearing this, another captain said scouts saw countless monsters in the fortress, but leaving the forest would let them fight better. With that, Amelia said the forest's few paths made army movement impossible and doubted the enemies would allow it. Hearing this, some captains tried to argue back, while others suggested that it would be best to regroup for the time being, since despite their success in liberating multiple territories, their losses had been severe, especially in the most recent battle. The others also agreed since their goal of reclaiming lost territories was already achieved. Shuji then listened as they admitted high morale once pushed demons back, but that approach was no longer feasible. Suddenly, Mayure raised her hand and asked whether their ultimate mission was to subjugate the Demon King. The captains agreed and added that if it were easy, they wouldn't be suffering now. On the other hand, Amelia then asked Mireille if she had any suggestions. Mireille then proposed increasing their army, but Amelia replied that doing so would only slow them down, as increasing numbers alone served little purpose. Hearing this, Shuji reflected that everyone had different abilities, but gathering more soldiers against monsters only meant more casualties. With this in mind, he suggested focusing on strengthening their elite forces instead. Amelia also agreed that even searching the whole kingdom would not find anyone stronger than the front line. So, if they wanted more strength, they should train troops instead of adding numbers. After hearing this, the other captains voiced their agreement. Meanwhile, Shuji realized that his group sought to defeat the Demon King, while the Holy Kingdom just wanted to solve their own problem. As he looked at them, he realized they had no problem maintaining the current status quo. At that moment, Henry turned his gaze toward him. Following it, he was asked for his thoughts, so he replied that defeating the Demon King would take years but he wanted it done soon. Amelia then replied that training elite troops would take time, and need about 2 years to regain their strength. But hearing that it would take 2 years left, Shuji conflicted. Soon after, another captain said defeating the Demon King soon was ideal, but past defeat made invasion difficult. Another then added that the campaign was a success since lost territories were reclaimed thanks to the hero candidates. Hearing this, Shuji could only express his gratitude, though he silently felt that the decision had already been made. Still, he wondered if his classmates who are eager to return home would accept this outcome. As he was lost in thought, Henry and Amelia quietly watched him. After the meeting ended, they left together. On the way, Henry told Shuji he understood him, but said Amelia's judgment reflected the kingdom's state, and overcoming it needed influence beyond their own. Hearing that, Shuji admitted that Henry was right and said that he understood. Even so, Henry urged him not to rush his thoughts. Shuji then asked if Henry felt the same way. In response, Henry asked if Shuji wanted his friends to die, and said impatience led to disaster, so he urged him to be patient. But the words obviously caught Shuji off guard. Ignoring the silence that followed, Henry turned his gaze toward the window. There, he saw the candidates were strong but still had room to grow, and said proper preparation was better before facing the Demon King. Mirai also agreed that though everyone wanted to return home, this approach was better than dying. Also, she reminded him that without Henry saving them from stone, they would all be dead. Henry then warned the demon world held foes stronger than the heavenly kings, so he apologized for being blunt but admitted the kingdom relied on them, and defeating the Demon King now was too difficult. Shuji then replied that he understood and would gather everyone to explain the situation, but just as Henry had said, they could not rush, and he would not let his classmates die. So no matter how long it took, they would return home, and this was the right choice for now. Afterward, he gathered the class and briefed them. Upon hearing the news, the class was clearly shocked. Shuji explained that there was no helping it. Still, one of them asked when they would be able to go home. So, Mirai answered that it would take at least 2 years. Hearing this, the others were stunned by how long it would be. Shuji then explained that instead of risking their lives now, it was wiser to prepare. However, Shin angrily called him out. He then shouted that he should stop joking around. Hearing this, Shuji said he also wanted to defeat the Demon King soon, but their goal differed from the kingdom. Still, it made him wonder if Shin meant they should attack the Demon King's army alone. Shin confirmed this and that the kingdom's people were not true allies, so he would use them when needed and ignore their wishes. But Shuji retorted that acting that way would lead to ruin, since they could not fight without the Holy Kingdom's support. Still, Shin said facing the Demon King's army head-on was not their only option since guerrilla tactics were possible. He then told the others that their true goal was not to defeat the Demon King's army, but to kill the Demon King. But Shuji argued that the plan was too risky, and even success could cost someone their life. Despite this, Shin insisted they only needed to kill the Demon King, and anyone afraid could stay behind and rot. Hence, Shuji shouted he did not want anyone to die, so he believed this was the best option. But Shin suddenly leapt forward, yelling at him to stop being a coward and to open his eyes. In response, Shuji summoned his holy sword and shifted it into shield form. Thus, he managed to block Shin's explosive attack. Even so, the impact caused those nearby to lose their footing. After it, Shuji asked if Shin thought he could win, and said they should train first after struggling to fight a heavenly king. But Shin sneered and asked if Shuji was already claiming victory. However, their confrontation was abruptly halted when multiple chains wrapped around their bodies. Shin then reacted with irritation, while Shuji remained calm and resolute. They then turned and saw Rin, who ordered them to calm down, and asked if they meant to destroy the castle. Hearing this, Shuji immediately apologized, prompting Rin to release the chains. However, Shin raised his bound hand and shattered the restraints in irritation. Seeing this, Rin was stunned that he could break free from her domination, despite the amount of mana she had poured into it. Meanwhile, Shin gripped his hand and argued that constant battle was the best path for them to grow faster. He then looked at Shuji, who fell silent, and said he was sure Shuji understood too. However, Mirai declared that she still agreed with Shuji. Meanwhile, Rina stated that it was better to be cautious than to be annihilated by rushing forward. Their classmate Sato also said this world was not that bad, while Tachi admitted he did not want to die from impatience. However, Mina raised her hand and said that she agreed with Shin. Surprised by this, Rina asked her for her reason. Mina replied that she understood what Shuji meant, but she wanted to return home as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yumi said that everyone felt the same way. However, Mina explained that she only had her mother waiting for her at home, and that her mother's body was weak. She had always stayed by her side, but now her mother was completely alone. Upon hearing this, their classmate Ko agreed since he lived only with his younger sister. Their parents had abandoned them, and they had no other relatives, so he needed to return as soon as possible to support her. Hana then added that though her reason was less compelling, her family would surely worry about her. Because of that, she said she could not make them wait for 2 more years. Hearing all these, Shuji was clearly surprised. On the other hand, Yoshi said he had 3 girlfriends on Earth waiting, which made Mirai call him something else for saying that. Meanwhile, Shin's friends Muda and Kenta followed Shin without hesitation. Aside from them, their classmate Akira also agreed. He said it was better to rely on Shin, who has resolved, than on hesitant Shuji. Hearing this, Shin turned to Shuji and said that this was how the others felt. Unable to respond, Shuji fell silent and began to wonder what he should do. Shin then walked past him and declared that there was no point in continuing the discussion. After it, he announced that he would move on his own and called for anyone prepared to die to follow him. Hearing this, his friends immediately stepped forward. Seeing this, several of the girls followed as well, including Hano and her group. Mina also walked toward Shin. Upon seeing this, Rina and Yumi called out to her, but Mina only closed her eyes in response. She then continued forward and apologized to them. With that, only Shuji's group was left behind in the room. At that moment, Mirai asked Yoshi why he wasn't joining, and he said someone had to act as messenger between the group. Meanwhile, Rin also wanted to return for her grandfather, so she leaned toward Shin, yet Kai's instructions told her to stay. Later that night, Shin's group began preparing to leave. As they did, Shin asked if everyone was ready and urged them to depart before they were discovered. Suddenly, a voice said the situation had worsened in his absence, which alarmed them. Hearing this, Shin narrowed his eyes toward the source. When he saw that it was Kai, he immediately demanded to know what he wanted. Meanwhile, the others were surprised to see Kai and questioned how he dared to show his face. Hearing this, Akira urged everyone not to cause a scene that might draw attention. Ko also quickly stopped Shin, who was about to summon explosives in his hand. Thus, Shin warned Kai not to waste time and said he would pay if his reason wasn't important. Understanding this, Kai honestly stated that he wanted to borrow their strength, but this response left Shin confused. Earlier, when Shin and the others left the castle, Kai and Mayor had been nearby. Immediately, Mayor asked if his classmates were truly alright since they were clearly divided. Kai then admitted that he was unsure, as both sides made valid points. As Shuji had said, they could not do everything alone, yet the Holy Kingdom was far too passive. At the same time, Shin's point about not waiting 2 years was valid, but it's clearly risky. Hearing this, Mayor asked what he would do if he were in their position. Kai raised his fingers and said there were 3 ways to break the stalemate. The first was to shift the Holy Kingdom's leader's mindset, perhaps by having Rin influence them. If that worked, the army could be mobilized and exile or condemnation would not matter if they returned. However, Kai doubted that Shuji would ever agree to such a method. But Mayor also asked about the second option, so he explained it meant following Shin's plan, using guerrilla tactics instead of direct confrontation. Also, from their info and Sable's words, the demonic kingdom wasn't unified, so sabotage might spark civil war. Still, he thought Shin's temperament made him unfit for the plan, and Mayor agreed, so she asked about the third option. In response, he said that they should act based on the information they gathered first, just as they had discussed earlier. If all went well, they could gain other factions' support and eventually force the Holy Kingdom's army to act. Back in the present, the group gathered around the fire, where Shin heard Kai mention the princess of the feline beastmen. Curious, he asked him to explain. Kai said she was the feline beastman leader's daughter, captured by the Demon King's army, and clearly vital among them. He added that this information had been obtained after torturing numerous demons, so he was certain of its accuracy. Hearing about the torture, Mina and the others could not help but feel frightened of him. Meanwhile, Akira wondered who Kai really was since he had a pistol, while the man beside him only blushed at Mayor. Suddenly, Shin added that this was why he asked about the princess and their involvement with the beastmen. But Muta speculated about beastmen having ears or tails, which sparked Kenta's interest, so Shin ordered them quiet. Moving on, Kai told them to discuss their plan, first noting the Beastman Nation in the Southern Territory. Hearing this, Akira asked if he was referring to Grandanas, the Federation of Beastmen. Kai confirmed it, and that it was a neutral country that stayed out of the human-demon conflict. But Shin asked if he meant seeking help from them, who were just afraid of demons. However, Mayor told him that their soldiers were far stronger than he assumed. She explained that their abilities and senses were sharp, and they had repelled Demon King invasions many times. Still, Shin asked why they stayed passive if they could just destroy the Demon Kingdom. But Mayor replied that though powerful, they could not defeat the demon army alone, and demons mainly attack humans. Still, Kai thinks that if the Holy Kingdom and Beastmen united, the feat might be possible. Upon hearing this, Akira finally understood why the princess was so important. Mina also realized they must rescue the princess and use her as a bargaining chip with the beastmen. Kai confirmed this and said he knew the demon army's supply routes, so he proposed that Shin's group act as bait, where they would cause chaos with Shin's explosions, while he moved in the shadows. But although he understood the plan, Akira still asked why the Holy Kingdom had not tried to ally with the Federation. In response, Kai said that there was a reason for it. Mayor explained that though the Federation despised demons for invasions and disdain, they saw humans as no better. Humans had long referred to beastmen as subhumans and oppressed them. Because of this, the beastmen formed their nation Grandanas and held deep resentment toward humanity. Hearing this, Mina realized that seeking their cooperation would be extremely difficult. Kai replied that this was why they needed a bargaining chip, the captured feline princess, and this made things convenient. Mayor also added that beastmen honored promises, and once the princess was rescued, negotiations could follow. After this explanation, everyone fell silent. Kai then said the plan was worth trying since they had no other clear strategy at the moment. However, Shin accused Kai of suddenly making demands and acting like he knew everything. But he stopped mid-outburst when someone called his name. Turning around, he saw Ko, who reminded him that his decisions would now affect everyone's lives. Hearing this, Shin grit his teeth in frustration. At the same time, Kenta, Akira, and the others waited for his words nervously. After a moment, Shin angrily slumped back to his place. Regardless, he finally agreed and asked if all he needed to do was carry out the plan properly. The next day, the group finally set off. Along the way, Mina asked whether it was truly safe for them to keep heading south. Kai replied that it was since the Grandanas Federation lay in the south, while the demons moved prisoners northward. Mayor also said their destination was a forest road in the south, and with no trade ties and few connecting roads, the demons' route was easy to predict. Hearing this, Akira saw they were infiltrating and asked if they might be found before the ambush. Kai then looked at him and assured him there was no need to worry since he had already mapped paths fit for their group. He also said that the rough and monster-filled terrain let them move unseen, but Akira asked if the wagon could pass. Kai said they could rely on Sora's ability, which is a dimensional space to store equipment and items. After hearing this, Sora noted it had been long since they met, but Kai said her ability was too useful to forget. Listening to this, Sora could not hide her happiness at being praised. Suddenly, Ko asked Kai if he had been infiltrating the demonic kingdom ever since the incident. Kai then answered that he hadn't stayed there the whole time, as he was also searching for clues to return home. Hearing this, Hano quickly asked about the results of that search. Kai then said their only option was to defeat the Demon King, which was why he had been gathering information. Listening to this, Akira thought Kai's scouting revealed the princess's abduction, just the kind of thing he'd find. But their talk was cut short when Shin asked if it was right to move so leisurely before an ambush. Kai then admitted Shin was right and told everyone to move faster, while asking Sora to store their wagon, and she agreed. Later that night, Kai and the others continued forward. But Shin soon noticed nearby monsters and ordered everyone to prepare. Moments later, their group was surrounded by wolves. Without hesitation, one of the beasts lunged at Hano. Seeing this, Ko quickly stepped in and raised his arms to block the attack. When the wolf bit down, its teeth shattered against his arm. Ko then remarked that the attack could not pierce his steel. After saying this, he strikes the wolf away with a punch. Meanwhile, Akira shouted they were surrounded and ordered support to the center while the vanguard pushed back. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly followed his instructions. After that, Muda and Kenta readied themselves. Without hesitation, they faced the incoming wolves. At the same time, Mina used her plant vines to restrain another wolf. Thus, she successfully binds its legs and prevents it from attacking one of her classmates. Enraged, the wolf turned toward her, but before it could act, it was struck down by another student. Meanwhile, Shin was also approached by a wolf, so he grabbed it by the neck and dismissed it as worthless. Following that, he detonated an explosion at its face. As a result, the wolf was instantly incinerated, and Shin tossed the remains aside. After it, he asked the others if anyone was injured. From a distance, Kai saw everyone handling themselves well, and noted Shin calmly leading and directing others to Hano's healing. But, at that moment, Kai sensed something amiss and called out Mayor's name. Almost simultaneously, another wolf appeared. Seeing this, Shin was startled that one had slipped past them, but before it could reach him, Mayor invoked Salamander. Flames then engulfed the wolf, and it collapsed to the ground, completely charred. Witnessing this, Muta marveled at the spell's power, while Kenta said Mayor's fire was stronger than Ren's. On the other hand, Shin grew irritated and claimed that her intervention had been unnecessary. He even referred to Mayor as Kai's woman, which caused her to panic. So she demanded to know who he meant by Kai's woman, but Kai calmly told Shin to thank Mayor for covering him. Regardless, Shin merely sneered in reply. Flustered, Mayor urged Kai to clarify the misunderstanding. However, he brushed it off as a small matter, but she shouted it was not small at all. Watching this, Muta grumbled that Kai had a cute girl with him, while Kenta said he wanted to find one too and bring her home. Meanwhile, Mina and the girls approached Mayor and asked if she was an elf. Startled, Mayor looked to Kai for help, but he only told her to do as she liked. Hearing this, she brightened and happily agreed. With that, she soon began chatting with the girls, while Kai watched her with a faint smile. After some time, they reached a particular area, and Kai judged it to be suitable. However, Shin asked if demons would pass there and said he did not want to wait for days. In response, Kai activated his judgment skill and scanned the distance while reassuring Shin that they would not have to wait long. After all, he could already see the demons approaching. Knowing this, Kai observed the group intently. He determined that there were 3 low-ranking demons and 15 mid-ranking demons, with likely more hidden inside the wagons. In addition, he identified one high-ranking demon named Zagan with level 4 spearmanship. Shin also noticed the high-ranking demon and asked if he was their leader. Kai then warned not to underestimate Zagan since even weaker than stone, a high-ranked demon was still formidable. Despite the warning, Shin insisted on taking Zagan himself and threatened to kill Kai if he interfered. Kai then met his gaze calmly. After it, he revealed he had planned to leave Zagan to Shin from the start and told everyone the strategy was simple. First, Shin would draw attention with explosions, then once the formation broke, the rest would move in 3-person squads. He also instructed Ino and Yagi to protect Hano, which they immediately acknowledged. Next, he assigned Ko the role of collecting and escorting the wounded, and Ko readily agreed. He then told Mayor to provide support from the rear, to which she responded without hesitation. After it, the group listened as Kai reminded Shin his only task was to face the high-ranking demon without distraction. Kai also explained that while Shin fought, he would rescue the princess and signal once she was safe. He also added the rest would depend on how things unfolded, and retreat was an option if disadvantaged. But Shin said there was no need to worry, since crushing the enemy leader would break their morale. Hearing this, Kai decided to leave the tactical decisions during the fight to Shin. Shin then remarked that they were only there because Kai had asked for their help. Hearing that, Kenta criticized Kai for arrogance, while Muta warned him not to order Shin. But this only enraged Shin, who struck both of them to silence them. Afterward, he ordered everyone to hurry and prepare to follow Kai's plan, to which the two agreed. Sometime later, the high-ranking demon Zagan began to glance around warily. Suddenly, his subordinates complained of fatigue, since they had marched from Beastman territory for a long time. But Zagan ordered them to stay alert since their destination was near, and they agreed. But privately, Zagan admitted their exhaustion was fair since he too felt tired. His back ached from the long ride, but he dared not show weakness before his men. As he thought about this, he decided to check on the condition of the prisoner. With that, Zagan told his men he would check on the princess, and ordered them to stay alert. His subordinates agreed, but they silently believed that Zagan simply wanted to rest. Moments later, the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, revealing the captured beast woman inside. She was Sheena, the princess of the Beastman Federation. Zagan then stepped into the carriage and finally felt a sense of relief. After it, he asked Sheena how she was and said they'd soon reach the city beyond her soldiers' reach. But Sheena just complained the wagon shook too much and looked awful, though Zagan thought it was new. Moving on, he assured her that if the Federation complied with their demands, she would be freed soon. However, Sheena said it was pointless since imprisoning her would not make the Federation yield. Hearing this, Zagan reminded her of her role as the feline Beastman leader's daughter. Still, Sheena retorted that they were fools if they thought capturing her would sway the Federation. Enraged, Zagan ordered her to watch her mouth. He then grabbed her clothes and tore them with ease. His expression also twisted as he intended to make her understand her position through force. Hearing this, Sheena's expression only darkened in response. But before he could touch her, a sudden explosion erupted outside. Startled, Zagan looked out and demanded to know what was happening. His subordinates then reported that they were under attack by humans, but Zagan scoffed and said it would be more believable if the attackers were beastmen. At that moment, another explosion went off nearby and sent several demons flying. Seeing this, Zagan then quickly mounted his horse. After it, he ordered his men to counterattack and told them not to fear humans. Immediately, the demons clashed with the hero candidates. At the same time, Muta and Kenta engaged the enemy without hesitation. Just like them, Ko and the others used their abilities to fight back. Seeing this, Zagan was shocked that his elite unit was being overwhelmed. Just then, Shin appeared before him and asked if he was the high-ranking demon. Turning to him, Zagan saw Shin staring at him with murderous intent. He then readied his spear and demanded to know who Shin was. But Shin replied coldly he had no need to give his name to trash, unless Zagan could entertain him. Furious, Zagan charged towards him and declared that a mere human was nothing to him. With that, his spear clashed head-on with Shin's explosion. However, Zagan easily blocked Shin's attack. He then questioned whether he truly believed he could defeat a high-ranking demon with such limited power. Hearing this, Shin was clearly surprised, but Zagan gave him no time to recover and immediately pressed the attack, so Shin quickly leapt away and landed some distance from him. He then silently admitted that Zagan was formidable, though still not as strong as stone. Clenching his fist, he thought of using more mana, but his blasts drained fast, and he could only fire 7 times. And if his mana ran out, his strength would fall, so he had to strike Zagan's head or heart. Meanwhile, Zagan saw the warriors had divine protection, yet their unknown faces made him suspect they were hero candidates. Raising his spear, he chose to move with caution in case they were the ones who defeated Wimberg and Stone. Thinking of this, he moved forward with his horse. As he advanced, he suspected they found him to rescue the Beastman princess. Fortunately, he sent many men to guard her and they should hold out for a while. That meant the forces here could focus on holding off the hero candidates. Still, he knew he had to defeat Shin, who seemed to be their leader. With that resolve, he surged forward. He then activated Flash Thrust and intended to end the battle with a single strike. Seeing this, Shin attempted to dodge, but the edge of the attack still tore through his coat. So he rolled across the ground and was astonished by the sheer speed of Zagan's assault. Still, he fixed his gaze on him once more. As Zagan continued his charge, Shin smiled inwardly, knowing that his opponent was standing directly within his minefield. Moments later, the landmines detonated around Zagan. As a result, his horse was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, Zagan was caught off guard that he had been trapped by a binding technique. Cursing under his breath, he found his vision obscured by smoke and dust. Meanwhile, Shin knew landmines lacked the power of his blast, yet they opened Zagan's defenses and left him unable to track his position. With that, Shin moved in to ambush him with an explosion. However, Zagan spotted him instantly. Hence, he responded by launching a wild thrust in Shin's direction. Seeing the attack coming, Shin knew that there was no room to dodge, so the blow struck him head-on and sent him crashing into the ground. Seeing this, Ko and Mina cried out his name in distress. Still, Shin rose, clutching his stomach in pain, yet told the others to focus on their battles. Meanwhile, Zagan sneered that Shin barely defended with mana, yet inside he was shocked by Shin's beast-like instincts. But by now, Zagan knew Shin's style was setting traps, and making anything he touched explode. Even so, he was confident he could win by keeping distance with his spear and staying alert to dodge traps. But what Zagan did not realize was that Shin had already anticipated these thoughts. At that moment, Zagan attacked again with wild thrust, so Shin responded by dodging each strike narrowly. Seeing this, Zagan was certain the distance was perfect, and Shin could not reach him. Maintaining this gap, he continued his relentless assault while Shin kept evading. After some time, Shin expressed that Zagan had completely read his combat style. In response, Zagan said it was obvious since Shin kept changing positions. However, Shin raised his hand and said Zagan was the one letting his guard down. In the next instant, Shin fired a cannon blast straight at him. Zagan's eyes then widened in shock, but before he could react, Shin poured everything into the attack and pushed it to maximum power. Thus, explosions erupted the place and engulfed the entire area. When the smoke finally cleared, a massive crater scarred the ground. At its center lay Zagan's body, which was nearly burned. Meanwhile, Shin stood unharmed nearby. He only let out a cold sneer, while his cannon fire skill leveled up to level 2. Witnessing this, Mayer stared in disbelief as Shin defeated a high-ranking demon alone. Meanwhile, Zagan's men stood frozen in shock, unable to accept their commander had fallen. At that moment, Akira announced Shin had defeated Zagan and the enemy formation had collapsed, so he urged them to continue. Hearing this, the buffed Muta and Kenta charged forward without hesitation. On the other side, demon bodies lay scattered across the battlefield, and it was all the result of Kai's handiwork. Afterward, Kai approached one of the wagons, thinking that this was the right one. He then immediately pulled aside the curtain, and finally saw the Beastman princess inside. But Sheena looked surprised that he was human, and asked if he came to help her. In response, Kai said that he was wondering about that himself. After that, he grabbed his knife and began untying her. Once the rope was cut, she asked what he was aiming for. He replied that it was the same thing the demons wanted, as he intended to use her for their benefit. Hearing this, she thought he was too honest, but he said there was no reason to lie, and asked if she wanted him to claim good intent. With that, she extended her hand, and said it was reasonable for her to resist him. In an instant, her hand underwent partial beastification. She immediately aimed for Kai's neck, but he used his speed to escape the carriage, and landed outside. Even so, Sheena continued to chase him. As she attacked with her claws, Kai leaped away in response. While on it, he can't help but think about how fast she was. He then began parrying her claws with his knife, while realizing that this was the true ability of Beastman. Shortly after, Kai uttered the word zap, and Sheena's entire body was quickly electrocuted. She then realized that this was magic, but she could no longer move and began to fall. As a result, she crashed into the ground. Without hesitation, Kai restrained her beastly arm. As he did, he reflected that Thundershock lacked power but was useful for disabling foes in close combat. Meanwhile, Sheena sneered as she wondered how a human could be so strong. Kai saw that she finally understood their strength, so she told her if she wanted to be restrained or obey willingly. Hearing this, Sheena agreed and reasoned that being with humans was better than with demons. Meanwhile, Shin and the others continued dealing with the remaining demons. Witnessing this, one of the demons began to feel fear. He wondered who these humans were, and thought they were monsters since they should not be capable of this. On the other hand, Shin signaled Mina to act and she quickly prepared her spell. Soon, the vines on a nearby tree began to glow, and stretched toward the demon's feet. When the demon tried to flee, he tripped and fell face first into the ground. Before he could recover, Shin suddenly called out to him. Following that, he grabbed him as he struggled. Shin then told him to relay a message to the Demon King, so he declared that although he bore no personal grudge, he would still kill him and sever his head cleanly. Afterwards, the group gathered near the bonfire. While on it, Muta and Kenta eagerly ate the food from the demon wagons, thinking it was their feast. Meanwhile, Mina felt they acted like bandits, though her classmates believed they already fit that description. On the other side, Sheena was left stunned when a warm meal was placed in front of her. Noticing her hesitation, Kai asked why she was not eating. She responded by asking whether it was really acceptable for them to treat her so well. Shin then said it was hard to get food of this quality, and added it was nothing compared to their home world. Meanwhile, Kai bluntly said they still needed her, so letting her die would be troublesome, and urged her to eat. Hearing this, Sheena thanked him and began to eat. Soon after, she commented that the food was tasty, One of the girls also agreed that anything Hano cooked was delicious, which made her happy Sheena liked it. Meanwhile, Mayor asked how the demons had managed to capture her. At this, Sheena fell silent for a moment, before explaining that she had encountered the demon army while hunting in the forest. At the time, she had been deep within the Federation's territory, where demons were not supposed to appear, yet they somehow knew her location. Hearing this, Kai said the demons likely planned to invade the Federation, and capturing her was one of their goals. But Mina wondered why demons wanted beastmen, so her classmate explained they aimed to rule the world. Hearing this, Sheena agreed this was likely the demons' plan but wondered what the humans wanted from her. Kai then explained they would use her as a bargaining chip since they needed the Federation's help to defeat the Demon King. But Sheena asked if he was serious about defeating the Demon King. However, her attention shifted to the one who mentioned having their own reason. It was Shin who explained they could not return home unless the Demon King was defeated. With this, Sheena realized they were hero candidates that were summoned as humans' trump cards. Kai then asked what she thought, and added that her sincere cooperation would greatly help. In response, Sheena said she understood and felt indebted to them for rescuing her. However, Kai said rescuing her was not their plan, but Sheena insisted they saved her and gave her warm food. She also added that in order to purge the demons within the Federation, she would need support from a third party, since although it was only a hunch, she suspected a spy among the Federation's high officials. The next day, Sheena successfully escaped from the demon territory together with Kai's group. They backtracked along their path and returned to the city of Nutrat. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Shuji continued practicing his swordsmanship. While doing so, he heard someone call his name. When he saw that it was Rina, he quickly asked what was wrong. Rina then told him that Shin's party had returned and had come boldly through the front gate. Hearing this, Shuji was shocked. Meanwhile, at the front gate, Shin's group was stopped by the guards. The guards accused them of desertion and demanded how they could return calmly after violating army rules. But Shin asked if those rules ever protected him, then called the guards bastards. Upon hearing it, this enraged the guards, but Shin ignored them by saying he had no business with them and demanded to know where Amelia was. However, the guards questioned if Amelia would meet someone like him and ordered their men to imprison the group. Hearing this, Shin grew irritated, but Ko said the guards reacted that way because of his behavior, unlike with Shuji's group. At that moment, the guards were suddenly placed under a spell and ordered not to move. Rin then appeared and remarked that Shin had returned sooner than expected, but one guard asked if Rin meant to betray them and ordered her to undo her skill. Before the situation escalated, Yoshi appeared and told the guards to calm down since Shin's party did not want to fight. Just then, Rin then released her skill. Seeing that Yoshi had intervened, the guards finally agreed. However, Shin was furious that the guards listened to Yoshi instead of him, but Akira said this was usual. Moving on, Yoshi asked Shin whether they had brought back something important. Shin then said they would discuss it later, and asked for a proper place to talk. Shortly after, Shin and the Knight Commanders gathered in the conference room. Shin casually asserted himself by placing his feet on the table. Seeing this, Amelia could only sigh while Henry let out a chuckle. However, the other commanders were clearly furious. Hence, Mirai ordered Shin to stop since he was souring the atmosphere. But Shin asked if this was just another matter of world culture, and said Mirai was always the same. Still, Mirai said there was no need to make a scene, and everyone he wanted was already there. With that, Shin finally agreed and removed his feet from the table. After that, he instructed Mina to enter. Immediately, Mina came in, accompanied by Sheena. Upon seeing her, Amelia and Henry were shocked by the presence of a feline beastman. Akira then introduced Sheena as the daughter of the master of the Grandanas Beastman Federation. Hearing that, Amelia was surprised while Henry questioned why she was with them. Sheena confirmed that she was the master's daughter and said she had been rescued from demons. Hearing this, Shuji was stunned to learn that she had been captured by demons. Nevertheless, Sheena confirmed demons lurked in the Federation, and she was rescued while being taken to demon lands. After this, Shin said they'd use her to secure the Federation's cooperation since they couldn't wait another 2 years. Hearing this, Amelia said that she now understood the situation. She also said they were considering an alliance, and asked to speak with officials first since the princess is here. Listening to this, Shin remarked that she was being quite honest. Amelia then said they didn't want half the hero candidates to leave, and had planned to accept some demands if they returned. Henry also said the hero candidates were their army's trump card, and their return will get him a void dismissal. With that, Amelia said she understood their demands. She said if they allied with the Federation, they could keep fighting the demonic kingdom, and asked if that was what they wanted. In response, Shin said that this was finally a proper discussion. But Amelia said it was a good deal, since killing the Demon King was the people's will, and they'd do whatever it took. Following this, Sheena said she wanted to repay them, but she also asked their help to eliminate demons in the Federation. Hence, Shuji assured her that he would do his best. Suddenly, Henry asked how they had learned about the princess's kidnapping. Shin replied that they had interrogated the demons they captured. Hearing this, Henry said that he understood. 1 week later, Shuji and the others waited for news. The Holy Kingdom chose to send envoys to the Federation, and Henry and Amelia confirmed the plan was approved. Seeing this, everyone was filled with joy. Meanwhile, in a house within the city, Kai asked who would accompany the envoys. Akira then said it would be Shuji, Rena, Rin, and Yoshi, but Kai had expected Rin due to her domination skill. In addition, Akira said Shuji and Yoshi judged people well, while Rena was skilled in talking. He also said Henry would likely lead the envoy with soldiers and staff, so there's 30 people in total. After hearing this, Kai asked about Shin. Akira then explained that Shin would stay on the front lines since he wasn't fit for negotiations. He also said Mirai would be substitute squad leader, though it'd be hard keeping Shin and his companions in check. Finally, he asked Kai about his own plans. Kai then replied that he was also heading to the Federation, but he did not intend to accompany the envoys. The following day, Henry announced their departure. With that, the group set out on their journey. Along the way, Ren sighed and commented that this was such a pain. Hearing this, Shuji chuckled and told her that they would be traveling for quite some time. Meanwhile, Yoshi expressed his surprise at seeing Rena join them. Angered by this, she asked if he meant she shouldn't have come, and he quickly clarified he was glad she was there. Nevertheless, Rena raised her hand and said they'd act recklessly if she left them alone, especially Shuji. Hearing this, Shuji asked if she was referring to him. At that, Yoshi burst into laughter. Flustered, Rena clarified that she meant Yoshi was an unreliable companion for Shuji. Thus, Yoshi shouted that she was being horrible to him, which drew everyone's attention. Irritated by the noise, Rin thought it would be better if they stayed quiet. Setting that aside, she remembered Kai was also going to the Federation and wondered if he might be nearby. But as she scanned the surroundings, Henry noticed her behavior. At the same time, someone was indeed watching from the grass. It was Mayer and Kai, who decided to continue following them. As they moved, Mayer asked if they were just tailing, and Kai said yes, since he was unfamiliar with the plane and that Sheena was with them. Meanwhile, Henry's group continued onward. At the same time, Rin silently observed the surroundings. Noticing this, Henry asked why she was constantly looking around. Startled, Rin nervously replied that she was simply keeping watch for monsters. Yoshi then told her that there was no need to worry since Shuji and Henry were present. Hearing this, Rin lowered her gaze and agreed that he was right. On the other hand, Henry asked Shuji how Arashi's group had managed to return in only a few days. Shuji responded nervously and admitted that it was true. Henry then gave him a sharp look and said it was strange they learned of Sheena's abduction so quickly. But Reina reminded him that Shin had mentioned capturing and interrogating demons. Even so, Henry said the quick return was unusual and doubted Shin did it alone without consulting them. Hearing this, Shuji asked what he was implying. Henry replied that it was only speculation, but he believed someone was working in the shadows and gathering information on their own. He also said Shuji was bad at lying, and his expression gave it away, making Shuji tense up. Meanwhile, Yoshi agreed that Kai had done much in secret, but he was still seen as a criminal. Similarly, Rin worried about the punishment they might face if Henry found out they were cooperating. On the other hand, Rena questioned what kind of nonsense Henry was talking about. In response, Henry said some of them knew the truth while others were still clueless. Hence, he explained their connections as outsiders were limited, so they needed someone with many ties. With that, he declared that Kai was acting in their shadows, even though he was known as the Saint Killer. Hearing this, Shuji asked if that was truly the case, but he was caught off guard when Henry laughed and said he was only joking. Seeing this, Yoshi said Henry was taking it well and explained Kai was helping on his own without their consent. However, Henry assured them not to worry since he did not intend to punish them. He even added he should thank them for killing that woman, which shocked the guards. Like them, Yoshi asked if it was acceptable and Henry said no, since others would lynch him if they knew. But Henry also noted Rin's behavior over the past few hours and assumed that Kai was nearby watching them closely. Startled, Shuji asked Rin if that was true. Rin was taken aback and began to panic. She then wondered if she was dragging Kai down despite acting only as a messenger for him. But suddenly, Kai appeared with Mayer while saying there was no point hiding since they'd already been discovered. Upon seeing him, Shuji was shocked while the guards asked if Kai was the Saint Killer. Meanwhile, Sheena quickly stated that Kai was the one who had rescued her. As the guards readied themselves, Henry clarified his accusation was only based on his own conclusions. Still, Kai said it was impressive he reached that conclusion with so little information. In response, Henry said they had information networks and asked if he was the Black Grim Reaper that killed Winberg. However, Kai said he'd never heard that nickname and clarified he hadn't killed him alone. Upon seeing Mayer, Henry noticed she was a spellcasting elf and remarked that Kai had a powerful companion. But at that moment, Mayer's attention was drawn by someone shouting Kai's name. When they looked over, they saw Rena angrily condemned Kai for revealing himself after all that had happened. Seeing this, Shuji tried to calm her but she shoved him aside and shouted she could not. She then pointed at Kai, saying Shuji's kindness might forgive him, but he was still a traitor. Hence, she demanded to know if Kai had anything to say for himself. However, Kai replied that he had no intention of denying it. Yoshi then urges Rina to calm down and tells her Kai had always been helping them. But Rina summoned flames, told him to be quiet, and declared she would end everything there. Hence, Kai sighed at the sight while Mare marveled at Rina's firepower and readied her staff to defend. However, Kai called out to her by name. He also addressed Rin, who was about to activate her skill. As the flames surged toward him, he asked them not to interfere. In the next moment, Kai's side was engulfed in fire. Seeing this, Yoshi asked Rina if she intended to burn him to ashes, but she coldly replied that if he died from that alone, she would be disappointed. At that moment, Kai's hand suddenly emerged as he agreed with her words. He then grabbed her by the side of her clothing, which caught her off guard. By this, she was thrown into the ground. Still, she managed to quickly retreat. She then began summoning multiple fireballs in an attempt to incinerate him, but Kai responded by calling upon his thunder and sent a shock through her entire body. Due to this, her strength gives out, so she was forced to collapse to the ground. As she lay there, she questioned what he had done, since he should not possess that level of power. But Kai replied that though he lacked natural aptitude, constant practice made his abilities usable. Hence, Rina's face darkened as he said she relied too much on divine power and questioned her training. Meanwhile, Yoshi could not help but praise Kai for disabling Rina so easily. Like him, Shuji was shocked by Kai's speed and realized Kai might surpass him. On the other side, Rina stood back up and declared that she would never accept him. But Kai said he never sought her approval and reminded her their clashes would always end the same. Enraged, she shouted at him to be quiet, but Rin restrained her with chains and ordered her to calm herself first. Later that night, Henry and the others gathered around the bonfire and listened to Kai's story. Through this, Henry finally realized the hero candidates had once been completely cornered, so he now understood why Kai chose to kill Luna, since they were being forced into impossible tasks. Shuji also said they were confused, so Kai took the blame, while Yoshi said their classmates still misunderstood Kai. Still, Rina stated that she believed Kai did not act solely because they were his classmates. Kai then replied she was right, and said it was troublesome to let Luna live, so he killed her. Regardless, Yoshi thought Rina was stubborn, but she said it was her choice whether to believe Kai. With that, Rina turned toward Mare. She asked if it was true that Kai still searched for a way home, even with a cute girl by his side. Kai said he found nothing, and Mare chose to follow him, which made her call him cruel. Setting that aside, Shuji said they needed Kai's help to catch Federation spies and asked him to join their journey. Henry also added he didn't mind and said he could fabricate reports since he couldn't tell the kingdom. After it, they then looked to Rina for her opinion. Thus, she responded that it did not matter, as it did not change the fact that she still hated Kai. Kai then said their destination was the same, and he was fine traveling with them if no one objected. Later, as the bonfire continued to burn, Henry and the others gathered together. Near the trees, Shuji was suddenly called by Kai. Kai asked whether it was really acceptable to tell Henry everything. So Shuji replied that if Kai meant the truth about Luna, it was fine since he trusted Henry. Still, Kai said some things couldn't be fully entrusted, but since he'd told Henry, it couldn't be helped. Shuji then said he'd take responsibility, since Henry had been piecing things together from the start. Hearing this, Kai said there was no point hiding it, and that sharing was Shuji's way of showing trust. After that, the delegation continued traveling for several days. Along the way, Henry informed them that they should have reached the Federation's territory by now. Hearing this, Sheena poked her head out and told them to head for the nearest border town. However, Kai said that someone was already there to greet them. At that moment, an arrow shot towards Shuji and startled his horse. Seeing this, Shuji was caught off guard and confused. When they looked around, they realized they were surrounded. Seeing the figures around them, Henry recognized them as beastmen. Suddenly, a beastwoman demanded to know what business they had in her territory. However, it was clear that Henry's group was badly outnumbered. Immediately, Shuji said they weren't there to fight, but to form an alliance with the Federation. However, the mention of an alliance darkened the beastwoman's expression. The other beastmen also reprimanded them, saying they were treated harshly because of humans like them. Hearing this, Rina said the beastmen scene didn't care, so Yoshi reminded her to watch her words. Suddenly, Sheena called out to the beastwoman named Rune, and told her it was truly her. After that, she stepped out of the carriage. Upon seeing her, the surrounding beastmen called her name in disbelief. Sheena then tried to explain that these humans had rescued her, but she was cut off. Rune drew her sword and ordered Henry to return Sheena, but he said he would after they listened. However, Rune refused and charged forward, saying she did not need to hear anything. Henry saw it could not be resolved peacefully, so he ordered his men to counterattack while forbidding killing. Hence, the soldiers and beastmen soon clashed. Seeing this, Kai asked Sheena whether she could not clear up the misunderstanding. Sheena replied that Rune would not listen to anyone once she was in that state. She asked Kai to incapacitate Rune without killing her, since Rune's unit was full of inexperienced youths and he could handle it. After hearing this, Kai passed her request to the others and told Shuji it was time for him to lead. Shuji acknowledged this and launched a powerful strike at his opponent. As a result, he knocked the beastman to the ground. After that, he turned around. He then saw more attacks coming from the side and deftly dodged them. Following that, he struck one attacker in the back, causing them to collapse unconscious, which shocked the nearby beastman. But Shuji immediately turned his attention to that one as well and struck the same spot, causing him to pass out. Witnessing this, the remaining beastmen could not help but curse Shuji. Meanwhile, Kai called out to Rin, who immediately asked for instructions. So Kai told her to target the rear archers and leave the front line to Shuji. Understanding this, Rin released her chains. With these, she managed to restrain the archers and halt their movements. On the other side, more beastmen rushed forward, declaring that they would rescue Sheena. Seeing this, Kai called for Mayor, who responded at once. She then summoned the sylph to stop the beastmen without harming them. With this, they were trapped in a swirling whirlwind. Watching this, Yoshi was thrilled to learn that Mayor was also a magic element user like himself. On the other hand, Kai called out to Rina. Seeing her about to unleash her flames, he ordered her not to interfere. However, she immediately questioned why she was being stopped when everyone else was fighting. While continuing to move, Kai said anyone struck by her flames would die, and asked if she was confident in controlling her magic without killing. Hearing this, Rina finally agreed to withdraw. Meanwhile, Rune was shocked by how strong the humans were. Shuji then told her they only wanted to talk, and asked her to sheath her sword. But instead, Rune rushed at him again with her blade. However, Shuji stopped it with his bare hand. Seeing this, she was obviously stunned, especially when she realized that he had blocked her sword using only 2 fingers. At that moment, someone called Rune's name. She turned and saw Sheena asking whether she had calmed down. After that, Sheena asked her to listen to what the humans had to say. Afterwards, the beastmen bowed deeply to Henry's group in apology. Shuji quickly stopped them and asked them to raise their heads. However, Rune kept bowing, saying she had not known they were Sheena's saviors and was willing to give her life. But Henry replied that he understood her actions given the strained ties between their nations. Still, Rune remained apologetic. At that moment, Kai suggested that she become their guide if she wished to make amends. He explained they came to seek alliance and meet the Federation's leaders, as Sheena also wished this. Sheena confirmed it, and that she owed them her life, so she asked Rune to treat them properly. Understanding this, Rune agreed to guide them to the capital, though she could not hold back her tears as she expressed her relief that Sheena was safe. In response, Sheena reassured her that she was finally home. From then on, Shuji and the other liaisons were treated formally as they traveled onward. Other beastmen watched with curiosity, but the real challenge was negotiating with the Federation Parliament for alliance. After all, the Parliament was made up of beastmen tribe chiefs and leaders of the governing organizations. After some time, they reached the Federation capital Mainslaya, where the Parliament was located. Upon seeing it, Shuji and Yoshi were amazed by the sheer size of the city. Suddenly, Rune apologized to them and explained that this was as far as she could escort them. She also said she wished to thank them more, but national policy was decided by the parliamentary councils. Hearing this, Shuji said it was fine and that from now on it was their responsibility. Afterward, they finally entered the city, which was filled with beastmen. Upon seeing the humans, many of the beastmen began to wonder what they were plotting this time. Despite the uneasy atmosphere, Henry's group continued forward. As they went on, more eyes turned toward them. Therefore, Shuji could not help but glance back at the onlookers. Meanwhile, Kai saw the reaction wasn't hatred but something different from what they expected. Some of the beastmen were even trembling in their presence, so Mayor said they were clearly afraid, while Yoshi thought it natural for civilians to feel uneasy before a foreign army. However, Henry said civilians weren't hostile but true opposition would come from the chieftains. Suddenly, someone shouted Sheena's name, causing Henry and the others to freeze. Turning toward the voice, they saw a beastman running toward them and anxiously asking whether Sheena was all right. In response, Sheena called him her father and reassured him that she was unharmed. Overcome with relief, he embraced her and expressed how glad he was that she was safe. But Sheena quickly pointed out that he was hugging her too tightly, so he released her and explained that his emotions had simply overwhelmed him. After that, his expression turned serious as he faced Henry's group. He then asked Sheena whether these humans were the ones who had rescued her. In response, Sheena confirmed it and reminded him to treat them well. Understanding this, he warmly declared that they would be welcome to stay in his mansion for the day. He then introduced himself as Alto, the chief of the feline tribe and Sheena's father. He also thanked them sincerely for saving his daughter, and assured them that he would repay this debt. In response, Henry then introduced himself as captain of Diagarus' 8th Night Corps, and asked a favor. Hearing this, Alto readily agreed. With that, Henry's group was finally granted a meeting with the other beastmen chieftains. Henry presented their proposal as envoys of the Holy Kingdom, seeking an alliance and asking for consideration. Without hesitation, Alto agreed since he owed them for saving his daughter. The werewolf chief Edgar also noted the demonic kingdom's threat was rising due to frequent raids. However, the birdfolk chief Camel rejected the alliance as nonsense and asked if they'd forgotten humans' past wrongs. The fishman chief Max also agreed since his father was enslaved by humans and died due to it. Meanwhile, the canine chief Niels thanked them for rescuing Sheena and promised proper rewards. Even so, he emphasized that the past could not simply be ignored. Hearing this, Alto was clearly taken aback by Niels' words. Niels then recalled that humans had exiled them, and history could not be ignored for cooperation. Hearing this, Camel and Max also agreed that they would not accept the cooperation. Before Max could say more, Henry said that the past should indeed not be forgotten, but they all shared the same goal of defeating the demons. However, Max said he would not cooperate with humans against demons, but he was interrupted. Edgar then looked at them seriously and said they'd heard humans were turning the tide against demons, so he asked Henry what cooperation they sought. Hearing this, Henry fell silent. Hence, Shuji declared their goal was to wipe out the demonic kingdom in one strike and behead the demon king. Upon hearing this, both Alto's group and Camel's side fell silent. At that moment, Edgar suddenly laughed. He pointed out that there was no deception in Shuji's eyes and found his words intriguing. Hearing this, Camille questioned his reaction, and Edgar said it was strange for advantaged humans to seek alliance. After all, they did not appear to be forced or cornered into cooperating. Shuji then stressed they wanted to defeat the Demon King and needed the Beastman's help. After saying this, his attention turned to Alto, who agreed with Edgar's assessment. Alto said he would help exterminate the demons and admitted he was suspicious but surprised by Shuji's honesty. Hence, Edgar raised his fist. He declared that he agreed since if demons pressed harder, the Federation could not endure fighting alone, and if the Holy Kingdom fell, the Federation would be next, so they had to fight with humans. Upon hearing this, Yoshi and the others were overjoyed. However, Camille said she understood their reasoning but still refused the alliance. After all, there was no way to know if humans might betray them once they worked together. Max also stated that he would not cooperate with people he could not trust. In addition, Niels said that the alliance might simply be a plot to use them as sacrifices or decoys. Hearing this, Sheena pointed out that Niels seemed to have changed. After all, he had once always sided with humans. In response, he explained that his views had changed after living for a long time. Meanwhile, Alto grew troubled by the increasing number of people opposing the proposal. Thus, Edgar said it was unwise to decide quickly, and suggested they stay in the Federation to hear more. Hearing this, Alto offered the feline tribe to host them due to their debt for his daughter's rescue. Meanwhile, Camel stated once more that she would not change her mind, and Max agreed with her. On the other side, Kai began activating his judgment skill, but his eyes couldn't help but widen in shock as he directed it toward Niels. Later, at the mansion of the feline tribe chief, Henry's group shared a feast with Alto's tribe. During the gathering, Alto asked them to enjoy the meal as a token of gratitude for saving his daughter. In response, Shuji expressed his thanks. Meanwhile, Rina began wondering if the food consisted of insects, which also made Rin curious. On the other hand, Kai casually cracked one open and ate it. Meanwhile, Mayor busied herself with eating fruits. Nearby, Yoshi was encouraged by the felines for his alcohol tolerance and agreed to drink more. Before long, Sheena urged Alto to address the real matter at hand. Alto then stated that they needed to decide on their future policy. Hearing this, Henry explained demons had infiltrated the capital, which showed they had insider information. Sheena also added that without insider help, the demons could not have pinpointed her and ambushed her. Upon hearing this, a feline said border infiltration was possible but capital breach impossible, and another said demons would be detected if so. Listening to these remarks, Sheena looked at him intently. Noticing this, the feline quickly clarified that he was not doubting her words. With that, Alto said the concern was valid since Beastman's strong smell made it hard for demons to enter unnoticed. However, they fell silent when someone suggested the presence of a spy. Kai then said someone might be hiding demons and giving them information while concealing their traces. Hearing this, another feline reacted strongly, saying the idea was impossible and asked if Kai was doubting them. But Alto told him to calm down since they were only considering all possibilities. After hearing this, the felines immediately apologized. Alto then said he did not want to doubt his people, but he found no trace of Sheena, despite searching. So at that time, he had a strong premonition that someone was deliberately controlling the flow of information. Henry also added that if the network was manipulated, the spy was likely high rank and very dangerous. Rin then noted that details from their earlier meeting might also be leaked. Hearing this, Yoshi suggested that one of the tribe chiefs might be the traitor. However, Alto dismissed the idea since chiefs advised on the Federation's future, and he didn't want to cause chaos. Hearing this, the other feline agreed and felt relieved after being startled. Setting that aside, Alto instructed Sheena not to leave the mansion for the time being. Sheena then said it was a shame, but Alto warned they would lose everything if she was taken again. At that moment, Shuji asked about the discussion regarding the alliance. Hearing this, Alto fell silent. He then apologized and explained that he had expected their proposal to be received more positively. With that, Sheena said only Edgar and her father supported the alliance, and without convincing the other three they would lose. Listening to this, Shuji was clearly taken aback. Seeing his reaction, Alto said they must keep persuading and wanted Henry's group to join the discussions. In response, Henry assured him that they would cooperate. Later that night, Kai quietly gazed over the city. Soon after, Sheena appeared and asked if he was unable to sleep. In response, he said he wanted more information but found it hard to move in a foreign nation. Sheena then agreed he'd be discovered by scent, while he remarked the beastman's smell was sharp. After it, he mentioned that he had something to ask her, prompting her to listen attentively. Kai recalled the moment he used his judgment skill and directed it on Niels, where he saw a brainwash status attached to him. Hearing this, Sheena was shocked, but Kai confirmed his skill let him see the status of anything in sight, and only Niels had such an abnormal condition. He also added that beastmen were unable to use magic, to which Sheena agreed. So from this, he concluded that Niels's condition was undoubtedly the work of the demons. After learning this, Sheena recalled Niels's behavior as strange since he had always supported good relations with humans. With this in mind, she asked whether they should inform her father, but Kai said his skill wasn't enough as proof, and though Alto suspected a spy, Kai doubted his trust. As she leapt forward, Sheena agreed with him, but added that her father had always favored humans, and since Kai saved her, Alto would trust him. Hearing this, Kai agreed to speak with Alto later. However, he suddenly stopped when he sensed someone approaching. Turning around, he saw Alto, who remarked that Kai had underestimated the hearing ability of the beastman. Realizing that Alto had overheard them, Kai asked if he could speak frankly. Alto replied that he did not mind, as Kai was his benefactor. He also admitted that he had felt something strange about Niels's behavior. Because of this, he trusted Kai and promised full support for the alliance if Kai helped eliminate the demons in their place. Hearing this, Kai agreed to start gathering info on the canine tribe the next day, while Alto and Shuji persuaded the chiefs. In response, Alto assured him that he understood. Meanwhile, near the city, inside a mansion guarded by several canine beastmen, Niels was half kneeling on the floor. Before him sat a high-ranking demon named Bright. Suddenly, Bright said Niels's report showed the situation was growing more troublesome. He thought most chiefs were tamed and control was near, but his plan to kidnap the princess and blackmail the feline chief fell apart. Moreover, he had not expected Alto's daughter to be rescued by humans. With that, he cursed Zagan for failing a simple task and called him a disgrace among high-ranking demons. Listening to this, Niels added that humans were truly shameless. Since they were the ones proposing the alliance, he insisted that he could never agree to such cooperation. Bright also agreed and said humans were desperate and must be stopped before influencing the Federation further. In response, Niels assured him that humans were also their common enemy. The next day at the Fishman tribe chief's mansion, Henry and Alto's group met with Max. However, Max declared that no matter what they said, his answer would not change. Even so, Shuji asked him to listen first. Seeing the determination in Shuji's eyes, Max eventually agreed. Shuji then thanked him, after which Henry proceeded to explain the current situation of the Holy Kingdom. Meanwhile, at the Bird Tribe chief's mansion, Yoshi arrived with several feline beastmen but was stopped at the gate. One guard reminded them of the chief's words, saying there was no need to listen to humans. Yoshi then replied they had already come this far, while the feline beastmen said Alto already requested an audience. However, the guard said even with Alto's request, the answer was the same since their chief would not meet humans. Hearing this, Rin considered using her domination ability on the guard but realized it would only deepen their distrust. On the other hand, Yoshi said it could not be helped and decided they should return for the day. Hearing this, Rin was confused and tried to reason with him, but he warned their actions could antagonize the Federation, and unlike with Luna, they could not risk it. After hearing this, Rin replied that she understood. Meanwhile, back at their lodging, Kai heard someone knocking on the door and asked who it was. Sheena then entered the room and told him that everything had turned out exactly as he had said. Thus, he asked if she had learned anything, and she said she went to the canine tribe where the atmosphere was strange. Kai then listened in silence as she explained the canine tribe was hostile to humans as if fueled deliberately. Moreover, the soldiers grew restless, and if things escalated, they might try to kill Kai and the others. After hearing this, Kai said they could not sit idly and needed solid evidence to turn the situation around. Late that night near the canine territory, Kai and Sheena sneaked together. While on it, Kai told Sheena to investigate thoroughly, and she agreed, but warned him not to underestimate beastman instincts. After acknowledging this, they made his move. The two of them quietly leapt across rooftops while the canine guards patrolled the ground below. After some time, they successfully infiltrated the place and slipped inside Niels's mansion. As they advanced, Sheena mentioned that the chief's chamber should be nearby. Upon reaching the office, she noticed that no one was there and assumed that Niels was likely in his bedroom. Seeing the opportunity, she approached the desk, believing it was the best place to find evidence. But suddenly she froze. Her gaze shifted to the chair, where she sensed the same smell as the one who had kidnapped her before. But that moment, the door suddenly opened, and someone demanded to know who was inside. Startled, Sheena turned around nervously. There, she found Niels shouting that even if she was Alto's daughter, she would not go unpunished for intruding. Sheena then responded by telling him to come to his senses, but her words only confused him further, so she explained he was being manipulated by demons and asked if he had not noticed something was wrong. But Niels dismissed her claims as nonsense and declared that he would have her restrained. Hearing his voice, the canine guards quickly rushed in. Niels then informed them of the intruder, so he ordered them to restrain her, and they quickly moved. Seeing this, Sheena was taken aback. She then quickly stepped onto the windowsill and leapt outside. Seeing this, the guards reported she had escaped, but Niels ordered them not to let her get away. Meanwhile, Bright was calmly enjoying a drink when he heard about the intruder and wondered why someone would appear here. Thinking of this, he wondered whether his presence had already been discovered. As he took another sip of wine, he reflected on how his caution let him infiltrate the capital alone. When his cup was empty, he thought others might suspect demons after Sheena's incident, yet not link them to the canine tribe unless someone could detect brainwashing. However, he smiled and believed it was impossible. Unfortunately, he did not notice Kai standing silently behind him with a knife at his neck. So by the time Bright began to turn around, only the sound of splattering blood echoed through the room. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Niels continued ordering his men to capture Sheena. In response, Sheena leapt onto the rooftops to escape. While on it, she repeatedly glanced back, seeing only canine guards chasing her. She wondered if Kai had found the demons, but her thoughts were suddenly interrupted when someone called her name. Looking down, she saw guards from the feline tribe below, with Rune among them and holding a lamp. After Sheena descended, she asked Rune why she was there. Rune then said she had been waiting nearby under Alto's orders to ensure nothing bad happened to Sheena. At that moment, the canine guards saw the feline tribe but still shouted they would capture Sheena, who's an intruder. Hearing this, Sheena admitted they were correct, but Rune asked what they should do. So Sheena told them to fight back if needed, but not kill since the canine guards were only confused. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Kai struck Bright, but he managed to retreat. Though injured, Bright wondered what kind of human Kai was, but without hesitation, Kai casually threw his knife at him. So, Bright blocked it with his arms, but the blade still pierced him. With that, he hurriedly retreated and knocked it away. He then grabbed a nearby plant in desperation to regain control. After it, he threw it directly at Kai, but Kai easily cut it in half. However, Bright used that brief opening to smash through a window and escape. Seeing this, Kai went through the broken window and declared he would not let Bright escape. Thus, he began chasing him across the rooftops. As he fled, Bright cursed the situation, knowing he did not want the demons exposed, yet he was drawing too much attention. So using telepathy, he contacted Niels and ordered him to deal with the human pursuing him. However, Niels was also in a dire situation, so he could not help, but Bright still insisted. So he replied nervously that it was impossible for him to leave right now. After all, he was facing Alto, who remarked that it had been a long time since they last fought. In response, Niels told Alto he could not forgive his daughter and warned it would cause a tribal war, but Alto stated that he would not allow such a conflict and that Niels needed to open his eyes. But this fueled Niels' anger and was convinced Alto did not grasp Sheena's actions seriously. However, Alto only noted the disturbing aura emanating from Niels. Enraged, Niels lunged forward and declared he had matters to attend to, so he would crush him. In response, Alto confidently raised his fist toward him. With this, the two immediately clashed, but the force of their collision was so great that it was visible even to Yoshi's group far away. Seeing this, Yoshi said things had begun, while Rina asked if it was fine not to intervene. Yoshi then said not to intervene since it would complicate talks and make them look disruptive. Hearing this, Rin began to suspect that Kai was already making a move. Yoshi agreed by saying Kai was likely lurking for demons, which explained the urgency and commotion. Listening to this, Rin thought it might be better to lend a hand, but Yoshi shook his head and said they would only be a burden since they did not know the area. At this, Rin could only clutch her chest and feel worried. Moments later, Yoshi noticed something. Seeing the figure nearby, he said someone would still rush in despite knowing the situation. At that moment, Kai was sprinting through the city and chasing after Bright. As he pursued him, he saw Bright moving to a secluded area, which worked in Kai's favor. Meanwhile, Bright realized his wound was deep and his arm was useless, so he questioned if he could still fight. Suddenly, two canine girls appeared in the alley and froze in panic upon seeing him. In response, Bright attacked them and declared that anyone who saw him had to be sent to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Kai continued his pursuit, but saw Bright would not stop, and knowing he must close the distance, he enhanced his body with magic. With that, he focuses it entirely on his legs. After that, his speed immediately increased, and in an instant, he reached Bright's side and startled him. Without hesitation, Kai thrust his knife forward and forced Bright to block with his arms once more. But Bright was sent flying backward instead, as Kai followed up with a powerful kick. With Kai's foot still suspended in the air, Bright coughed up blood and realized too late that the knife attack had been a feint. After crashing into a wall, he realized he was losing, yet he clung to being a high-ranked demon despite not being built for combat. At the same time, he could not deny the man before him was worthy of being called a hero candidate. As he struggled to breathe, Bright questioned how Kai had managed to find him. Kai then replied that his eyes possessed the ability to analyze the status of any object. Hearing this, Bright laughed bitterly, thinking it was his misfortune to face the worst opponent at that moment. Still, he believed if he eliminated Kai, he could recover his plans since he still had one last card. On the other hand, Kai keenly sensed that Bright was plotting something. Meanwhile, the canine tribe and the feline tribe continued to clash. During the fighting, one of the canines asked their captain why they were fighting, but was only told it was the chief's order. However, Rune urged them to pull back if they doubted since they also did not wish to fight. Sheena also reminded them they were Niels' close soldiers and should have noticed his strange behavior. But hearing this only made the canines more confused and agitated, while their captain himself began to waver. Seeing this, Sheena pointed out that he seemed to know something. He then admitted he did not understand Niels' actions, but their duty remained unchanged. However, Sheena asked if that duty still applied even if Niels was brainwashed by demons. Hearing this, the canines were stunned and found it hard to believe, but their captain told them not to be deceived and reminded them they followed the chief's orders. Hearing this, Sheena saw persuasion was futile, so Rune told her to stay back as she was restraining them. However, their movements halted as a powerful strike tore into the ground between them. Staring at the crater, the captain wondered what had just happened. Confused, he decided to turn around, but he was surprised to see a human, especially Shuji. Shortly after, Shuji's group approached the scene. Without hesitation, Edgar ordered everyone to stop and sheath their weapons. Hearing this, they were shocked when they realized it was Edgar. Meanwhile, in the alley, Kai checked Bright's status window and found a level 4 brainwashing art. With that, he used a detailed appraisal, where he learned that the technique was activated by wrapping both hands around the target's head. From this, he concluded, Bright's brainwashing was little threat if he stayed cautious, and defeating him would be easy. However, his attention suddenly shifted when he sensed danger. He immediately leapt back and narrowly dodged a spear aimed at him. Looking up, he saw a group of demons emerging from the shadows. At that moment, Bright stood, thanking Kai for coming since his subordinates could now join the fight. Kai then realized Bright had lured him into a secluded area to regroup with his comrades. Ignoring this, Bright declared Kai had no escape and insisted the Demon King's task force could not be just one member. In response, Kai simply sighed and questioned Bright's judgment. Enraged by the remark, Bright demanded to know what Kai had just said. Kai then said he knew Bright was waiting for reinforcements, and that it was better to deal with them all at once. Hearing this, the demons fell silent and their expressions darkened. Bright then furiously cursed him and demanded to know what he could possibly do. His subordinates also summoned their weapons and vowed Kai would regret injuring Bright. At the same time, Bright mocked Kai inwardly since his middle-ranked demons were elite. With that belief, he ordered them to finish Kai. However, a voice called the Sylph, and before the demons reached Kai, a violent gust blew them away. Due to this, they were immediately caught in a raging whirlwind. After they struggled, they looked around and wondered if reinforcements had arrived. However, they saw only Mare because Kai had prepared a reliable ally, since Bright's brainwashing ability was still uncertain. Still, Bright insisted that it was still only the two of them and that nothing had changed. Ignoring him, Mare summoned Norm and ordered him to gather small rocks in large quantities. The stones on the ground then began to rise and float. Following that, she hurled directly at the demons. The impact struck them repeatedly and left them unable to retaliate. Even so, some demons thought they could defend with demonic arts, but they failed to see Kai slip. In an instant, Kai struck one of them and noted they were too focused on gathering mana. Thus, they left themselves wide open from other directions. Alarmed, Bright shouted for them to stay alert and warned to treat Kai and Mare as high-ranking demon foes. One of the demons acknowledged the warning and launched an attack. He proceeds to use a cloning demonic art and challenges Kai to identify the real body. But his question was cut short when Kai's knife pierced straight through his forehead. As he collapsed, he asked in shock how Kai had known, but Kai just coldly replied that even as elites, they could not share information between demonic branches. Enraged, another demon cursed Kai and formed a magic circle. He then released a wind lance meant to kill him, but the attack was abruptly intercepted by another gust of wind, leaving the demon stunned. Looking up, he realized it was Mare's doing. Without hesitation, she commanded the Sylph to finish him. The demon then broke into a cold sweat as the attack closed in. Unfortunately, the wind struck every part of his body, while Mare merely yawned in boredom. After a while, Bright and the remaining demons stood among fallen comrades, as Kai and Mayer faced them in silence. Seeing this, Bright grew furious at being pushed so far. Suddenly, a voice remarked that Bright's group seemed to be struggling, causing Mayer to immediately ask who it was. At the same time, Kai looked up. There, he saw Camille leading members of the bird tribe. At the sight of her, Kai said that he had not expected her to be working together with the demons, but she shouted her resentment for humans ran so deep she was willing to side with them. Mayer then wondered if Camille was also brainwashed, but Kai replied that she was acting of her own free will. From this, he finally pieced together that the demons had brainwashed Niels with the cooperation of the bird tribe. Niels and Camille sided with demons, while Alto grieved his kidnapped daughter. Max was unreliable, and Edgar uninvolved, so the demons held Sheena to force the feline tribe into submission for a majority vote. Previously, Kai heard demons say the Federation would fall, and leaders would wage war on humans, and now he understood. Meanwhile, Bright complained about Camille arriving late, but she merely mocked him for being a demon, unable to defeat 2 humans on his own. However, Bright brushed it off for the moment and asked for her help in finishing them. Camille found it amusing yet saw the humans were strong and agreed to assist him. Hearing this, Kai sneered as he counted nearly 30 elite bird tribe members and saw the tribe aiding demons. Sensing the danger, Mayer began to panic, but Kai calmly told her that they had no choice but to defeat them. On the other side, Camille ordered her subordinates to descend quietly and avoid drawing the attention of the other tribes. With that, the bird tribe rushed toward Kai and Mayer. Elsewhere, Alto continued exchanging blows with Niels and meeting his attacks head-on, but Niels refused to retreat and struck back just as fiercely. So the force of their clash shattered nearby windows and caused the surrounding trees to sway violently. Still, Alto continued fighting with laughter and clearly enjoying the battle. As Niels attacked, he questioned Alto's words. At the same time, he managed to land a solid punch to his body. However, Alto merely smiled, which caused Niels to panic slightly. In response, Alto struck him squarely in the face and declared his weakness. With that, Niels collapsed to the ground in confusion. As he struggled back to his feet, he began to question the strange sensation overtaking him. He looked at Alto, feeling his mind drift, and wondered if he had misunderstood all along. Meanwhile, Alto saw Niels' doubt and knew only defeating the caster would end it, but he feared leaving Niels alone could unleash the canine tribe. On the other side, Edgar finally learned that Niels was being brainwashed by the demons. In response, Sheena confirmed this was why they infiltrated Niels' mansion to search for the demon. Hearing this, Shuji asked whether they had found it, but she shook her head. Instead, she revealed that Kai had suddenly disappeared. Hearing that, Shuji concluded that Kai must still be fighting somewhere. Meanwhile, Edgar admitted he could barely keep up, yet insisted they must help Kai fighting the demons. At that moment, Rune called for their attention. When Sheena asked what was wrong, Rune replied that she had seen a group of birds flying north. But hearing that birds were flying at such a late hour made Edgar suspicious. At the same time, Shuji began running ahead since they might be able to find clues. Back with Yoshi's group, they could feel continuous tremors coming from a nearby battle. However, Rin continued to wonder if it was really right for them to simply watch. Still, she acknowledged Yoshi's reasoning was valid since a move could cause public unrest. Even so, she called Yoshi's attention and said she wanted to ask something. She then asked if his argument relied on Kai defeating the demons, and Yoshi confirmed it did. So Rin then asked what would happen if Kai lost. Yoshi admitted he hadn't thought ahead, but knew they'd be condemned if it happened. Hearing this, Rin urged they move now since, even if Kai was reliable, he was not invincible. Rina also understood her concern but pointed out that they did not know Kai's exact location. Hearing this, Rin agreed, yet she could not help feeling selfish. So she clasped her hands together and began to wish that she could become Kai's strength. At that moment, she suddenly heard Kai's voice asking if she was Rin, which startled her. She then began looking around, causing Yoshi to ask what was happening. Ignoring him, she asked Kai where he was, but he replied that it should have been his question. Setting that aside, he pointed out that this might be her new power. Realizing this, Rin understood that her ability allowed her to hear Kai's voice clearly inside her head. With that, she quickly asked where he was now. He answered he was at the city's northern edge, fighting demons and the bird tribe, but the revelation stunned her. However, she blushed when she realized he heard her saying she wanted to be his strength. Regardless, Kai urged her to come to his side as quickly as possible as he continued fighting. Aside from it, she also heard him say that he needed her strength. Meanwhile, Yoshi anxiously asked who she spoke to while Rina wondered if Rin had gone insane. Both of them were stunned when Rin revealed she was communicating with Kai through her new ability. After that, she told them she knew his location and urged them to hurry to help him. Meanwhile, Mare found herself surrounded by the bird tribe. Without hesitation, their captain ordered an attack. In response, she called upon Sylph to prevent them from getting close. Strong winds rose at once and stopped the birds from advancing. Mare then summoned Norm and caused rocks to float around her. After it, she fired them toward the birds. Seeing this, Some birds curse that they are unable to close the distance and question the archer's actions. The archers acknowledged this and ordered another volley. With that, they sent arrows rushing straight toward Mayer. Mayer then raised her staff and called upon Sylph once more. With this, the arrows were instantly caught within a raging whirlwind. Watching this, the birds cursed, saying they could do nothing, but their captain said it was fine. He explained elven magic drew on spirits, and that with time she would reach her limit. Hearing this, Mayer realized her situation was exposed, and Sylph neared its limit, forcing her to consider another element. Meanwhile, the captain saw it as attrition and said they must end her quickly before other tribes noticed. On the other side, the demons continued fighting but were swiftly overwhelmed. They were facing Kai, who relentlessly countered them with his knives. Enraged, the remaining demons attacked him together. Some even used magic in an attempt to restrain him. Even so, Kai easily cut them down. Seeing this, Camille ordered him to stop and launched an attack with her feathers. Kai deflected most of them with his knife, but one feather still managed to pierce his arm. Suddenly, he heard a scream nearby and worried for Mayer since they had been separated. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Bright attempted to grab his head from behind. Sensing the danger, Kai immediately releases a thunder shock. Immediately, Bright was struck by the lightning and was unable to move. As the shock continued, Bright realized he had been hit by thunder element magic. While he was immobilized, another demon rushed forward to kill Kai. But Kai slipped away and struck the demon's side, so its weapon missed and hit Bright. As a result, both Bright and the elite demon collapsed to the ground. Kai then looked at Bright and saw he was using brainwashing, but with no counter he stayed cautious. Suddenly, Rin arrived and called out his name. Seeing her, he noted that her timing could not have been better. Nearby, Rina and Yoshi were shocked by the demon's numbers and saw how dire the situation was, so they quickly drew out their powers and declared their intent to support Kai. The demons then blocked the attack and warned each other that they were hero candidates. Meanwhile, Kai told the others he would face Camel and Bright and asked if they could handle the mid-demons. Yoshi agreed at once, while Rina asked if it was right to treat the bird tribe as enemies. After Kai said they could burn them if needed, Rin asked why he still fought alone. She also realized it mirrored the fight with Luna, but now he asked her to use domination since Bright has brainwashing skill. After hearing this, she agreed and quickly raised her hand. Without further ado, she activates domination on him. As her skill enveloped him, he remarked that it had removed his fatal weakness. Watching this, Camille noted that he seemed to be underestimating them, but Bright told her not to lower her guard since it could cost her life. Ignoring them, Kai narrowed his eyes and declared that he would end everything swiftly. As he spoke, his figure began to distort, causing both Camel and Bright to grow alarmed. Meanwhile, Mayer continued fighting the remaining birds. Suddenly, a voice rang out condemning the bird tribe for their actions. Startled, Mayer quickly looked back. She then saw Edgar's group arrive and he said they were feline guests, so he demands an explanation from the bird tribe. Hearing this, the birds were shocked by Edgar's sudden arrival and became unsure what to do next. However, their captain told them to stay calm and reminded them they followed Camille's will. Listening to this, they were quickly reminded, so they raised their bows to kill the witnesses even if one of them was the chief of the werewolf tribe. Meanwhile, Edgar was confused, but Shuji saw the birds had no intent to talk. At that moment, Mayer informed them that the bird tribe was working together with the demons. Hearing this, both Edgar and Shuji were stunned. She then pointed toward an alley and explained that Kai was fighting the demons there. Hearing this, Sheena accepted the bird tribe's betrayal, while Edgar told Shuji to aid Kai, but Shuji refused. He then explained his friends were already on their way and he would help Mayer instead. Understanding this, Edgar said he hadn't expected the demons' influence to be so widespread. Still, he noted the soldiers only followed their chief's orders and wished to avoid killing them, so his eyes turned to Shuji, who calmly stated that he already knew. With that, Shuji explained that handling situations like this was his specialty. Meanwhile, Camille and Bright began to sense that something was wrong with their vision. Camille was the first to realize that Kai's figure had become distorted, so it is impossible for them to see him clearly. Because of this, Bright failed to notice Kai's sudden approach and was struck instead. He then quickly backed away and wondered what was wrong with his eyes since he couldn't follow Kai's moves. Suddenly, Camille warned him not to look into Kai's eyes since he possessed an illusionary skill. Hearing this, Kai was surprised that she noticed it so quickly, but her guess was correct since he had recently acquired an illusionary ability. He gained it after defeating Wimberg, and it's an ability that cast illusions once eye contact was made. Besides, he had practiced it on monsters and found it a strong weapon in close range. However, Camille felt irritated by the extent of his power. Meanwhile, Bright realized that the only way to face Kai was to avoid looking above his neck, and he immediately adjusted his stance. With that, the illusions disappeared. Still, Kai kept advancing while noting that avoiding eye contact was the simplest way. But he jumped forward and closed the distance to say whether Bright could truly maintain it. Startled, Bright quickly turned to the side, but in that instant, Kai struck at his face instead. As Bright struggled, he refused to believe that such an attack was possible. Hearing this, Kai mocked him since eyes gave vital cues, and without them, Bright couldn't fight. But he also knew that Bright couldn't hear him anymore since he was already dead. Witnessing this, Camille could not help but call Bright useless. Kai then turned his gaze toward her and declared that she was next. But she retorted she'd faced many human tricks like his and warned him not to underestimate her. Without hesitation, she charged toward Kai, so he quickly backed away and dodged her attack, but she refused to yield and launched another assault with her feathers. Kai then responded by deflecting them with his knives. Suddenly, Camille flew away and gained distance. Seeing this, Kai noted it should be hard to fight airborne without eye contact, yet she adapted well. Camille then declared she is able to fight without her eyes since beastmen had sharp senses. But Kai asked what she planned next, since she couldn't keep flying forever if she meant to defeat him. He also glanced to the side and told her that the longer the fight dragged on, the worse it would become for her since her comrades were already being defeated. After all, there is Yoshi with his wind cutter, Rina with her flames, and Rin with her domination. Enraged by this, Camille shouted that humans had interfered with her plans twice already. But Kai remained silent. With that, she decided to use her full beastification to kill them all. Hearing this, Kai recalled full beastification was a beastman's skill that drew out their inner beast for explosive strength, but in exchange, they lost their cognitive sense. At that moment, Camille let out a piercing screech. Following it, she began flying around Kai. Seeing this, Kai thought how her speed was too fast for his eyes to follow, so he proceeds to deactivate his illusion and activate foresight instead. Through this, he could see her next movement, and he managed to dodge just in time. Still, she relentlessly pursued him and forced him to block each incoming attack. Before long, Camille erupted in uncontrollable anger. She then released a barrage of feathers toward him. As Kai deflected them, he remembered that full beastification was not meant to last long. So, if used too long, the user was consumed by beastly instincts, as shown in Camille's frenzied screams. Though her voice overwhelmed him, Kai realized he might lose mana and foresight if she threw everything away. Knowing this, he decided to end the fight quickly and activated his weak point detection. As Camille charged toward him, he carefully analyzed her form. The closer she came, the clearer the way to stop her, though the skill might still fail. He then closed his eyes, knowing that if he failed to activate it at the crucial moment, all would be in vain. Even so, he called upon the thunder to pierce his enemy with a thunder shock. In an instant, a powerful surge of electricity enveloped Camille's body, and this continued to shock her without pause. With that, Kai was already poised on the ground with his knife, and he followed up with multiple swift strikes, causing Camille's attacks to miss him miserably. Moments later, her body crashed down and slumped onto the ground. She was then left, breathing weakly, before finally reverting to her original form. In the end, both Camille and Bright lay lifeless on the ground. Seeing this, Kai concluded that only the ordinary soldiers remained. As the sun rose, Kai and the others finally finished off the demon course led by Bright and Camille. Following it, the battle between Shuji's party and the bird soldiers also came to an end, a result brought about by the news of their chief's death. At the same time, the brainwashing effect on Niels disappeared once Bright was killed. With that, the incident that occurred in the capital city of Grandanaz reached its conclusion along with the sunrise. Several days later, Henry's group met Edgar at his mansion. Henry immediately asked about the bird tribe. In response, Edgar said only Camille's allies knew of her demon ties, so the tribe wasn't punished. Shuji then asked about the course they fought, and Edgar said they would face heavy labor. Meanwhile, at the mansion of the chief of the feline tribe, Kai asked about the canine tribe. Hearing this, the room fell silent. Nevertheless, Alto revealed Niels would be punished since he betrayed his nation even if not by choice. Sheena also said Niels was at fault for being brainwashed, and a heavy punishment was inevitable. Still, they agreed it was better than Sheena being kidnapped by demons, which made Mayor laugh. Meanwhile, at the Fishman Chief's mansion, Max's shocked voice drew all attention. He then asked if Niels was really brainwashed, and if the bird tribe had served demons before losing to humans. Seeing his disbelief, Rune admitted she knew he would struggle to accept it but assured him it was true. Hearing this, Max then called over Yoshi. Panicking, Yoshi immediately insisted that they were not lying, but Max suddenly charged toward him, prompting Yoshi to ask him to stop. However, Max hugged him and said they were good people, which left Yoshi confused. Suddenly, Max then broke into tears and thanked them for saving the Federation. After it, he vowed the Fishman tribe would remember the favor, and promised to work with humans. Hearing this, Yoshi felt relieved yet wondered if such a decision could be made so easily. But Max only swore they would never forgive the demons and would annihilate them all. Listening to this, Yoshi chuckled that Max was the type who never listened. Several days later, the Federation chiefs gathered in the Parliament room, along with Henry and the others. Immediately, Alto thanked them for saving the Federation and said it was a debt they could never repay. Hearing this, Edgar and Max both nodded in agreement. Niels then said they now understand the demon's threat, so beastmen should unite with humans. With that, Rin and the others waited nervously for their decision. Following it, Alto raised his fist, declaring they'd form an alliance and fully cooperate with the Holy Kingdom. With that, the 4 chiefs of the Federation raised their fists into the air. Seeing this, Rin and the others could not help but rise in joy. Rina even jumped forward to hug Shuji, while Yoshi struggled to contain his excitement. Henry then watched the scene with a gentle smile. On the other hand, Kai remained calm and composed. Soon after, Henry's group prepared to return, so Shuji quickly asked if anything had been forgotten. Rina then replied that she was fine, while Yoshi admitted that he felt a little sad to leave. Hearing this, Alto said they could visit any time since they'd be communicating often from now on. Meanwhile, Mayor happily told Kai that everything had finally been settled. Knowing this, she asked what they would do next since everyone seemed to be returning to the Holy Kingdom. In response, Kai said they had achieved their goal and would wait to see what happened next. Suddenly, Sheena asked if he planned to stay in the Federation. He then explained he'd stay longer, since returning to the Holy Kingdom meant being branded a criminal. Hearing this, Sheena said she was glad. Mayor then wondered why Sheena was pleased, but Sheena began asking Kai if he'd continue his journey afterward. Thus, he said his goal was to kill the Demon King and return to his world. Hearing this, Sheena declared that she would join him on his journey, but this shocked Mayor, while Kai calmly asked what her goal was. So Sheena explained she'd inherit the tribe soon, but she first wanted to grow stronger and achieve more. However, Kai said the war would intensify and give her chances for achievements, while he just moved unseen and unrecognized. Still, Sheena said that helping him defeat the Demon King would also be a great achievement, but their discussion was interrupted when Alto urged Kai to bring her along. Alto then said he knew that Kai feared Sheena might slow him down since she was his daughter. Kai then added the journey was extremely dangerous, and she might even be kidnapped again. But Sheena countered that danger would be everywhere, and she couldn't grow in safety. With that, Alto said that if Sheena had decided he would support her, even if she were treated as a hostage again. Sheena also agreed and expressed her desire to go with Kai. Seeing her resolve, Kai said he would train her before their journey, which shocked Mayor deeply. Nevertheless, Sheena nodded when Kai said he'd bring her if she proved useful. Meanwhile, in the Veldora demonic kingdom, a demon knelt within the castle and asked for his lord's command. In response, Sable ordered him to tell their brethren that the time of revolution was near. A few days later, Shuji and the envoys who persuaded the Federation to accept the alliance returned to the frontline operation where they were welcomed by Amelia. They were also accompanied by Edgar as a representative and introduced himself to her. With that, Amelia introduced herself and said she was in charge of the front line. As their hands met, the people applauded and were unaware of the crucial role the hero candidates played in the negotiations. Beside them, Shuji clapped while the others had not yet realized how significant the alliance truly was. Later that night, Shuji found himself sleeping soundly in his bed. After some time, he opened his eyes. He then realized that it was still night and woke up at such an odd hour. Suddenly, Mireille told him he had been asleep since the afternoon due to exhaustion. Startled by her voice, Shuji hurriedly asked why she was inside his room. She then explained he had fallen asleep in the break room, and she used telekinesis to carry him back. Hearing this, he quickly apologized for the trouble he had caused, but Mireille brushed it off and asked if everything had gone smoothly. However, he asked about the front line, so she said the Demon King's army launched offensives with no major damage, and although reluctant, she admitted it was thanks to Shin, who was obviously strong. Hearing this, Shuji felt relieved that they could rely on him. He then asked about Edgar, and Mireille replied that Edgar was resting for the day. She also said a strategic meeting was set for tomorrow, and asked Shuji about the Federation warriors, so he replied that they were powerful, especially Edgar, who was even stronger than himself. This left her stunned, but he said Edgar was formidable, and the warriors were elite and trusted. With such strength, he believed they could invade the demonic kingdom and defeat the Demon King in one push. However, this prompted Mireille to ask whether he was not afraid at all. She then clenched her fist and said the battles ahead would be more dangerous and some might die. In response, he admitted that he was afraid. But if he stopped now, the class would end up divided once again, and when that happened, casualties would be inevitable, and Kai often encouraged him. Hearing this, she asked whether Kai was truly that kind of person. He then said Kai saw them as allies, and he helped them even if he's unemotional. Even so, Mireille said she hated people who acted selfishly regardless of the outcome. Hearing this, he chuckled, thinking it was typical of her, yet he also admitted he envied Kai and Shin. But she responded that his qualities were better compared to those two. So he clarified that what he envied was how they were not swayed by their surroundings and always moved forward without hesitation. In contrast, his own wish was to keep everything in the status quo. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his bed to ask him something. After it, she questioned why he wanted to return home. But the question caught him off guard. He even moved away and pulled the blanket over himself. After a moment, he explained that it was because everyone else said they wanted to return. but she pointed at him and called him out for it. At that moment, Rina suddenly appeared and asked Shuji if he was awake, but she froze when she saw Mirai and Shuji close together. She then immediately questioned what they were doing. Panicking, Mirai explained that they were only chatting, and Shuji confirmed her words. But Rina accused them of lying since Mirai had clearly snuck into a boy's room this late. Mirai then quickly clarified that she had only brought Shuji to his room after he fell asleep. Still, Rina scolded her for always talking about morals while being the first to break them. Miri then pointed at Rena to stop saying indecent things, but Rena said that was rich coming from her. Meanwhile, Shuji watched the two of them argue and was unable to intervene. Before long, he could not help but laugh. The next day, at the training ground, Shin faced off against Edgar. Edgar then readied his sword, while Shin prepared his fists. Without warning, Shin leapt forward and attacked, but Edgar quickly evaded the strike. Narrowing his eyes, Shin twisted his footing and followed up with a powerful kick, but Edgar dodged it as well. Edgar then raised his sword towards Shin, and in an instant, the blade reached Shin's forehead, so Shin was forced to quickly create distance. While on it, Shin could not deny Edgar's speed, but before he could gather his thoughts, Edgar appeared again and pointed his sword forward. At that moment, Edgar declared it the finishing blow, but Shin wrapped his arm in power and shouted that Edgar was underestimating him. With that, he blocked the sword with his bare hand. Seeing this, Edgar was visibly shocked. That's because Shin used magic to enhance his arm, yet blocking a blade barehanded was still impossible. Regardless, Shin forcefully knocked the sword aside, so Edgar was forced to retreat. After it, Shin flexed his hand and admitted that it hurt, but their practice was interrupted when someone urged them to stop. Turning around, they saw Amelia announcing that it was time to begin the strategic meeting, but Shin looked dissatisfied, as the fight was just becoming interesting. On the other hand, Edgar calmly sheathed his sword. Still, he agreed with Shin, so he said they could continue another time, and was glad to have him as an ally. Hearing this, Shin replied smugly that it seemed going all out had been worth it after all. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Grandanas, Kai and Sheena faced each other in training, with Mayor serving as their referee. Shortly after, she signaled for them to begin. Sheena immediately activated her partial beastification and lunged at Kai, but he just calmly waited for her attack. Just before her hand could reach him, he stepped back. Still, Sheena continued her pursuit, where she attacked again, but Kai dodged once more. So she followed up with several consecutive strikes, which Kai deflected with his knife. As they exchanged blows, Kai remarked that she needed to attack with the intent to kill. Sheena then acknowledged this while moving swiftly, and eventually reached his back. Following this, she attempted to strike from behind, but at that moment, she noticed Kai raising his hand toward her. Instantly, sand was thrown into her face. As a result, she was blinded by it. Kai then seized the opportunity and kicked her in the abdomen. Hence, she was sent crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Mayor quickly asked if she was alright. Sheena then replied that her stomach hurt, and commented that Kai was as merciless as ever. However, Kai said she was still too vulnerable to tricks and needed to prepare for every attack. Hearing this, Sheena asked if she was still failing, and Kai bluntly told her that she was still useless for now. But their training was interrupted when Rune appeared and asked if Sheena's training was always this strict. Sheena then answered that this was exactly what she wanted, and asked Rune not to interfere. Hearing this, Rune said she meant to ask Kai to be gentler, but after hearing Sheena's resolve, she held back. Setting that aside, Kai asked Rune what she needed. Rune then informed him that the main force of the Federation would soon depart to join the army of the Holy Kingdom. Hearing this, he remarked that things were finally starting, though it had taken a bit longer than he expected. But Rune said it was unavoidable since both nations had to form the alliance without issues. Listening to this, Sheena asked if Rune would join, and Rune said she would as captain of the feline tribe warriors. Meanwhile, Mayor asked Kai what they should do next. Kai said they would wait and watch the situation since Sheena was not yet ready to join him. 1 month later, Kai encountered another orc in the forest. This time, he aimed his gun at it. He then attempted to materialize bullets using his mana and imagination. After that, he loaded the weapon with it. However, the orc began to approach. At that moment, the inside of the gun started to glow, and multiple bullets were fired in rapid succession. With this, he successfully strikes the orc. Nearby, Mayor watched and began clapping for Kai. However, the orc did not fall and only looked confused. Seeing this, Kai fired several more shots, and this time hitting the orc in the head. As a result, the creature finally collapsed and died. Even so, Kai said the firepower was lacking, but Mayor thought it was impressive to defeat an orc with 6 shots. Kai then admitted using mana for bullets was smart, though Mayor had not expected such speed from his device. So he said magic needed imagination, and since electricity existed in their world, he could picture thunder. Even so, imagining bullets was still difficult for an otherworlder like him. To compensate, he relied on his knowledge of technology, and the defeated orc proved the method worked, which made Mare realize how different his world was. But suddenly, she froze when she sensed something and nervously called out to Kai. He then calmly told her not to panic and explained that he had already sensed it. However, he also realized that bullets would not be effective against the massive beast looming behind her, so he rushed forward and ordered her to jump down. Hearing this, Mare immediately leapt from the tree. At the same time, electricity gathered around Kai's hand. While on it, he summoned his thunder lance to pierce the beast. In an instant, it was struck and burned to a crisp, while Kai caught Mare before she hit the ground. Afterward, Kai said he could use intermediate lightning magic, but still could not control higher spells. However, Mare thought he was asking too much since no one could reach that level so fast. Setting that aside, he asked where Sheena was, and she tried to recall her location. Elsewhere, Sheena stood casually atop the orc she had just defeated. As she wiped her hands clean, she noticed Kai approaching. She then happily said she had defeated the monster he gave her, and asked if she had passed. With that, Kai examined the corpse. Then he looked at Sheena, who was waiting anxiously for his judgment. At last, he told her that she had passed, and this filled her with obvious joy. After that, Kai said it was time to move toward the demonic kingdom. Meanwhile, the allied army of Holy Kingdom soldiers and Federation warriors began invading the demonic kingdom. Normally, demonic kingdom monsters would have heavily damaged Holy Kingdom forces, especially at the demonic forest. But now, the soldiers of the Holy Kingdom and the beastmen advanced together. As they moved forward, tension spread among the human soldiers. But Edgar suddenly stopped and began sniffing the air, then informed everyone that he could smell a large number of monsters approaching from their right flank. Hearing this, Yoshi questioned whether this was true, while Mirai added that she had not detected anything at all. After all, the surroundings seemed completely silent. However, Shuji insisted that they were mistaken, and Henry confirmed that the monsters were indeed closing in. At that moment, a horde of monsters emerged from the shadows. Seeing this, Edgar immediately ordered his men to engage. The beastmen rushed forward without hesitation. Some slashed at orcs with their swords, others crushed goblins with heavy hammers, while those with claws tore through the enemies directly in front of them. Watching this, the Holy Kingdom soldiers could not hide their amazement. As the monsters were swiftly defeated, they finally understood the true strength of the Federation's warriors. Shuji was equally shocked, as the monsters fell far more easily than he had expected. Henry then said humans missed enemies with their senses, so beastmen allies were vital. Hearing this, Edgar sheathed his sword. He then told them to leave detection to the beastmen, and assured them that with them, ambushes were impossible. Just as he said, the beastmen reported enemy movements like at the left flank. Because of this, the allied army held formation and repelled every skirmish with ease. As a result, the strategy of the high-ranking demon Elsa lost much of its effectiveness. Previously, guerrilla warfare and poor visibility had caused the Holy Kingdom heavy losses since they could not predict monster attacks. But now they have Federation warriors with exceptional search and destroy ability. Hence, every monster that attempted an ambush was left dead on the forest floor. Watching from afar, a demon struck a nearby tree in frustration. He complained the plan was to overwhelm and strike in their chaos, yet they were far from collapsing. Another demon then asked how long to keep watching, but was told Elsa had given no orders yet. With no other choice, they decided to retreat. Before they could escape, Edgar appeared behind them and declared he would not allow it. Shocked, one demon demanded to know where he had come from, but Edgar silenced them with a series of swift strikes. Meanwhile, in the demonic forest castle where Elsa resided, she observed the situation from afar. While on it, she realized things were turning unfavorable. Suddenly, one of her subordinates rushed in, calling out to her urgently. She then listened as he reported their men were annihilated, and beastmen proved more troublesome than expected. Hearing this, she could not help but bite down on her drink. She then replied that she already knew, and could hardly believe she had to clean up Bright's failure. Still, the demon said he understood her frustration but asked what to do in the situation, so she explained the enemy had no choice but to attack the castle next. Hearing this, he asked whether they had any chance of winning. She then slowly stirred her drink and said they were cornered not from weakness or mere strategy. At that moment, her drink suddenly burst out of the glass, so she added that using one's head made victory easier, then asked if she only needed to defeat them herself. Hearing this, he answered that this was indeed the case. Not long after, Edgar and Shuji's group finally reached the entrance of the castle. Edgar then informed them that there were many demons inside, judging from the smell alone. Hence, Amelia said they couldn't ignore the castle since it secured supply lines and prevented rear attacks. Hearing that, Shin commented that it was troublesome and suggested they simply attack it head-on. Henry then approved, and ordered the offensive immediately to not let the enemy think. Hearing this, Shin remarked that Henry was finally catching on quickly. With that, the soldiers formed into groups outside the entrance, while another unit began using magic to force the gate open. Seeing this, the demons responded by hurling rocks and firing arrows. Despite this, the soldiers managed to open the main gate and shouted for everyone to push forward. Hence, Shin immediately rushed in and unleashed explosions as he clashed with the demons inside. Meanwhile, Shuji was tapped on the shoulder and urged forward, which made him confused. So Edgar told him that they would defeat the high-ranking demon together. Hearing this, Shuji agreed and began advancing. Meanwhile, Elsa continued sipping her drink as she sat calmly on her throne. Suddenly, she opened her eyes when she sensed something. She then watched as the door slowly opened and Edgar and Shuji stepped inside. Seeing them, she licked her finger and remarked that they had finally arrived. As she said this, the atmosphere around them grew heavier. Hence, Shuji immediately sensed the intimidating aura. Meanwhile, Edgar confirmed that she was indeed a high-ranking demon. Noticing that there's two of them, she commented they were too cautious as she summoned an item from her hand. Nevertheless, she tightened her grip on her whip and declared that she had no intention of losing. With that, she launched an attack and swung her whip toward them. Seeing this, Shuji quickly leapt back as it struck the ground, but he froze when he saw what lay beneath the floor. After all, the surface had opened to reveal countless hidden spikes. Elsa then declared she never underestimated enemies and always set traps for their arrival. So as Shuji began to fall into the pit, she coldly urged him to die impaled. However, Shuji quickly released the first stage of the holy sword, which instantly transformed. The flexible blade then shot upward and wrapped around a chandelier. With that, Elsa was clearly surprised by this sight. Nevertheless, Shuji managed to land back on the floor unharmed. Elsa's eyes then narrowed as she realized that his sword could freely change its shape. However, her attention shifted when she remembered that his partner had fallen into the trap. Alarmed, Shuji quickly called out to Edgar. To his surprise, Edgar casually jumped out of the pit. He then landed beside him and remarked that it had been dangerous and that he had nearly been impaled. However, Elsa could not understand how he had emerged without injury. So Edgar simply explained that he had performed a double jump. Hearing this, Elsa found his physical ability absurd and questioned whether all beastmen were like him. But Edgar replied that he was special and declared that it was now their turn to attack. With that, he rushed toward her at incredible speed. Still, Elsa warned him not to underestimate her and swung her whip again. At the same moment, Shuji used instant movement to appear behind her. He then raised his sword to end her. But suddenly, Elsa pressed a hidden switch, causing a spear to drop from the ceiling straight toward Shuji. Forced to react, Shuji struck the spear away first, and this gives Elsa enough time to kick him in the side. Thus, the impact sent Shuji crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Edgar called out his name in worry. Meanwhile, Elsa said it was a close call, but the power seems too much for Shuji now. Hearing this, Shuji tried to stand and was confused. She then pointed out that he was from another world and questioned what he was even fighting for. Immediately, her words took Shuji by surprise. However, Edgar urged him not to listen. In the same moment, he slashed forward and managed to cut a portion of her whip. He then told Shuji that now was their chance to charge. Listening to this, Shuji agreed and rushed in, but just before he could reach Elsa's back, her head suddenly twisted toward him. She then wore a pitiful expression and begged him to save her. Seeing this, Shuji quickly froze. Meanwhile, Elsa raised her whip and coldly remarked that he had lost sight of himself. With that, her whip wrapped tightly around Shuji's leg. She then lifted her hand and reminded him that losing focus in battle was fatal. Not long after, Shuji was yanked upside down. He was even dragged into the air and was swinging around violently with her whip. Seeing this, Edgar called out to Shuji in worry. Noticing Edgar's concern for a human, Elsa said their alliance was deeper than she expected, but Edgar's gaze only hardened as he waited for her next move. Elsa then declared that she would return Shuji to him and hurled Shuji in Edgar's direction, but the force of her whip was so overwhelming that it smashed through nearby walls. As a result, it leaves gaping holes in the structure. Afterward, Elsa thought Shuji's fragile mental state meant she could handle Edgar alone. However, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted when she saw something. She then focused on a figure lurking in the shadows and wondered what it was. As she looked closer, she realized it was not merely a wolf but a beastification. With that, she immediately readied her whips, but the beast charged forward in fury. Caught off guard, Elsa had no time to react. The wolf lunged at her in an instant, and blood splattered across the place. Meanwhile, in the third prince's western territory stood the city of Forlist. Inside, the heavenly king of water named Aqua learned of Elsa's death. She then extended her hand to her crystal, where she observed Elsa's defeat due to the troublesome Federation warriors that she sought control from the start. Her thoughts then turned to Zagan, Bright, and Elsa. But all her high-ranking subordinates were annihilated, and it was clear she was being pushed into a corner. Suddenly, a voice asked if she was all right, and she saw His Highness Leon. She then asked if he was worried, and he said yes since she was his fiancée. Hearing this, she thanked him and assured him that she was fine. Moving on, he mentioned Elsa's death and said the alliance would reach Forlist soon, so he asked if she thought they could win. Aqua then said she worked behind the scenes with low combat ability and admitted the battle would be hard, but Leon told her assassins of the demonic kingdom were heading to Forlist, which confused her at first, so he explained they were hidden elites who did the dirty work and served as a trump card. He also added he'd leave their command to her and Aqua excitedly asked if he truly meant it. So he confirmed it and explained that he wanted her to hold the line until he returned. Overwhelmed, she assured him that he could leave everything to her. As his image on the crystal slowly faded, he told her that he was counting on her. But even after he disappeared, she reflected on failing to control the Federation, yet still being loved despite being cornered. Holding the crystal close, she cried and vowed to return that love no matter what. Meanwhile, in the demonic kingdom's royal capital of Eisenhart, the demons casually strolled through the marketplace, where some even chat leisurely with one another. Inside the castle, Sable walked through the halls when she was asked where she was heading, so she replied that she was going to visit Alice. After some time, she reached the door to a room. There, she saw a girl sitting on the lawn. Seeing Sable, the fifth demon princess, Alice was surprised to see her older sister, but Sable simply stared at her. Unable to contain her happiness, Alice rushed over and hugged her tightly. However, Sable shyly said she hadn't come to visit, and only stopped by with free time. But a nearby servant said stubbornness wasn't good, so Sable immediately ordered her to be quiet. Regardless, Alice told her that she was really happy, so Sable asked what she was doing today. Alice explained that she was trying to make a hair decoration out of flowers. She then tried it on and asked Sable if it suited her. In response, Sable said that it looked really good on her, but Alice urged her to say it properly. Suddenly, Alice remembered something and ran off. She then turned around holding another flower decoration and said that she had made it for Sable. Immediately, Sable took it at once and asked if she had somehow known that she would come to visit. But Alice only said she had nothing else to do since she was always told not to leave to see the outside. Hearing this, Sable called her name, so Alice then asked what was wrong, but Sable said it was nothing and simply looked at the flower. She then put it on and asked Alice what she thought, but the flowers suddenly fell off. Seeing this, Alice laughed and said that Sable was funny, but Sable replied that since it was a gift from her, she wanted to wear it anyway. After that, Alice asked when they would begin the ritual to summon the evil god. Hearing this, Sable fell silent and her expression went conflicted. Still, Alice said she heard she would be offered to the god and looked forward to it. With that, Sable replied that she was as well and that it should not take long. Hearing this, Alice was excited as that day would mean she could finally go outside. However, Sable's eyes grew lifeless. Noticing this, the servant asked her if something was wrong, but Sable brushed it off. She then turned to leave, so Alice asked if she was already going back. But Sable only said that she would visit again later, and reminded her to be a good girl. After hearing Alice answer happily, Sable left the room. Once outside, she fell silent. Suddenly, someone whispered her name, so she quickly turned. She then saw the third demon prince Leon, who said she was too distant and could call him Big Brother again. However, Sable said she no longer had the position, which made Leon remark that she was too stiff. Changing the subject, he asked if she had met Alice, and she answered yes. He then said it wasn't good for Alice to stay locked inside, especially as she would become the evil god's vessel. He also said she might lose her sanity, but he envied the honor of being the evil god's vessel. Thinking of this, he asked Sable if she felt the same way. In response, she tells him that he was right. However, she quickly apologized and said that she would take her leave. Hearing this, her servant hurried after her and left Leon standing alone. But as she disappeared from sight, he turned in her direction with a smug expression. Meanwhile, Kai's group had already reached the third prince's territory, specifically the city of Forlist. Inside the city, a man dressed entirely in black walked through the marketplace. As he moved forward, he blended in among the demons. After some time, he arrived at an inn. When the door opened, the innkeeper inside knowingly welcomed him. He asked his thoughts on Forlist, and the man said it was a nice city with a dense atmosphere. Hearing this, the innkeeper said the invasion made Forlist a frontline and left demons uneasy. But the man reassured him that there was no need to worry because Aqua was in the city. Although the innkeeper agreed, he could not forget how Stone and Wimber had both been killed. The man, who was actually Kai in disguise, then talks in disbelief about the two heavenly kings being killed. The innkeeper also said the sudden invasion was unbelievable and noted slaves had decreased despite low manpower. As he spoke, he ordered a nearby human slave to work and the slave quickly obeyed. Kai then said losing slaves would be trouble, and the innkeeper was glad he understood since Kai owned slaves. He then gave Kai his room key and said all chores were left to slaves, so without them business would end. However, he envied Kai's cute slaves and asked if they were marriageable, but Kai didn't know, so the innkeeper stopped prying. Afterward, the innkeeper urged Kai to rest well, so Kai thanked him and went upstairs. When he reached his room, he saw Mayor and Sheena staring at him. Mayor immediately welcomed him back, while Sheena remarked that he looked strange. He then took out his horn and said he needed it to disguise himself and move freely in the city. Still, Sheena noted his scent was different, so he said beastmen could tell but demons could not once disguise. Meanwhile, Mayor said that was fine, but she still could not accept being treated as his slave. As Kai sat on the bed, he said they stood out and disguising them as slaves was easiest, since demons owned many races. Still, she asked if they stood out that much and noted he could disguise them with his skill, but he said she was too beautiful, and once she drew attention her disguise would fail. Upon hearing this, Mayor panicked and questioned him. Noticing her reaction, he asked if she had not realized it herself, which made her respond that maybe she had not. He then asked why she panicked, and she said she never expected it, but he calmly said it was just a fact. At that point, Mayor could no longer respond, so Sheena then asked about herself. In response, he pointed out that she shared the same features as Mayor, although her cat ears would be difficult to hide. Hearing this, Sheena agreed while Mayor asked if the Federation would be angered to find Sheena treated as a slave. However, Kai reminded them they were only disguising to infiltrate. Listening to this, Mayor said it was logical but noted slaves could not have separate rooms, so he said that was why they rented a large room, but she insisted there was only one bed. With that, he said they could use the bed while he slept on the floor as he was trained for it. Still, Mayor said it would be awkward, and this confused him, so he asked what she meant. At that moment, Sheena tried to ask Kai to understand. She then tried to explain what Mayor wanted, but Mayor covered her mouth and shouted it was nothing. Meanwhile, in Sable's territory, the city of Silbrook, a teleportation window opened and Sable stepped out. Upon seeing her, a servant welcomed her back and she thanked him. He then asked about Alice, and Sable said she was healthy and had given her a flower hair accessory. Hearing this, the servant felt relieved, but Sable knew Alice was treated well only because she was the evil god's vessel. Because of this, she understood how lonely Alice must be while locked inside that room. Suddenly, the servant called for her attention. He then informed her that their comrades had gathered underground. Soon after, Sable made her way below. There, she saw numerous demons gathered together. Thus, she calmly descended the stairs. After it, she began to open her mouth. She said Wimberg's death freed her from surveillance, and added the others were too busy fighting humans to mind internal affairs. After hearing this, one demon asked what she meant. In response, Sable declared the revolution was near and she would defeat the Demon King to reclaim the throne. At her declaration, the demons erupted into cheers. They proclaimed that they had long awaited the revolution and were certain they would not be discovered. Some were even convinced that once Sable became the new Demon King, the kingdom would become a better place. As her servant cheered along with the others, Sable remained silent. In her thoughts, she acknowledged that wanting to end the war through this revolution was not a lie, but more than anything else, she wanted to save Alice. And to achieve that, she was willing to betray this kingdom. Meanwhile, in the city of Forlist, the demons continued with their daily routines. However, they suddenly stopped upon noticing the Count. Accompanied by his men and slaves, Count Castro moved through the streets with obvious fury. At the sight of him, the demons along the way quickly knelt. He then began shouting that he was fed up with Aqua. He loudly reprimanded her for moving the army without consent since he was still governor of this city. One of his men said Aqua might be anxious about humans, and Castro agreed since 2 heavenly kings had fallen. His subordinate also added Aqua was cautious and weaker than the other heavenly kings. Still, Castro urged his men to look around. He pointed out that even the citizens were uneasy because of her restless behavior. Unbeknownst to him, Kai was among the crowd. Using his judgment skill, Kai identified Castro as the ruling noble of Forlist, and he governed strictly under the third prince. He then recalled nobles were strong demons, but their training seemed to be poor now. Suddenly, his attention shifted to Castro's slaves and he saw they were soldiers from the Holy Kingdom. Later that night, inside a mansion, Castro's corpse lay on his bed with a dagger buried in his heart. After the assassination, Kai looked down at the body and muttered that the Count had been too careless. He then quietly left the room. Outside, he met Sheena, who had just finished dealing with the guarding demons. She then informed him that she had killed all the demons inside the mansion. With that, she asked whether she had done a good job, since no one had noticed them. Kai agreed and patted her head while saying he heard strange noises, and it would be troublesome if the Count woke. However, she insisted Kai could have killed him awake, but Kai said that was not the issue. Setting that aside, they soon arrived at the room where the slaves were being held. Sensing their presence, the man demanded to know who was there, but the woman quickly recognized them as humans. Kai confirmed it and asked them to speak, promising to send them back to the Holy Kingdom's army once settled. Later inside the study, Kai examined several documents. He then told the 2 humans that saving them had been the right decision. He explained he thought the Count's slaves might have useful knowledge but found something far more valuable. The man then said they did not want to remain slaves, so while doing labor he gathered information for rescue. Hearing this, Sheena asked whether they had considered escaping using their own strength, but he explained that the collars had magic that would burn them to death if they tried to rebel or escape. He added that such collars were common in the Demon Kingdom and used to force slaves to obey. After hearing this, Sheena doubted Kai's reason for the collars, but he said the ones they wore were replicas. Setting that aside, the man said they endured nearly 2 years as Castro's slaves and suffered hellish days. Hearing their account, Kai used his judgment skill on them and asked who had captured them. since, based on their status, he could tell that both were capable individuals. The woman then said they were taken by Leon's assassins. The man added that it was an unofficial unit made up of the Demon Kingdom's finest personnel. With that, they were ambushed while escorting supplies and easily overpowered. Kai then asked why the unit wasn't acknowledged, and they said its members had terrible reputations. From this, Kai realized that those individuals had been gathered into a single unit. But the man added that this was likely due to Leon's charisma. They once saw Castro meet Leon and knew they stood no chance, since even Aqua was nothing compared to Leon. With that, the woman said this region was under Leon's control, so Kai asked if Leon was in the city, but the man said Leon was at the royal palace while Aqua now led the city's army. Kai then asked about Aqua and Leon's relationship, and the woman said they were engaged with Aqua leading Leon's faction. Upon hearing this, Kai recalled the Demon Kingdom was divided, and they confirmed the princes and princesses clashed for the throne. They also added the Demon King approved since it would yield the strongest successor, which led Kai to ask about the chain of command. They said the first prince's faction was strongest, but after Wimber's death, its power waned. The same had happened to the second princess's faction following Stone's death. Taking advantage of the situation, Aqua seized the momentum and began expanding her influence. After her faction came those of the fourth prince, the fifth princess, and the sixth princess. Hearing this, Kai noted the four heavenly kings' power, and the man said losing two threw the kingdom into chaos. From this, Kai saw the Demon Kingdom could fall to strife and asked about the remaining heavenly kings. The man said the King of Fire Flamer stayed neutral, pledging to the next Demon King due to his close ties with the current one. However, the woman said she heard that many now believed it was not the time for strife. From this, Kai saw the demons uniting against a common enemy and grasping the severity of their situation. Nevertheless, Kai thanked them and told Sheena to escort them to the allied forces. However, the woman added that Aqua was infamous for sabotage and tricks, which made Leon's faction unpopular. But Kai said they only needed to pass the information to the allied forces, since he would not fight Aqua. Hearing this, the man asked about Kai's plan since he easily killed Castro and wondered if he was a hero candidate. But Kai only said he would infiltrate deeper, provoke conflict, and destroy the Demon Kingdom from within. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom's soldiers and the Beastmen continued their advance. After some time, Shuji finally spotted something. He then announced that the city of Forlist lay just ahead. Knowing that, Amelia said the city overlooked the main trade route, and capturing it would greatly ease their burden. Even so, Edgar warned the enemy would defend fiercely and a heavenly king might appear in the crisis. Hearing this, Shuji quickly agreed. In the city of Forlist, the fighting had begun. The demons and the allied forces clashed head-on. At the start, the allied forces held the advantage, but since Forlist was a key base, it resisted and the demon army mobilized 80,000 troops. Meanwhile, the allied forces numbered only 60,000, so this made Shuji see how overwhelming the demons were. But aside from the hero candidates and knights, the allied warriors were far weaker than the demon army. As time passed, the allied forces were gradually pushed into a corner. Even so, Shuji kept fighting and told the others each demon was easy to defeat when separated. While on it, he thought Thighs might be different if he had the charisma to command a vast army. However, Edgar urged him not to worry and told him to leave it to them. With that, Edgar opened his mouth and released a powerful howl. Upon hearing this, the beastmen were immediately affected. One of them began to transform, and his entire body bulking up. Seeing this, the demons hesitated and were unsure of what was happening. Before they could react, the beastmen went on a rampage and charged straight into the demon ranks. Watching this, Shuji asked what was happening. Edgar then explained his roar shook enemy minds while raising his comrades' morale and strength. With that, he ordered the front lines not to fear their enemies. As the fighting continued, Edgar called out Shuji's name. He then reminded him that he could not afford to panic, as it would affect everyone around him. After hearing this, Shuji nodded and thanked him. With that, Edgar shouted that morale was all they needed, and if they faced the enemy head-on, they would not lose. Just as Edgar said, the tide of battle began to turn once more in favor of the allied forces. At first, they were losing, but the hero candidates fought back, with Shin causing a massive explosion. Amid the chaos, Shin muttered that all the demons were weaklings, and he demanded to know where the high-ranking demons were. At his words, the demons fell silent. Seizing the moment, Amelia ordered her men to finish them off. Thus, the outcome of the battle seemed decided, but as Shuji's group pressed forward, that conclusion began to slowly shift. At that moment, someone took aim at Shuji from afar. Sensing the danger, Shuji quickly looked back. Just in time, he managed to deflect the incoming attack with his sword. Afterward, the attacker immediately retreated, yet did not fully withdraw and continued to radiate an ominous aura. Seeing this, Shuji acknowledged the opponent's strength and wondered if he was a high-ranking demon. At the same time, Shin also turned around after sensing something behind him. Immediately, he launched a kick at the figure, but the assassin blocked it effortlessly with a bare hand. Rather than being frustrated, Shin was pleased to finally face a worthy opponent. Elsewhere, Edgar clashed swords with another assassin. As they exchanged blows, he demanded to know where the assassin came from, but the only response he received was a smile. Soon after, the battlefield began to grow chaotic, and Amelia noticed that their advance had slowed. In the next instant, an assassin appeared behind her. The soldier standing nearby was alarmed by this, so he demanded to know who the assassin was. Unfortunately, the assassin struck him in the head. After it, the assassin stood calmly with his blade in hand. Seeing this, Amelia raised her sword and questioned how he had managed to reach her position. At once, the surrounding soldiers closed in to protect her. However, the assassin charged at them with incredible speed. Amelia attempted to meet him head-on, but she realized too late that his true target was her neck. With a swift strike, he instead landed a blow on her unarmored body. After injuring her, the assassin immediately withdrew and left the soldiers in panic. Hearing the commotion, Shuji shouted Amelia's name in concern, while Henry cursed under his breath at what had just happened. Forced to take command, Henry ordered the others to bring Amelia to the medics and not let the assassin escape. However, the assassin moved far too quickly and cut down several soldiers along the way. Meanwhile, Amelia was quickly treated with Hano's power, but the troops were shaken after losing their commander. In the end, Henry ordered a retreat, and since the demon army had spent much of its strength, they did not pursue and suspect trouble in the enemy's rear lines. After that, they decided to regroup and reorganize the surviving forces. Later that night at the demon's camp, one tent was heavily guarded. Inside, Aqua asked her subordinates why they had failed to kill the allied commander. The assassin admitted failure but stressed they had severely injured her. Hearing this, Aqua accepted the outcome since the attempt saved them. The then assassin said the commander's recovery would slow the allies and asked Aqua their next move. So Aqua replied that now was the moment to strike, and since the situation was currently a stalemate, she ordered them to sever the enemy's supply lines from the shadows. Upon receiving the command, the assassins agreed in unison. On the other side, Kai reached the demon capital as Shuji and Aqua remained locked in battle. Inside Eisenhart, several wagons arrived at the gates. Thus, the guarding demons inspected each one carefully, while others continued to patrol the walls. Nearby, Kai used his judgment skill and confirmed the capital's heavy security. But Sheena was surprised he could see so far with his skill, while she saw nothing at all. Setting that aside, Mayor asked about their next move. Kai said disguises would not be enough, and like in Neutrat, there's a barrier likely guarded against intruders. Upon hearing this, Mayor realized it was Sable's work since none could escape her spatial demonic arts. But Sheena asked who Sable was, so Kai explained she was a demon king's descendant with detection barriers, which Sheena thought was troublesome. However, Mayor noted she could usually sense miasma from demonic arts, but had detected nothing then. Kai added that Sable let them escape and gave information, which showed she was plotting for herself. But even without Sable, the demon capital was a central base, so a strong detection barrier was expected. Hearing this, Mayor asked for time to consult the spirits and probe the barrier further. Kai then agreed and said they would approach after sunset, so he was counting on her. Before long, the sun set over the capital, so the guards on duty began to grow drowsy. In that moment, he failed to notice Kai's group approaching from behind. Suddenly, Mayor sensed something and told them to stop. She explained that she could feel a faint trace of miasma residue ahead. However, Kai saw nothing and confirmed his skill could not detect what was not physical. Mayor then added that the residue was so faint it was impossible to tell whose miasma it was, but it seemed to cover the entire city, which indicates a barrier-type demonic art. She cautiously touched it, and suggested the barrier detected intruders by sensing the absence of miasma since only demons had it. Kai then said it was effective and likely used in every city, but Mayor asked him to let her try passing through. She then said only a few demons could use spatial demonic arts at this level. So Kai asked whether there was a way to deceive the barrier. She replied that it might be possible if they could somehow carry miasma within their bodies. Hearing this, Kai took out items from Castro's mansion kept for emergency funds. Upon seeing it, Mayor was thrilled and recognized it as a miasma device, while Sheena wondered what it was. So Kai explained it was a device that stored energy like human magical tools but powered by miasma, not mana. He then activated his judgment skill. Thus, he discovered the device needed periodic recharging with magic into Castro's flute, but it still held miasma. Mayor said they could use it and suggested injecting mana into the device. However, this made Kai ask whether she was capable of doing that. She then replied that she had not been idle while he and Sheena were training together. She revealed her master taught her this knowledge, and she only needed imagination to call on spirits. After it, she closed her eyes and extended her hand as spiritual energy enveloped her. Soon after, she attempted to step into the barrier, while Kai and Sheena watched cautiously. After a moment, she successfully passed through. She then told them it had worked and that they could enter as well. Once inside, Kai praised Mayor and said they would climb the castle walls and slip past the guards. Later within the city's marketplace, demons went about their business, while some of them were chatting as normal. At the same time, Kai appeared in his demon disguise, with Mayor and Sheena posing as his servants. Looking around, he noticed that they were blending in well, so they continued moving forward. After a while, he stopped and remarked that the area was too open and crowded with demons, so Sheena sighed and complained that it was annoying to constantly pretend to be a slave. Hearing this, Kai said the nearer they got to the city center the more guards there would be, so caution was needed. Still, Sheena said their goal was to kill the Demon King, but Kai said they needed info first, since if their identities were exposed, it would be extremely dangerous, so they had to proceed carefully. 1 week later, inside Sable's office chamber, she was casually writing, but she suddenly stopped. She then remarked that she was surprised, especially that Kai had managed to pass through her barrier, but Kai replied that it was all thanks to Mayor. Hearing this, Sable commented that they had grown far stronger than before. Ignoring the remark, Kai asked if he could speak with her. After she agreed, he observed that she seemed rather straightforward, so Sable said she owed him gratitude for defeating Wimberg since his death freed her from surveillance. Kai then asked if it was her plan, and she admitted she only saw them as pawns, but they exceeded her expectations. Because of that, she no longer saw him as a pawn, but as a partner and knew he wanted to learn more. In response, Kai brought up her revolution. Hearing this, Sable declared that he had passed her test and asked if they should move somewhere else. A moment later, Sable stepped out of a teleportation window and returned to her mansion. Looking at the window, Kai was surprised they were transported from Eisenhart to her city instantly, so he remarked that her demonic arts were incredibly convenient. But she clarified they consumed a lot of energy and asked him to follow her. After that, they moved to another room to talk. Sable casually sipped her tea before setting the cup down and beginning the conversation. She quickly asked how he learned of the revolution since such knowledge required action. Kai replied he infiltrated the capital a week earlier and gathered info from the slums. He first sought ways to bring down the Demon Kingdom and planned to kill the 3 princes. But what troubled him was the lack of info on Sable, the 5th princess, and he recalled she had another goal. Suspecting her of plotting, he followed 3 soldiers to investigate further. This led him to a warehouse where weapons for the revolution were being stored. After hearing this, Sable called for her butler Smith. In response, Smith assured her that he would warn their comrades to be more cautious. Setting that aside, Kai decided to get straight to the point. He asked her whether she would be willing to work together with the hero candidates. However, she asked if he meant cooperating not with the Holy Kingdom's army, but with the hero candidates. Kai said he couldn't control the army, but could work with hero candidates to kill the Demon King to return home. He also added that they did not care what would happen to this world after they returned home. So, this made Sable ask if he meant she could do whatever she wanted after the Demon King's defeat. Still, Kai said there was no guarantee they could return home, and they'd only know if they tried. Unexpectedly, she said hero summoning was a contract, and killing the Demon King would send heroes home. However, Kai asked how she could be certain since she had earlier said she didn't know much. She then said her curiosity after speaking with him led her to uncover an ancient document with that info. Still, Kai asked if the document was trustworthy, and she admitted it was just an old text. Regardless, he noted that its contents aligned with what Luna had said, so only by fulfilling their duty could they return, and this boosted his confidence in their information. With that, he told her the heroes had no stake in the world and her choice after didn't matter. Hearing this, Sable replied that their interests aligned, so she said her goal was to defeat the Demon King, take the throne, and unite all races in peace. However, he said it sounded like a fairy tale and asked if she truly believed she could end the war. She then explained that defeating the Demon King while preserving the kingdom's strength would make it possible. Thus, this made him wonder if she should fight for the throne instead of opposing the kingdom with revolution. But she countered that the current Demon King was known as the strongest in history, and even if he were to relinquish his position to the next ruler, he would still retain immense influence. Moreover, her father and siblings despise humans, and this left her alone in seeking peace. Still, she admitted her army lacked strength, but with the Allied army's attacks, they had a chance. Even so, she said outside help would weaken her faction after the war, so she avoided it. She then proceeded to point at him, and emphasized that with the hero's help, the situation would change. With that, she accepted his proposal and formed an alliance with the hero candidates. Immediately, he accepted her hand in agreement. He then stated that they were counting on her, while she remained silent. After a moment, she revealed to him that the Demon King must be killed within a year, or their chances would vanish. Meanwhile, in the demonic forest, the Holy Kingdom's supply wagons were being escorted. During the march, the 7th Night Corps Captain Henry reminded everyone to remain vigilant. This logistical support had actually been sent from the city of Neutrat to the battlefield. Though not on the front line, they needed a reliable unit for supplies, so the elite 7th Night Corps was chosen. Moreover, the monsters inhabiting the demonic forest were strong, and encounters were frequent, but with Elsa gone, the logistics squad handled them easily and swiftly defeated the monsters. But that sense of ease ended when the assassins appeared. Upon spotting them, the court demanded to know their identities, but the assassins gave no response and charged forward. The soldiers then urged their captain to stay back while they handled the threat, but in an instant, their heads were severed, and their bodies collapsed to the ground behind the clawed assassins. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers were shocked, and some realized they faced high-ranking demons. However, Henry recognized them as demonic assassins and charged forward at once. He then confronted two assassins at once, so he asserted his status as a Knight Corps captain and warned them not to underestimate him. However, an arrow suddenly struck his forehead, and as it pierced his head, his consciousness began to fade. Meanwhile, at Elsa's former castle, the Allied forces regrouped after their defeat at the Battle of Forlist. Inside the fortress, many soldiers were suffering from their wounds, and the same was true for their commander Emilia, so Hano continuously treated her injuries as the others watched anxiously. Shuji then asked about Emilia's condition, so Hano replied that her life was safe and with healing, she could move again in 2 weeks. Hearing this, Shuji felt relieved while Henry called Hano a lifesaver since the other healers had already given up, but she responded modestly by saying that this was all she could do. Suddenly, Emilia began muttering that everything was her fault, so Henry gently told her to rest and not worry, and assured her he would take command for now. And although they were forced into retreat, their enemy had suffered heavy losses and was regrouping for now. Hearing this, Emilia replied that it should be fine. With that, Hano continued her healing while Henry and Shuji exchanged glances. Soon after, they left Emilia in Hano's care, and she quickly assured them that she would look after her. After that, they left the room. Once they were out, Shuji noticed someone nearby, so he called out Edgar's name. Edgar then said he overheard their talk and was relieved Emilia lived. After it, Shuji asked about Henry's remark earlier, and Henry admitted he hid it to keep Emilia focused on recovery. So this meant they would have to resolve the issue of their delayed supplies on their own. Edgar then suggested rationing provisions to last a week, but warned the issue must be solved quickly. With that, Henry revealed the 7th Night Court, and the logistics unit had been annihilated. According to the survivors, the attackers were the same ones who had struck Emilia. Henry, who is a man of honor, was also killed. Hearing this, Shuji concluded the assassins were stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. Edgar also agreed after encountering one of them, and warned they could not lower their guard. Looking outside, Edgar said the elite birds said that Neutrat was preparing another logistics unit, but Shuji questioned it, so Edgar confirmed it, but the assassins remained in the forest ready to strike soon. With that, Henry told them to escort the logistics unit and annihilate the assassins. In response, both Shuji and Edgar agreed. A few days later, inside the demonic forest, Shuji and his group escorted the logistics convoy. Aside from them, Edgar and the other beastmen accompanied them. Suddenly, the logistics team suggested camping since the horses had reached their limit, but Edgar quickly raised his sword and warned that the enemies were already there. At that moment, one of the logistics personnel was struck on the head. As a result, the horse panicked and collided with another man. Seeing this chaos, Shuji ordered everyone to stay back and said he would face the assassins himself. At the same time, Shin was busy blocking one of the assassins' attacks. He then immediately recognized that it was the same opponent from before, so he charged his fist, determined to finally settle their unfinished fight. In the next instant, the area was engulfed in an explosion. On the other side, Shuji continued clashing with the sword-wielding assassin, where their weapons striking repeatedly, but he knew it was not the time to hesitate and the enemy had to be defeated quickly. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted nearby, and the soldiers noticed that their rations were burning. Unbeknownst to them, one of the assassins was hiding among the trees and using fire magic. The assassin summoned multiple magic circles and launched consecutive fire attacks. Seeing this, Yumi quickly responded by summoning water and combining water generation with water manipulation to counter the flames. As a result, the fire was swiftly extinguished. Seeing this, Yumi felt relieved, but Mina urgently warned her to stay alert. When Yumi turned around in confusion, she was struck by an arrow in her side. As a result, she immediately collapsed, and Mina quickly rushed to her side to check on her condition. But more arrows flew toward them, leaving Mina staring helplessly in fear. Before they could reach her, the arrows were burned midair and fell harmlessly to the ground. This was Rina's doing, but her eyes were filled with a murderous aura as she fixed her gaze on the assassin hiding in the tree. Meanwhile, the assassin calmly drew his bow again. As morning approached, Tachi was hurled into a nearby tree. Sato was also pushed back just as helplessly, but both of them had been overpowered by a single assassin wielding a mace. The assassin's attention then shifted when he heard a voice calling out to him. Turning to the side, he saw Miria causing sharpened tree fragments to float in the air. She then directed them straight at him. In response, the assassin swung his mace and deflected the attack. Seeing this, Mirai was visibly shocked. Elsewhere, Yoshi confronted an assassin who wielded wind magic. The moment he realized this, he understood how dangerous the situation was. While he thought that he could not afford to be stalled, he suddenly glanced to the side. Immediately, he called out Mirei's name in concern. After all, Mirei knelt beneath the mace-wielding assassin and apologized to her group. Following it, the man raised his mace high and prepared to strike her down. However, the man was suddenly ordered to stop and became bound by chains. Nearby, Rin stood firm and ordered Mirei to run, but Mirei replied that her legs had given out. At that moment, a gust of wind swept in, and she was suddenly lifted into the air as Yoshi caught her. Immediately, he expressed his relief at seeing her alive. But he knew Rin's domination saved Mirei, so he resolved to hold on longer to protect her. Suddenly, wind cutters flew toward them. Yoshi then quickly formed a tornado guard to shield them, but the wind-wielding assassin continued to target them. Seeing this, Yoshi grew furious upon realizing that the enemy was deliberately aiming for Mirei. But at that moment, Rin's voice rang out and told them to calm down. Shin also heard her warning that the enemy was trying to distract their attention. Hearing this, Shuji instinctively glanced in her direction. Rin then continued to instruct everyone to remain calm and maintain their teamwork. Listening to her, Yoshi agreed that she was right, so he forced himself to calm down, focusing on feeling the wind and sensing its flow. Through this, he managed to detect the enemy's incoming attacks. Seeing this, the bow-wielding assassin was taken aback when Yoshi suddenly regained his composure. At that moment, Yoshi awakened another hidden potential within himself and called out to Rin to see if she could hear him, and this new ability closely resembled Wimberg's wind search. Immediately, Rin asked what was wrong, and Yoshi asked if she could relay his words to everyone. She then replied that she could convey them exactly as he was speaking now, which reassured him. Soon after, fireballs began rampaging through the area, chasing after the bow-wielding assassin. As he fled, he wondered how they were able to track him despite using demonic arts to erase his presence. Meanwhile, Rin told Rina the enemy was moving south through the trees, and Rina said she would burn him. At the same time, Tachi's group and Muta's group charged forward together, but they were supported by Akira's buff, which allowed them to strike the assassin in the arms and heads. The ambushed assassin then quickly realized the situation was turning against him, as the group had successfully restored their teamwork. Meanwhile, Mirei ordered everyone to stay guarded since the enemy attacks were powerful but left gaps. At that moment, one of the assassins appeared behind her. He then intended to strike and believed she was their leader, but his attack was blocked by Ko's arms, who remarked that such a cheap weapon could not penetrate his iron. With that, the assassin was forced to retreat. He then grew nervous and wondered how their sneak attack had been detected despite their lack of communication. Meanwhile, Shuji had already defeated his opponent, while Shin left his enemy engulfed in an explosion. On the other side, Edgar ended the assassin before him in a single strike. At the same time, Yoshi continued to face the wind-wielding assassin, who was repeatedly struck by continuous wind cutters. Noticing this, the assassin felt visibly overwhelmed, but Yoshi pressed on since he can see everything, and observed the flow of the wind to anticipate his opponent's movements. Spotting an opening, he launched a wind lance. Seeing this, the assassin was obviously stunned, but the wind lance pierced him quickly. Meanwhile, the remaining assassins began to retreat, and ordered their comrades to fall back after suffering heavy losses. Despite this, they had still accomplished their main objective by burning the rations. Later around the fire, Yoshi and the others gathered. Edgar then reported 80% of the food was destroyed, and the rest could only sustain the logistics units back home. Hearing this, Shuji muttered that they had failed, but Edgar reminded him that they had eliminated 4 of the masked demons. Based on their reports, there were about 10 in total. So this leaves 6 remaining, with the archer and club-wielding assassin severely injured. With that, Edgar assured Shuji that it was acceptable and that they would succeed next time. Despite this, Rin remained worried. The soldiers' morale was dropping due to the limited supplies, and even those who had eaten were left unsatisfied. So she feared that another failure would leave them too weak to fight, since one demon could cause great havoc. But at that moment, she heard a voice asking if she could hear him, and she immediately recognized it as Kai's. Previously, Sable told Kai the Demon King must be killed within a year or their chance of victory would be 0. Curious, Kai used his judgment skills to ask why. She explained that the evil god Alva would be resurrected, but she thought outsiders might not grasp the danger's scale. However, Kai remembered hearing the name before in books at the temple. If his memory serves correctly, Alva was one of the 2 pillar gods in the Genesis. According to the Genesis, the creator god Diggerist made the world where humans, elves, and beastmen lived in peace. But the evil god Alva tried to seize control and created demons as his pawns to send into the world. Soon, war broke out. So, the creator god granted divine protections to humans, who defeated the Demon King and were honored as heroes. During those ancient times, the creator god won the war and sealed the evil god. After hearing this, she thought her explanation would be simple, and that the Genesis story was mostly true but exaggerated. She added that the demons weakened after the evil god was sealed, but over time they regained strength. Hearing that, Kai asked if this meant the seal was weakening. She confirmed this and revealed that her father was preparing a large-scale ritual to free the evil god, and the preparations are set to complete in a year. Kai then inquired about the consequences if the seal were broken, so she explained that the demons would grow tremendously in power, leaving humans with no chance of victory. Hearing this, Kai understood the gravity of the situation and detected no lies using his truth appraisal, although his assassin's intuition suggested she was still hiding something. Even so, he didn't mind since they both benefited, and then asked about the army's next plan. She revealed they would secretly aid the allied forces to weaken the Demon King's army, since they couldn't do it alone. Hearing this, he acknowledged it as convenient and asked for her support to break through Forest first. 3 days later, Kai and his party teleported with Sable to the demonic forest. Upon arriving, they were followed by Sable's men. However, Sable felt weak from excessive teleportation, but Mayer was impressed since her teleportation spanned a journey that would take half a year in an instant. Meanwhile, Kai saw Sable's tactical value in bypassing distance, though teleporting a large group drained much miasma. Now, with Mayer and Sheena, they had 7 high-ranking demons and were enough even if Sable's miasma is depleted. Suddenly, Sheena asked if they could truly trust these demons, so he reminded her not to take any action yet, as they could still make use of the others. After hearing this, she quickly agreed. With that, he then focused and asked if Rin could hear him. When Rin responded, he explained he had been trying at random, but it seemed they could communicate this way, but she said he could contact her via shared sense, though limited to classmates and distance. However, this made her ask if he was nearby, which made him notice her usual noisiness. Still, he said he was close, so she told him to follow the magic thread connected through this telepathy. After a while, Kai finally located her, and she responded happily, but her expression quickly turned to shock. After all, she saw Kai accompanied by Sable. She then trembled and mentioned the demon beside him. But Kai introduced Sable as the 5th demon princess, and Sable greeted Rin politely, but the word princess confused Rin, so Mayer confirmed it. Rin then asked Kai what was happening and whether he had betrayed them, but he clarified that he had never taken any side, which surprised Rin. However, Mayer scolded him for teasing Rin, so he explained that they had something to discuss. He then instructed her to gather Shuji, Yoshi, Shin, Mirai, and Akira that night, without informing anyone from the Holy Kingdom. Later, Rin and the other 5 gathered around the fire. Kai explained the situation and stressed their aligned interests to defeat the Demon King. However, Shin questioned why Kai would cooperate with such suspicious individuals. Hearing this, Kai and the 3 girls looked at him. Kai then explained that at their current pace, they could not defeat the Demon King. He also pointed out their difficulties in dealing with the assassins of the Demonic Kingdom. In response, Akira agreed, while Yoshi sighed at the repeated loss of supply units that made holding the line hard. Shin also noted the enemies burning the supplies, and though 4 assassins were killed, 6 remained. Hearing this, Sable volunteered to address the assassins since the Revolutionary Army excelled at guerrilla warfare, but Yoshi expressed doubt since all the assassins were high-ranking demons. However, Sable explained that she is the 5th princess of the Demonic Kingdom. Moreover, she aimed to show their worth and expected them to also prove they are useful. Hearing this, Shin and Shuji fell silent. Suddenly, Shuji asked what she wanted. She explained that after securing supplies, they must eliminate Aqua before Leon's army arrives, since the conflict would worsen, and they needed to eliminate their foes because the assassins stalled for Leon's army to join. Hearing that, Shin asked if Leon was strong. Shin confirmed he was, and noted that Shin could not win against him in his current state. However, Shin cheerfully declared that he was ready for the challenge. Meanwhile, Mirai asked Shuji for his thoughts. He then replied that he was glad to have such strong comrades, and would follow Kai's decision. After concluding their discussion, Kai said he'd work with the Revolutionary Army and contact them later through Rin.